All right, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on? What's going on, man?
What's good? What's good?
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? So let's go ahead and get to it. Sorry for the delay, but let's get into it, man. We're gonna go ahead and do a Sinners review, Code Breaker style, and we got a song that we want to play that's from the movie to kind of illustrate a lot of different type of feelings. But a lot of people were really focused on the blues, but I rather focus on the antagonist of the story, which is what's his name? Remick is his name. Remick the vampire. So good old
Okay.
Irish folklore. So let's go ahead and get that thing queued up and get it rocking. Uh, Pick poor Robin clean. Pick poor Robin clean. Can you hear me okay, man? Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through? Test,
Yeah,
test.
yeah, you coming through clear.
Yeah. So definitely, definitely thought that that was a good start off, man, to um this review. So let me first say, um, I don't know like a lot of people's thoughts on the movie. Uh, really don't care really. In a sense, it's not really important, but we're not here to try to, I guess, impart your views or kind of influence your views on the actual movie. We're just sharing our thoughts, and I don't really know what Paradox thoughts are on the movie, as we didn't really try to talk about it, when we was offline. So thought it would be interesting to kind of see exactly what we saw in the movie, if we saw it the same or what nuances to give from the movie. Also, both of us have roots in I guess what you would call the deeper rural South. So there's that. So it's definitely interesting to see the connection and how it kind of like hit people differently coming from where they come from, with their families and stuff like that. So how many times have you seen it now, Paradox? Just one, or you saw it twice?
I watched it a second time.
Okay, did you get a different feeling from seeing it the second time?
No, not really.
Okay, so what is your thoughts on the movie?
We here
Sinners
for
so long.
we here for your thoughts, not mine.
No, no, this is a uh this is a program that is shared between you and I and our general audience. So I mean, I'm interested because I pretty much have watched it
Mhm.
now. It's three times now that I have seen this movie. So I watched it up and down. The third time that I watched it, I tried to get back into the enjoyment phase. The second time I watched it was more of my examination of the movie, stuff that I may have
Yeah.
missed. And my first time was just kind of going in. I was a little bit thrown off because I didn't know the movie was going to go that particular way. So, uh, yeah.
Hmm.
So I could kick it
Yeah.
off, man. Um, as everybody knows, the movie is about two twins. It's Stack and why am I forgetting the other one name? Stack, and what was the other one's name? What was the other one's name? Why am I tripping?
Don't give me the line.
Oh, God. This is embarrassing. The reason why I remember Stack, because Stack was more like the more calm one. But it's gonna come with my brain in just a minute. I'm trying to remember the way that they did the movie. So you had smoke, Stack and Smoke. So Smoke and Stack, Smoke and Stack. Um, the two twin brothers from the rural Mississippi Delta. Um, However, they are a little bit different from the people that they grew up with because they left their home and what most people would call in the in the South, as far as I know, got cityfied. Went to the big city of Chicago, not like a medium-sized city. They went to one of the largest cities in the United States, even at that particular time. And this is during the time of Prohibition, Al Capone, gangsterism, so the mob and everything. The underground was very, very big in Chicago, as you know, everybody knows the history. So they went up there for a couple of years after leaving World War One. They're veterans also, traveled the world, so they are more than just country boys. They are worldly boys from the Mississippi Delta. There is a difference. So they've been exposed to different things outside of their environment that they grew up in, and they have seen different things. And I think that is very interesting that they decided to leave um, Chicago and to come back home to set up a juke joint with family and friends and thought it would be lucrative. So I just want to kind of begin there as his basis. So if you could kind of speak to that a little bit, like the stuff that what was the term that was used that you know of where people from the so-called rural South, when people will leave and then they'll go to the city, you'd be like, oh, you became cityfied, or what would be the word that they used, from what you grew up knowing? What would be the word that they would use?
No, that works. Certified works.
I'm just trying to think other words that they would use. That's not the only one, but you think you'd have got sassy, you'd have forgot where you came from, or all kinds of
We didn't.
craziness.
Yeah, but in real life, we didn't have any of those conversations at all.
Oh, okay,
So that's
okay,
that's 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 more like everything else. That's other shit. Depending on your family.
yeah. So,
The most you might hear is something like, you sound proper. But no,
uh,
no, maybe the old heads had some sort of debate, but
okay. So
where I'm
see there.
from, where where my people from in the South, I mean, when you're around those people, conflict isn't really a thing. I'm not from that environment, so I don't know. Everybody lives a different life. So I'm not from an environment of conflict. I'm from an environment of love, being a Christian, and understanding. So the people I was around, and that doesn't mean anything, obviously, depending on your family still. But through the lens of that, there was no rich debates, no heaviness, any of that shit.
Yeah. So I mean, that's
about the most thing that anyone said when we were children was you sound different. That is about as deep as it went, as far as I can remember. But they didn't put no. They didn't. There was no. I mean, that's like I said. I don't want to say it's Hollywood, but certain family members, certain people of certain families like to pick and make jokes.
Yeah.
So I always assume a lot of stuff comes from that, and then people write a book about it. They do a movie about it, and then it becomes a thing where you say this, but we didn't say any of that shit. It's nothing. Your family. It's not no one. There's no division. Nobody's in the house yelling, saying, "I'm from Chicago, and you down in this little country fucking town." So I mean, that's all outside bullshit, trying to narrate and characterize environments in certain time frames. I would consider none of that shit's real, but I do get it. You see a movie, you go up north, and then they call Red goes up north, or whoever goes up north, and they call your country, and then that becomes a thing on TV or movies or newspaper articles or whatever, and then it becomes a stereotype, and individual experiences, and you may have gotten more teased. I would say you probably get more teased going north than the reverse.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
From the north, people who are your family members. Now, outside of your family, there may be some different storylines there, but your family who just was here went to the north and come back to the south. They're from there, so there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah,
they're from there. Now, someone who's never been to the south or was born in the north, don't have a family, and then they come to the south, that individual person, that one person, may say some things, or like you said, or the president or a politician or a company may make broad brush comments about places. You know what I'm saying? Or you may see a narrative like, you remember in the movies back in the day, it would be like a narrative about being from New York. It was a whole narrative. If you was in the Western country world or the cattle world or in the deep South, and you would come down from the north, they'd call you like I'm thinking about what was that funny show? All the shows, really, everything. Andy Griffin, My Cousin Vinny, they would all be narratives around some northern lawyer, some northern lawyer coming down to Florida or Mississippi, and you got all those narratives from TV. But I'm not, in the real world, I'm sure it happened, but I don't, as a regular person, and
that's why. Well, no, that's why I said it's the Coven family. Like the people tend to have a very narrow and myopic view of what Southern culture is, but there are a lot of different underpinnings, individuality, individual experiences and concepts of those experiences that make up what came to be so-called Southern culture because of the back and forth that people did go through during those times. Depending on how old you were when you was getting teased or being teased, it may have had an effect on you to exaggerate whatever it was. Like I said, I have seen it before. It wasn't. But I'm saying it wasn't.
The teasing has no depth to it. There's nothing there.
But that's what I was about to say. It's 0%. It's not a big deal. It's more of a loving kind of. When you're dealing with family, it's more of a loving jab than anything else. It's not something that you're going to carry with you. It's just something
in my family, it didn't exist.
So yeah, I mean, I've seen it though.
It literally didn't exist.
Yeah,
at all.
I have seen it. I have seen
0%.
it to where it happened. I don't think that
my world doesn't exist.
It was a major
my friends.
thing.
It didn't exist. People would come down from the north, from Chicago, Detroit, from Decatur. It's not a thing at all, actually.
Yeah.
But I get writers and book writers and newspaper people and movies and TV and big politicians making I get all that type of shit, that noise. But in actual real life, being around folks coming from the north all the time, constantly, nonstop, and also people from the south going to the north and then coming back, and it's a constant back and forth flow. It's not a conversation at
Well,
all.
you know, one of the
It does
things.
not exist. No one even gives a fuck. It means literally nothing. You're either trying to get a job, live your life. It's nothing. It doesn't. It's just not a thing. It's some
One of the
narration
things.
bullshit that's been made up somewhere in the world. I don't know.
One of the things I would say is that Ryan Coogler really didn't focus on that. That's something that I brought up. So I mean, that's something that's like extra on my side of it. He didn't even do that in the movie.
People left Maryland, Philly, New York, Jersey, wherever the fuck they came from, went to Atlanta and all those places. Ain't nobody out here protesting and saying, "Wow, get you Northerners out of here." That shit is just not real, bro.
Like I said,
that's
man.
just some noise. That's just.
I think it's I think it's more of a perspective than real. It's somebody's perspective.
People can invent. People can get asked questions, and those questions can turn into something that's not really there.
Oh, it wasn't meant to be that.
So somebody could say like, "Oh, well, all these Northerners came down here and started companies." I could take that one thing from that one person who might be popular and make it something that it's not, just because that's what we do. We create drama, but it's not really. No one actually really gives a fuck. Actually, in real life, there's too much traffic. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Everybody moved down here and there's so much traffic. You know, Nashville is changing because the prices that went. It's like it's that type of stuff, but there's no depth. No one really cares in my mind. Really.
I think what I was trying to say was that the
matter of fact, it wasn't even people talking about some. Well, we had to run up. You wasn't even getting no stories. Like we had to run out. We had to run out. I mean, those stories do exist, obviously, but I'm just saying, in my world, you wasn't being told. You wasn't getting sit down by the elders and being told. You was raining up the South. Like, I'm sure some individual families all over the place had people who maybe told stories. They may have more knowledge and more information and more informed. But you wasn't getting sitting down told about the Great Migration. That's like, in my mind, again, people, educators, academia, and all that shit, writing stories about the shit after the fact.
No.
That's where my life isn't real.
That's where we disagree. No, I did not say that.
Okay. Like, you from the South.
I'm saying,
I'm living the life. Shit, I'm around people all the time.
Yeah,
no one is sitting you. No old head sitting you down telling you shit.
Though, Paradox. You have your perspective on it. I'm not trying to say what. Of course, I can't say what you're saying is incorrect because you lived it. But what I'm saying, there are also other people that have lived it and documented it, and it is facts.
I acknowledge that.
So let me say this, bro. Emmett Till, right?
Emmett Till is
another example.
I'm giving you a real life. I'm giving you a real life story.
I'm not trying to run over. I'm not trying to run over what you're saying. I'm trying to connect what you're saying to the general aspect of how broad and how beautiful and how much of a perspective of, number one, Black culture is, and number two, Black American culture is, and number two, how fluid our exchange was and how different and nuanced it is. It can be both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. That's what's so crazy about
other
it.
People. I just said other people have whatever the stories they have. I'm just telling you, in my world.
Hold on. You saying that it just seems to be narrative driven, and I do believe some of that.
People write stories, and those stories become reality. That's all I'm trying to say. People who are actually living it is a very different conversation because it really depends on where you were and who you were around, and so it's just funny to me. It's just funny to me that it's just interesting that when you're living it and you're telling a story, just the reality of it, very, very personal. It's just funny when I examine it, and then you hear the stories being told about it, and people telling their own little stories in different spaces, but just how it's not everybody. So it's just a funny thing. That's all I'm saying.
I said it gets
wrapped into everybody, but it's not.
I agreed. I said at the very beginning that it depends on how you relate to that region how your family is oriented there, how you experience that kind of thing. So when you see something, it's either going to either kind of like bring up some memories, or nah, that's not really not something that I know of, or that didn't really happen around me. I didn't see it that way. I see it all the time.
No. No. That's not what I'm really trying to tell you. I'm giving you more of like no one was really talking about it, but it was happening. All those events were taking place. People was moving for reasons, but no one was really sitting down telling you. You have to go read about it. That's what makes it so funny, by the way. That's all I'm trying to say. That's why it's funny.
If you
It's
outside
because
of it, you have to read
you're
about it.
you're learning about it in reverse. Like, oh, that's why my family went up north. They never said that. That's why this was happening. They never said that, and it's like they didn't say it, but you
Well,
can
you
read
don't have
about it.
to. No, but you
You can
don't
learn
have to
about it.
say it.
It's funny though when you think about it.
Paradox.
That's all I'm trying to say.
You don't have to say it. If you saw Earl Little Senior getting on the train track, getting ran over because the Klan put him out there. Oh, well, I guess that's why, Malcolm Little and all them moved up to Boston, and was raised up there, part of their childhood and stuff like that, and that back and forth. That's not everybody's story in the South. Some people's story in the South is they
Oh,
built
that's how it's
churches, they
framed, though.
built school. No, I
That's how
no.
it's framed.
Listen. I understand where you.
When you're trying,
Martin
when
Luther
you're
King.
trying to, when
Okay,
you're trying to, when you're trying
Martin
to
Luther King
control
is a
it,
perfect example of that. Hold on, Martin
you're
Luther
trying
King
to
is a perfect
control a
example.
narrative. You're trying to control a
No.
narrative, and you're trying to
No,
push people and control their minds. What
bruh,
you do is exactly what's
you
been done.
you
But guess
making it
what?
into something that it isn't, man.
When you actually lived it, you realize that a lot of this shit is bullshit. People just pushing narratives
It's
for
not
whatever fucking
bullshit.
reason they're trying, pushing
It's just
organizations,
one.
trying to make
It's just
money, trying to
one
run politics,
small
etc.
aspect of a larger picture. It's not bullshit. So you telling me that the
And I've
the
been around
aspect
thousands
you
and
telling me when you do
thousands and
when you do when you
thousands of
do a
people
story. Okay, hold
all
on
through the
now. Hold
South.
on.
No one is sitting
Hold
around
on.
telling these fucking stories. This shit is coming from some
Hold
other
on.
place to
Hold
push
on.
narratives. But
Hold
I
on.
get
This
it.
is
It's an
this is
academic
good
thing.
though.
I get it. Then
No,
it becomes political.
this is good. No,
I
this is
get what's happening, but
I
living it is very funny. That's all I'm trying to say.
I get it, but this is very, very good. This is
And
why I think the movie.
this society does it all the time, all over the world. By the way, all over the world. Gaza, Israel. We can pick shit all over
Of
the world. The
course.
Caribbean shit. Like people are trying to create things and making you believe something. It's like I wasn't worried about that. I wasn't concerned about that. That didn't make me do any of those things. That had nothing to do with why I did what I did. But no
Number
one
one,
cares about all of those
it's
real stories. They
it's
take
always a different
isolated
experience.
events and then they extrapolate because they're pushing narratives. They're pushing events. They're trying to drive certain
Hold on
things
now.
to push.
Paradox.
It's agenda driven, bro. Come on, man.
Who you think wrote? Okay. When it comes down to black people, who you think is writing
They
about the South?
victimize
Hold on.
themselves. They run
No.
everything.
No.
Fascinating, actually.
You don't think none of these people are connected to these stories just like you are? You don't think they're related to these folks? You think they're just what? You think they're tethers? I'm asking very seriously.
What?
You think these people are from somewhere else? You don't think they have relatives in Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama?
What does that matter?
What I'm saying is that they have their own experience. If that's their family experience,
you've been
how
conditioned,
can
you've been
you say
programmed, and then you start talking about how you want to see the
Forget
South
that part.
now. Once you've been programmed a certain way through academia, then sure, whatever you say, boss.
You have to
or
forget
you go work
that
for some
part
newspaper somewhere and you're running a narrative because you're trying to push bigger agendas, then I get what it is.
Number one, you're telling a story. Number two, it's a movie. So it's going to be narrative driven and narrative based anyway. So even if you was telling your family familiar story, it's going to have some kind of but what I'm saying to you is that even for families that was around you, your town, everybody that you knew, everybody that was even in your circumference, hell, 100, 200, 300 miles within your reach.
What the difference is that when you're involved heavily in the church environment and you're traveling all through the South and you're part of one of the largest church organizations in the world, really, then you're accessing people from all over the place in the South. It's not just certain little spaces, it's everywhere. And so it'd be different if in those spaces certain things are being told. It's just interesting that they're not. That's all I was trying to say. But once you get into certain other spaces, either politics or academia, you look at the things that get written about, articles that get reported, how things get put out there, how you try to encapsulate the South to drive whatever narrative you're trying to drive. I think it's just interesting. That's all I'm trying to say. Be it this movie centers or a whole bunch of other shit in this country.
you can't minimize somebody else's perspective on how they view the
Sure, I
South.
can.
Whether they're
Sure, I
okay,
can.
then they can minimize yours also.
I'm fine with that, but I'm a goddamn American. I have free speech. I can say what I want to say.
Of course,
Shit.
and that
Fuck
gives
what they're
them the
talking about.
leeway,
I'm
and that gives them the leeway to do the same. Right?
They've already done it. So what are we talking about right now? They've already set the narrative. It's already been done. So what are you talking about? I'm giving you a different space. It's already what you're talking about already been put out there. It's already been solidified. Actually, it's already been locked in.
It's not.
But I'm not gonna. But I refuse just to accept it because I'm from it. So I don't have to accept it. I'm just challenging it because why not, right?
Why not? I can't challenge it the same way as you can. I really can't. That is something that I can't do. So I can't challenge it to that level. But I do know people, family and otherwise, that have spent their whole lives in the South.
I'm trying to tell you about DC. What am I? Shut the fuck up. What am I doing? What am I talking about?
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, bro. Listen what I'm saying. Just really, really quick.
I can tell you about what can I tell you about? Northwest. My friends are being in the Northwest all the time.
I'm just
on Kennedy Street. Shit. But I can't give you that full deep in your gut. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care who you are. You can be an expert. You done studied DC your whole so-called career. You from Washington State or some other fucking place, and you gonna tell me what DC is? Get the fuck out of here.
No, I agree.
I'm not gonna let you set no one line on how Northeast was set up, or how South was set up, and the impact that it was because you think you're an academic or some fucking political scientist or some politician is gonna dictate and tell me about this, and this, be it Marion Barry or the riots or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like they're setting things already locked, and they're locking them because they have the control of everything. They control our minds. They control how we see things and how we visualize it. People are not going to spend that time to really dig into it. But if you're from that place, and especially if you're from a place with some sort of knowledge or some sort of like you do, obviously, depth, understanding, knowledge, learn and caught on the things in your teenage, preteen life where you was already paying attention to how shit was running. No one's gonna be able to tell you. They can't do it to you, right? They can't.
Right. But I also know this too, Paradise. This is the thing. DC is a lot of different things. So for somebody that may grew up on, say, like Pass Uptown, New Bethesda, Northwest area. You know, you're talking about Connecticut Avenue and all that kind of stuff.
Tucker Carlson tells me enough stories about Georgetown and his life than anything, and I'm trusting. Believe me, I know it's very different.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It don't even seem real. I know it does actually seem real, but it's just funny to me.
But I'm saying it's like a Tales from the Dark Side. It's like a whole flip side to what we come to know, right? But it's still the same area, still the same region. What I'm trying to say to you, bro, is that it goes back to what I just said, perspective, right? It's still unique, but there's still some commonalities there that's going to be basically always felt throughout the fabric of just being in a certain place. That's just, I agree with that.
But you're talking more about culture and economics, which is really not what I'm talking about, because that does change it. Because in the South, depending on who you are and where you are, you're going to have a different experience. That's kind of a given though when it comes to economics and culture.
I was making a larger point about the movie, about the brothers, right? The brothers, even though they are from Mississippi, right? Born, raised there primarily, they are different because of the experiences that they had outside of Mississippi, is what I was trying to allude to. Coming back home, they had a different feel, right? So back to where we don't even get to that point yet. Even how they deal with white people, they're more aggressive, they're more forward thinking, they're different than some of the people that remained there. That's all I was saying. I didn't really want to get into a whole deep discussion about perspective. What was that?
That's not necessarily unique to them. I mean, any immigrant that comes here, anybody from overseas or from anywhere else, when they come to another place, they're going to respond to the stimuli differently anyway, though. I mean, I don't know if that's anything in particular.
No.
How it is.
Right. So when they come back and forth as people do, right?
Yeah, of course.
They're going to impart some of the stuff that they have seen and that they have learned. Okay, this is how we're going to do it now. Now they're still the same people, grounded. They still are the same brothers that they knew, but there are some experiences that they have had, like I said, outside of the actual region that they're from, that is actually a little bit more broader than what, say, cornbread. We go get the cornbread in a minute, but cornbread, his region, his thought pattern on things. You know what I'm
I
saying?
want to be I want to be careful because uppity Negroes like yourself from the city and other immigrants and other people.
Wow, bro. Like, why are you trying to start a fight, man? Why are you trying to start a fight on the program? Yeah, man. How you gonna call me an uppity Negro? Are you for real, bro?
You're a city nigga, so let's not even play. Let's not play no games here, man. We can go ahead and just run it. I ain't gonna hide from it. And I've experienced all of it. So, outer city, inner city, suburbs, and the deep south, small town. I got the whole mix, baby.
Crazy work, bro. Crazy work, man.
But the good thing, I would say this: you got two ways to look at it, right? You look at immigration or people who at least in America, where we have a lot of movement, a lot of change rapidly, at least in our lifetime. Maybe 1,000 years from now, things will be much slower and things will kind of settle. But other cultures around the world generally stay the same, and they don't want to change. And America has that same energy because human beings are the way they are. But because we are structured the way we are in this society, you really can't stop it, which some people do, which I prefer. Maybe we should, but you do lose out obviously on technology advancement, being the potential of being conquered, etc. Right? So there are some vulnerabilities to never changing, right? And so we live in a unique environment, I would argue, because of the rapid change that we always have. And so I understand what you're saying. We are dealing with that, just globally speaking, because even Americans want to kind of keep things the same. And the South is a good example of want to kind of hold on and keep things the same. And where your cities would be your areas where it's like, no, we got to keep changing. We got to keep building. We got to put the railroads in. We got to put the highways in. We're going to have to move some people around. You're going to lose your land. You're going to lose this. We're trying to do, more powerful people are trying to move things, and it gets done, at some point, obviously. So I know all those things have an impact, obviously, on a society. And like you said, because you don't want to change, and someone shows up, you kind of look down on people. And that doesn't matter honestly, doesn't matter really where you go in the world. If you're not pushing forward from how we look at the world from a Western perspective, then they kind of look at you as being backwards, no matter where you are, to be honest.
Why are you going? Hold on. See this one. See, that's why I can't let you slide. See, you try to slide. See, you do all this fighting, and then you're gonna go back and make my point for me. That doesn't make any sense. Paradox.
I'm working with you.
No, bro. No, you really. Yo,
I'm trying to work with you.
You a trip, man. You're a trip. But let's get back to the movie. So these are two brothers, man. They come back home. They come back to Mississippi. They knowledged up. They arrived. Basically, just long story short,
they've been cityfied.
They right. Long story short, cityfied. They robbed Capone clean. They probably and I seen you do this plenty of times, and you go.
And society's changing all at the same time, right? And things are changing.
I'm not gonna really go there with you too, because you play that
revolution is happening.
You play that. Oh, I'm country here, and I'm country here, but I'm city here. Like, you got that duality to you. So don't. There are people that are falling in between worlds, and we're gonna get to the biracial girl and how she plays into that too. That but you lean more so to that group because of how your experiences has been. So anyway, let's just keep it on the early parts. Stack and Smoke, they purchase a I guess this would be like a slaughterhouse. I mean, what was it? Was it a slaughterhouse before, or was it a I think it was a slaughterhouse, right? Sort of like a slaughterhouse kind of farmland in the middle of a field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot of land. And basically they allowed them to kind of like purchase that particular property, got there, and then when they purchased it from one of the Ku Klux Klan men there. Now I'm pretty sure,
I think was he a Grand Wizard?
He was probably, the Grand Wizard. Yeah, he was the Grand Wizard. So Smoke and Stack, them being these are intelligent men too. By the way, they probably already knew.
Like you said, like you would say, you would argue that they're coming from because would you say every city in America, for the at least bigger cities, it's a hustle lifestyle, right? So you're getting put on faster, things are moving faster. You have more of an acuteness to hustle schemes, So yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and they were already living a lifestyle there at home too. They were already kind of like hustler, entrepreneurial spirit.
But it's on a different level when you go north.
But it's a different line. Yeah, different level.
It's on a different scale. You talking about?
You have more access to money. You got more access to people's money. And you got access. It's different. It's access basically. You get more.
Because you're going from rural. You're going from rural, right? You're going from rural to city in a
right.
Maybe anywhere in the world. Really, it doesn't really matter. I guess you would assume it doesn't really matter.
And it was probably a bigger jump than it was. I know there was a bigger jump then.
You are much more ahead. I mean, it's less now because you have the internet.
Yeah,
but
the internet, and then everything is urbanized in the South now too. Yeah, you're closer to it.
But you're moving a lot. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you're talking about going from really slave plantation type living to, industrial
future
money, suits on. Everybody got suits on. People moving fast. People are not really paying that much attention to a black face like how they would in the small town in the South. Like, ain't you so and so's boy? And you gotta probably don't be playing with my daughter. Like, nobody that got time for all that.
And
you got millions
from
of people in the city,
and from their positioning, they're now, once they go to Chicago, now you're exploiting immigrant labor. So they bypass that process. So that's another layer to it as well, because again, all the cities even to this day are still running on, I don't know if you want to call it slave labor, but whatever you want to call it, right? Illegal immigrant, whatever you want to call it. But I don't know how they want to. I guess you would say illegal immigration or cheap labor or whatever you want to call it. But they bypass that because they're in the hustle side of things.
Right. And just before I guess Michael, you up here?
I'm here, bro.
Okay, so before I get started, I just wanted to kind of just set the table here. So kind of show you kind of how they orient and how they look at how their posture is towards white aggression. So you saw where when he spit on the floor, if I'm not mistaken, that was Smoke. That was Stack. Stack started to hold his knife, and then he was just like, "Nah, we got the money for you," because Smoke is the cool one. So you're like, no, we got the money for you. You know what I'm saying? Here it is right here. Ain't no trouble. Because if he made any move after that, it was going to be blood. That Grand Wiz was going to be bleeding out before he even came back to slaughter them. So he played it cool. He stood down. He took the money, and he planned for coming through to kill them at a later time. But I think that just how he saw how aggressive that they were, that these boys are a little bit different. He recognized how different they were, even though they were from there. That these kids can kill me. If I make a move around here, they're not going to just respect me off the strength of I'm a white man. I'm outnumbered here. Like basically, and this is not all that before you go crazy. This is not all the time, but the narrative runs that a lot of white people thought, just based off their presence alone, especially like a white man of wealth and standing and name in a certain town, thought that most likely all black people, and this has been proven to be not true, that all black people would relent to them as soon as they saw them come into the room or put their head down and be deferential to their presence. And he saw that these were not the kind of black men that would do that. So that was very important, I thought, as far as like setting the tone for what kind of black men that we're talking about. This is not your more docile kind of deal when you're dealing with Stack and Smoke. These are intelligent black men, war veterans, dealing in underground, and been able to be in certain spaces to where they have actually killed in Maine, not just black men, but white men alike all over the planet. So that's what I took from it.
Yeah, it was the height of Jim Crow in the Deep South. And so the understanding was that his privilege would supersede anything that these Smoke and Stack would have to say. And so the grabbing of the straps and the arming of themselves, or at least brandishing their arms, was a part of that flex, to let them know, to let the Klans member know that it can go down here too.
And they warned him too. They said, look, once we buy this, now that's it. Now, this coming back to the story, right? If you step foot on our property again, any of you clans, any of your friends, we see you, we're going to shoot on sight, because this is our property. We have the right to do so. You've been warned. And he was like, okay, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Don't want no trouble. Even though in his mind, he know he's coming back to kill them, but that's a whole different deal. But I think that is very, it sets the tone for the relationship. If we're going by storyline of what I thought that the movie was about, was in deep representation of most likely what Black manhood was in the South at that particular time. There's some stories where you did have a more docile nature, but there are, most of the time, it probably was more times than not, Black men operating like Smoke and Stack. Maybe not to that efficient level, but as many lynchings that took place, as many arrests or being defiant took place. I mean, you did have Delta Slim. Delta Slim wasn't no punk either. He was a drunkard. He was a bluesman. But he wasn't going to sit up there and take any kind of guff from, a white person either. He went to jail. He went to jail already. We can get into that, but I want to kind of go in sequence. But did you have anything that you want to say about that, Paradox, before we move on? Anything that you want to kind of put onto that?
Nah, I'll let you have that.
Come on, man. No, you cannot do that, man. No, don't be sad. You ain't let me have nothing. I don't want to have a damn thing when it comes down to this conversation with you. I want you to push back the way that you push back. We just had a whole argument about the beginning. You don't stop now.
I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna fight you.
Even though you ended up agreeing at the end, by the way, that was nasty work, by the way. By the way,
just conversation.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add on to that, Mike, before I go to the next scene? Because I think it's kind of important before we get into the sequence of things.
No, continue.
So the next thing, they get the property from the Klansman. He goes on his way. Then they go and if they go to pick up their cousin. So yeah, they go to see Sammy. They go to get to see Preacher Boy, Sammy, good old Sammy, man. And Sammy is basically a talented soul singer from their area, from their hometown, blessed with the gift of song and have such a strong gift for it that it's just felt anytime that he sings, hence his dad being a preacher and him singing in the church. And he's explaining to his father, which is weird, by the way, because I would imagine he's the younger brother of Stack and Smoke's father, right? Sammy's father.
That's correct. That makes him the cousin.
Yeah. So, no, I know, but I'm saying that's their uncle, though. That is their blood uncle, by the way. So these are like very, very close relatives, basically. So Sammy would be like their little brother that they never really had, since they're twins, by the way. But I just thought it's very interesting because growing up in that kind of familiar environment, Black people, period, I don't care where you're from. I think it goes to say, like, when you're first cousins, you're more like brother and sister than anything else, because you have the same grandparents and your folks, one of your parents is siblings. So I think that that's a very unique thing. And being that there was two fathers instead of a mom and a father, and it was two brothers that were there. So the two different types of manhood being displayed, because the first thing they asked him, if you notice, how's old, How's old our uncle treating you? You know what I'm saying? Is he treating you well? Do you treat the other children well? You know, our other cousins. They wanted to know basically how he treated them because their father was, you know, hard on the hand, heavy on the hand, basically when he touched up on him, you know, with the discipline thing. I thought that was very interesting that they asked him about that in the movie. So did you guys have anything to say about that part where he was in the church and kind of making the transition from meeting up with his cousins and them when they got back in town? Did y'all find any?
No, that's a pretty good description you gave.
What about you, Paradox? You had anything you want to say about the church? I know the church is a big deal. You know, he had his own church.
Mm-hmm.
So the younger brother.
I don't think they went. They didn't. I mean, they did a lot of imagery of it, but they didn't really go into too much with that. I mean, they did, I guess, on some level, but nothing really. Nothing that really stands out. And that was pretty typical, you know, in this country when you're dealing with a society that's shifting and changing.
Okay.
Secular versus secular and Christianity, and dealing with those dynamics layered in race, and you're trying to, you know, hold on to some things that, you know, using language like devil and stuff like that. You're trying to hold on to some things that you have no control over, really, but you're trying to heavily influence the minds, obviously,
right,
to stay in God. But America and secular life is obviously pulling it definitely back then. It's starting to pull very hard to shift our society to more of a secular society, really.
You know what was so interesting?
They didn't really touch on that though, but yeah.
You know, so interesting is that the kind of religious names that they had, which was Elijah and Elias,
Mm-hmm.
and then you know, Sammy's father was named Jedediah.
Mm-hmm. Jedediah.
Yeah. And I think Samuel would be short for Samuel. You know, so everybody had had a book. So it's crazy. But I just thought that it was very interesting on how deeply religious and how close those lines are to going back and forth as far as being on one side of the track and then the other side of the track, which we'll get back to in a later deal too. I think that's very interesting that was one of the things that I really noticed was the imagery of the church, how it was sort of like a shotgun church, you know, straightforward. You know, he's brought up, he's speaking to the parishioners, he's speaking to the people there. Basically, sharecropping was slavery after slavery. People made their little money. They still would have plantation dollars and stuff like that they use. So that was very, very interesting also. But anyway, they pick up their cousin and they pick up their cousin. So it's Stack, Smoke, and Sammy in the back with his guitar. His father looks at them as they drive off, very worried. He knows, of course, he knows his nephews and their reputation, know where they've been, know how they run it. And I'm pretty sure that he didn't have that much control over them because of what they did to his brother. Because he knows, of course, that they basically killed their father because he was abusive. Anyway, I just that knowledge of knowing what took place, knowing that he knows that too, looking at them and having them with his son, kind of like, you know, it's just a lot of layers there for me when I think about that whole trail of abuse, and then just his worry on looking at his son like, man, I hope they don't really get into some foolishness, because these boys, they tend to get in trouble a lot, even though, you know, they can protect themselves. My son ain't really raised like that, not to that level. So did you guys have any thoughts on that, or did you see that, or did I go a little bit too far with that analysis?
No, I think your analysis is pretty spot on. I don't think I can add anything different to that.
What about you, Paradox? Do you think I went too far with that? I mean, tell me if I did. If I'm just like going too far in the woods, man. I don't want to be like, no, going extra with the narrative. But that's what I picked up. Like, especially watch for the second time. Like I told you, when I watched it for the second time, I'm watching it strictly for the cultural underpinnings of it, what it meant when they went there. That's their uncle. That's their blood uncle. They know him. He know them. He know how they grew up. He know how he's raising his kids, which, you know, very loving, church-going man, seems to be very devout Christian, living as best as he can within the rural tenets of the South to be as godly as he can. And he knows and he recognizes that he has a special son and that his son has a very special gift, you know, for song, you know, and that he wants it to be, you know, used in church, and he don't want it to be used out there in the world, you know.
Right. Not used for the devil, used for God. But yeah, that's the other thing is also you got to take in the context of you talking about a very rural area too.
Yeah, very rural.
Things are very slow, very slow.
Yeah.
Information moves very slow, and it's, you know, so it's outside looking in. It's always funny to me, of course, but you know, a lot of false expectations when it comes to some of that stuff. But you know, like I just said, things move slow. So it's just a totally different mindset, really, completely different mindset.
Go ahead, Mike. You was about to say something.
Now I was going to say that the South never really, or at least Mississippi, from that scene, really hasn't changed all that much from that time. You know, a lot of the cultural ideals are still there about who runs the state and who runs things around here. And so, despite the fact that the Black population has still increased after that time, those ideals are still there.
We'll come back to it. I think it's interesting. I say it's it's more of a echo than it is a actual ingrained the way it was then. I think to what Paradox was saying earlier, what he was basically saying, people were just living their lives at that point, so it wasn't no story to be told.
Right.
Well, we know what happened to Emmett Till. We don't have to talk about it. You know what happened to, most likely they'll say, you know what happened to Melba's boy, you know, when he went to Chicago. They probably wouldn't even say it, you know, like but that would only be for somebody that didn't know, or they was basically telling somebody. They wouldn't even probably use the word he got hung, or he got, some souls took him up there, did something to him. You know, the Citizens Council, they went and got him, you know, or the police force, they went and got him and they did something to him. But other than that, it wasn't probably spoke about at all. Everybody knows already. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference. But it still has,
like I told you, way of life and then pushing agendas for politics is two different things. Really.
We'll get back to the agenda part. But so the
just to say this, atrocities and bad things happen to people all the time, all over the world. But I'll leave that there. Go ahead.
So I was gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. You bait me. I can't do it, dog. Like I'm so frustrated by what you just said, because I'm like, dude, we got Platoon, we got shit in this list. Dude, are you born on the 4th of July? It's so many narratives that are pushed, and I'm not saying that you're not bringing that up as an example. By the way, that's probably what you mean, but I'm just Black people in particular, us, people that are connected to the Black diaspora, specifically that have slave lineage here in this country, man, we are way, way too critical of ourselves, man. Like I said, for him to kind of like just have the experience, kind of do this, and then let all the talking heads talk about it. What I don't like is to see sort of people that are like, forget being Black or wherever you're from, but when you have like white people talk about sinners to other Black people about that, I feel that feels like a violation to me. Because that, to me, at that particular point, that's an inside-out discussion instead of a outside-in discussion. Your discussion should be from Remick on in, you know, his particular point of view, how he viewed things from that immigrant kind of population. Because when I talk about Remick, it's going to be from the sense of him invading a space that he invaded to monopolize on and to integrate into and to get it into a community, to turn it into a jump. And I have a whole theory on that, so I'll get to that later. It's funny because I keep jumping around because the movie was sort of like it just has so many different tenets that I don't want to skip. So they go and so they go to the to another field. There are two trucks. So Smoke and Stack, they say, hey, look, we're gonna go pick up, our boy that we grew up with, which is Chinese people were in Mississippi. It is a real thing. People can look it up. They grew up with this Chinese dude. Of course, he owns stores on one side of the street, which is black. The other side of the street of the town served white people. So I guess his family his family had one side of the street, which is white. The other side was black. If I'm not mistaken, that wasn't Smoke. That was Stack that went out there wasn't that Stack that went out there to them? Mike, I just want to make sure I got the right one. No, it wasn't Stack. It was Smoke. Smoke went out to visit them. So Smoke went to visit the Chinese people that have stores on both sides of the town. And so they split up. They go their own ways. Stack has Sammy with him, and they go pick up Delta Slim from the railroad station. And we could talk about both of those things separately. So what would you guys pick up on basically Smoke going to the Chinese people there in their store, and how they basically ran commerce sort of like the same way like how they do now, where there's like sort of like, I guess you would consider it's not big enough to be Chinatown in the middle of a larger industrial city, but I guess in a way they had their own way of having commerce between both groups, and they serve both Patreons. I think about carryouts that we have, like we got carryouts here on a on the black side of town, and of course you have more of an established PF Chang's and these other places where these Asian food places, which is not really Chinese, but I'm just saying, like, you serve Asian food to those particular Patreons that are more affluent in these areas. So how they were neither white or black, but they still lived amongst the people, and how they had that cultural development on their own, being outside of both groups.
Yeah, it's a good point. Social integration was happening in Jim Crow in a lot of areas, and that scene that you're describing depicts that, because one, the Asian woman and the husband and the daughter Lucy were code switching from the twang to their native Cantonese or Mandarin. So yeah, that's a good point. In the social interaction, so they have to juggle all of these sort of dynamics in real time in order to engage with each other, and they engage in something called shopping, which is basically there is no set standard price. It's what you're capable of is what you can afford, basically in terms of what the customer wants. So,
what you got on that Paradox? What you think about that? Is just a nun burger for you? Want to move on?
Yeah. We can move on.
Another thing that I kind of like noticed, though, just within the movie, of course, how Smoke was always kind of like trying to impart knowledge or wisdom to people, especially young folks, about numbers, and how he was really into economics. It seemed like, always be about your business, don't let the business be about you. Remember he told the little girl that was on the side of the road, hey, you want to make so and so amount of money, and I think he was just like, don't let nobody just tell you whatever they're willing to give you. You negotiate, what I'm saying, with them, So it's always, numbers are always in relationship with each other. So it's kind of like he's teaching her how to be a person that always kind of like, if somebody's asking you to do something and they offer you something, just know that, of course, they need you to do something for them, which means that they're willing to pay you, which means that what they're trying but their offer you is a deal to them, which means that you can negotiate that kind of pricing when it's somebody is asking for you to do something for them, regardless of how small or how much it is. So I thought that was very very integral. I thought that was very, 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 very good to show that how people can negotiate back then, and that was very important lesson that he imparted on her just that quickly. He was just like, okay, so hey, tell me something that you think you should. What do you think you should get? So if I'm offering you 10, what do you think you should get? Oh, I should get 20. Oh, well, no, I don't have 20, but 15. Hey, I can't give you anything more. See how they relationship with each other, and just boom, there it was. It was like a negotiation. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. Also, what I thought was interesting was the little girl, right? That little girl that was in that shop. I don't know. It just kind of like rubbed me the wrong way because it seemed like she was way more as she saw her parents. It's like each generation, it showed how even though they've been here as long as some of us have, Chinese Americans, by the way, all over the country, which is very, very, it's people don't talk about it as much. The immigration started with the Chinese people. Like that's who they was basically talking about. The Immigration Act, the first immigration act in this country,
1880.
the Chinese Immigration Act. That's what it's called. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you about to say?
No, I just said 1880.
Yeah. So I mean, some people think it's Latinos, but that's not true. That's not. Anyway, that's a whole nother thing. I just wish that people knew more history. You could get a little bit more nuance on certain things. Sometimes when you're seeing something, it ain't what you think it is. That person is just as American as anybody else that's been here. The Chinese person, by the way, is what I'm talking about. But anyway, I just thought it was very interesting to see how she started to kind of look at them or look down on them. That's the kind of energy I got. Did any of you guys get that kind of energy, or am I making that up? The girl, I mean, not the parents. It seemed like the parents were a little bit more like, they knew them, they were cool, but the girl had like a little skeptical eye, like, hey, what's going on here, man? Like, this is supposed to just be business. Why are you talking to these black guys like y'all gonna do favors? You know them like that. Like, she had like a suspicious eye towards them, more so than say like an eye of looking at somebody that was friendly with their parents or grew up with their parents in the same town or whatever, and that knew them because they knew the twins, by the way. So I just thought that was very interesting to see how that relationship was. And it also shows how after a while, when they do become whoever they're going to become, business, whatever the case may be, whether they're going to become the lawyer of the town. Of course, you can go back to the slave plantations where the plantation owner has children, of course, and of course slaves have their children, and they may have crossed each other's path, play together in the field and do all these things, right? But that doesn't change what the relationship is going to be when they get grown. I'm on this side of it, you're on that side of it, we're going to relate to each other this way, and that's just the way it's going to be. So that there's a lot of interesting things I saw there. Did you guys have anything that you guys wanted to add on to that before we go on to till we move on to Stack and cornbread scene?
No, that what you're saying is not too much of a reach, but that sort of dynamic from a child to the adult is always there. I think you see that in black children as well. But in this scene, you're right that there is a bit of skepticism about what's going on here because it's outside of her purview as to what is going on in that contrast. So yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure she looks like she's around 12, 13, right? So you got to remember, these boys they've been gone probably since 15, 14. They probably joined the military very early, by the way, and traveled around the world. So they probably been gone as long as she's been alive,
right?
So she doesn't really know them. She don't, she heard of them, of course, probably, but she don't know who these dudes are, and how they relate to her family and her mom and her dad and stuff like that. She's just like, what's going on here? Like, what's the play? So I thought that was very interesting. You had anything you want to say about that, Paradise, before we move on, or nothing else?
No, no, you're good. You're good.
Um, there are Asians that are born and raised in Southeast too, by the way. I will say, let me say that to get that off the board. That is a fact, Jack. I just wanted to say that. It's the truth. I mean, listen, you'll be in an apartment building, you'd be like, man, they stay over here. It would throw you off, man. It would just, you'll be like, I guess that is the Wawa down here. You know, you already know Paradox, like Alabama Avenue, there's all kinds of Asian stores, places, you know, laundromats, liquor stores, carryouts. I mean, they're around, man, is what I'm saying. They stay in the same areas anyway. They're not too far away. But
yeah, all over DC and all on Route 40. Multiple county sides.
Exactly.
Heavy.
It throws you off, man. You know, you'd be like, wow. You know, they
don't have they don't have any cultural relevance. That's really why.
Yeah. So I thought it was just anyway. So let's go to of course the scene where we're going to pick up Delta Slim. So we are starting with Smoke and not Smoke, Stack and Sammy. So Sammy is riding with his cousin, a shotgun or whatever. So we already went over the questioning, how you basically questioned him about how his father was treating him and his uncle and them, and trying to figure out what happens on that. He got the deal on that. So he is picking up Delta Slim from the train station, I guess, basically where it comes into town, and everybody that comes into town, they know back in those days, if you're going to catch anybody with some money, that's where you're going to catch him at, coming off that train from all the other major cities, you know, coming off the railroad track or whatever. And so he got a little spot set up to where he's basically playing the blues, making his little money into the weekend so he can kind of like cash in on what he was going to make earnings for the week. One thing I noticed about Delta Slim was that he was very self-aware about his surroundings, about something that was going on. He was always kind of like looking over things, kind of like almost like a what you call those? An inspector almost. You know how somebody would just be like, you know, before you sit down, let me check that out. Like, what's going on here? Like, he had that kind of eye for different things, you know, kind of figuring out things. He was like, kind of like, hey, don't be playing that, this, and that, other. Anyway.
Well, he's also significantly older than they are and has had dealings with the Klan.
True. And if I'm not mistaken, then he would be direct parents of people that were enslaved. If I'm thinking of his age, if he's around that time, close to 70, it's 19. Hell, he may have been 31. Born enslaved. 1931, 1865, close to it. Yeah, close to it. Yeah. So he saw all of the Reconstruction, what happened during Reconstruction, the freedom of the slaves. So he was a child during that time period, most likely. Yeah, all of that. So he's very familiar as he got old, as an older man. But yeah, he would have been born prior to slavery ending. So you got to think about the things that he had to become self-aware about, because it could be your life. Yeah, so that's something that I did notice about Delta Slim. Very, very prideful man, talented bluesman, but was sort of kind of relegated to this is my life and I'm okay with it, and there's nothing wrong with that, and I'm going to live my life to the best of my ability until my days are ended. When Smoke, I keep getting this confused, when Stat was basically kind of like negotiating with him about whether he wanted to come to the juke joint or not, his loyalty kind of showed, where he was basically like, I go to so and so's every weekend and I get paid the same amount, which basically telling him, like, if I'm going to miss that for whatever you got going on, it better be way worth that with the promise of possibly doing it again and again and again, because this is what I want to do until the end of my days, which I don't have that very much to live long. He's a man that's very self-aware. Is what I'm saying. Like, you know, call him drunkard or whatever you want to call him. It's something about seeing an old head that is acutely aware where he stands in life, where he is in the world, and him being comfortable with that. Not trying to overstep his boundaries, not trying to prove a point to anybody. He's okay with where he's at, and he's good with it. He's just here to try to impart knowledge and not bloviate and over exaggerate his station. He's good with where he's at, and he's cool with it. And I think that was something that I really appreciated from his interaction with Stack during that time that he was negotiating.
He's also familiar with the twins in their dealings, and past dealings, right? And so they had a couple of failed operations that have ran before, and some of the stuff that they were doing up north.
Right.
He was more familiar with that than the rest of the people around.
Right.
So the idea that he's going to give up his spot to work with them, it better be for a come up.
Of course, because Mississippi, of course, was like a direct line to Chicago bluesmen. Most people that's in Chicago that do blues are from Chicago or that trek. So Chicago to Tennessee to Missouri, all that kind of trek, right, going up towards to Chicago. That is Interstate 55. Is that the freeway?
I'm not
Paradox. No, I'm asking Paradox. Is that the freeway? Is it 55?
He's not.
It goes direct. He's not on. Well, that is the direct line going up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, going north to south. I think it's Interstate 55, if I'm not mistaken.
But remember, they didn't have any interstate highways back then. That wasn't.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's Interstate 55 now. Yeah. I'm just saying that at that particular time, it may have been something else, but there is a direct correlation to the people that traveled from Mississippi to Chicago and the other little small towns in between and the cities in between there to kind of get that kind of knowledge of what the twins were doing. Is basically what I was alluding to. So I thought it was very, very important that he pointed that out, that he knew of them and he knew that they was basically on some shenanigans. He was on some bullshit.
Because they're hustlers, right?
They're hustlers by nature, yeah. And they willing to hurt people too, not just hustlers. They willing to hurt folks. So dealing with them can be harmful to you and your peoples.
And their offering of this Irish beer,
yeah,
became very suspicious. Where'd you get this from? Well, they don't do that down here.
No, sir. And remember, this is still during the time of either Prohibition just ending. I think it just ended at that time, 1930. It was 1932, right? Isn't that the year?
Yeah, 32, but it's 31 in the movie.
Right. Oh, so it's 31. So it's 32. This Prohibition ended. Okay. So this is something that where this kind of like, this is that straight crap, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And anybody know about the Irish pubs? You get a hold of some Irish beer, man. Jeez, high quality. So they already knew what they were working with.
And he was used to drinking low quality, right? The Natty Ice, right? He was you
say that Natty Ice.
Yeah, he was drinking that Natty Ice. He gave him a taste of that Irish, man. He gave him a taste of that St. Pauli's girl.
He was like, oh man, what do you say? I got 500 cold. What do you say? Cold bottles, not cold. I give it cold bottles. We got 500 cold bottles of this Irish Spring, bro. Shit.
The white man's ice is colder.
See, there's another thing. Cold. He just like, looked like he was on a commercial or some shit. I'm at the liquor store. You know what I'm looking for. St. Ives. Man, I can't tell you how many old heads used to be like, man, look, I give you young bloods, not young bloods. Hey man, listen, I give y'all some y'all want to get some liquor, man. Y'all just give me like $2 or $3 and I import some liquor for you, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go buy me something, man. I got y'all. We're like, oh, okay, so okay, OG, you know, drop him a 5, drop him a 10. He go and get what he get. He get you something. Shit, you know, we good. But man, you get him a nice little cold one, man, just to see the smile on his face when he take that first swig of it. Be like, yeah, that's what's up, man. So anyway, so what, did you have anything else on that scene before we move on to the biracial Love Jones that he see at the train station? You got anything else you wanted to say about the situation with him and Delta Slim?
Well, they also interact on they also connect on the music tip. One plays a harmonica, one plays a guitar.
That's right.
So they get the dueling off. So they get the cipher going.
Yeah, they get a cipher going. They get into the music, and like I said, he's very aware of his surroundings and kind of like how he does things. When Sammy was kind of going out, just start plucking on the guitar. You're like, oh, hold on, boy. Like, hold on, there, boy. If you don't hold on for a minute, man. If I didn't know you, if I didn't know who this is, your people, man, I would have cut you right where you stand. You know, don't ever, you know, overstep your bounds when they're dealing with a bluesman. But I thought, like I said, he's always kind of like self-aware, teaching. I just noticed that about him being, you know, the OG of the crew. Very, 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 very wise in his knowledge and comfortable, like I said, comfortable within the station too. So,
and you know, they're about to have their own Nucci's on the front porch.
Yeah, true. So, of course, Stack sees his old girl, which is Mary. They gave her the name Mary. That's crazy. Old Mary, which is basically what they call a light-skinned girl passing as white, basically. So basically what she was, like think Lena Horne or something like that. I wouldn't say Octoroon. I don't think she's an Octoroon. She has like if her father, I think, was mixed, right?
Yeah.
Her father was biracial. No, that wouldn't be Octoroon. That's Quadroon. Octoroon would be where you can't really tell that person looks white as they look like a white person, you know. But she sort of looks off a little bit, so she has that kind of like that plaster skin, that Mariah Carey look to her. Anyway, she's a black girl as far as the classifications back in the day. The classifications, forced classification of blackness, she would still be considered a black person. So she's passing as a white person. She could pass. Now, unless people got major questions for her. So it was interesting on how when she saw it, there are some things that it's more of an acting thing, or acting where she was being a little extra with the so-called vernacular, the sass a little bit, where she was just like, is that you? You know, all that kind of like, you know, that kind of extra kind of thing that white people tend to do when they're trying to be in black spaces, it seems like, especially white girls that are like grow up around black girls or grow up in the black neighborhood. You know, they kind of get that. They don't have to do that. They could just be who they are. But even with them doing that, it still seems to be fake because they are a white person, you know, or they're a white girl. So you can't never really tell if it's real or if it's fake. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, is that natural for you to be like that, or you just putting on extra, you know?
But she was raised around them too. So you know, I understand what you're saying, but you know, in the movie, that makes a lot of sense as to why she would be doing that.
I know. You're right.
And the cussing him out.
You're right.
Why he ain't call her back? Why he ain't hit her back after he done ate that cat and you know, tore that up.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. Yeah, that was crazy because she was
sugar walls up.
Yeah. Sugar walls were tapped, and she was bonded for life, obviously. So she couldn't shake it.
And he also taught. Well, maybe that's getting ahead, but he also taught Preacher Boy the same thing. Yeah, I think that's on the way back. He taught him that. He taught who that? What happened? Preacher Boy when they were riding and he was playing the guitar, but he taught him some game on how to deal with women on that level. And the reason why she cussed him out is because he ran that game on her.
Oh yeah, got a hook. Yeah, got a hook through that. Yeah, you're right.
And he and Preacher Boy remembered that and took that with him.
Yeah, that knowledge got him. Yeah, he stole somebody's wife that way. That's crazy work. Crazy work. You're right. That's later down the line. But yeah. That's a whole nother thing. It's a lot of small nuggets in the movie. How many times you seen the movie, Mike?
1.5.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, it's the third time I was able to kind of like enjoy it with some of the knowledge. I was really kind of like back to the beginning, but just with a more informed. This is a very good movie, man. Very cinematography was top notch. I was able to enjoy it like fully. Like it's a great movie. It really is.
I would dare say it's Afrofuturistic.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, very Afrofuturistic.
Yeah.
So I think Ryan Coogler nailed that whole entire.
Yeah. Very, very as natural as of a movie as I've seen in a very long time, especially dealing with the time period and how we view things now. Very as natural as you can get, and and getting to that part. I think another interesting part is we have a lot of people that what they say white girls are like trying to dress like what they call that. They look like they're trying to
cultural appropriation.
Yeah, but they call it something, like they look like they're black, but they're not black. They put on the makeup and you can't really tell. You're like, is she makes you biracial?
Catfishing, blackfishing is what they call it.
Is that blackfishing? Do you know what that word is called, Paradox? When white girls they do this kind of makeup on, they put this makeup on, they may be thick a little bit, they may have a little bit of what we consider a curvaceous body that most black women or women of Afro-Latino or African ancestry may have, and what's been attributed to African ancestry, by the way, but they look a certain kind of way. Is he back on? Is Paradox?
Paradox is back.
Paradox, can you hear me? Or are you busy? He may be busy, but anyway, I just think that part is hard. It kind of like because a lot of people critique that part. I know a lot of people. Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
No, I'm not sure was there a word for that outside of the whole trying to.
It's what they call Rachel Dolezal. You mean Rachel?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know. Transracial.
Yeah, transracial. There it is. It's something else, but that is a good one. That's good enough. That's going to be because I think when they look at the lady that plays her in this movie, I think people were so focused on her and not who she was portraying. Who she was portraying is a light-skinned black woman. That's what you got to think of it as. A very light-skinned black woman. We know when we see her, they don't all look like her, by the way. But I'm just saying,
she's portraying. What's the chick name? The famous music producer. That's what she's portraying. That chick.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
You know I'm talking about the old head, old head, Motown. And his daughter, people didn't realize that's his daughter. I just can't catch her name right now.
You talking about but shoot, not Quincy Jones, right? Quincy Jones' daughter?
Yes. There you go. Boom.
She could have played. She do look like that would have
been a great character to play.
That would have been. She should have played. Yeah, but she's too old. She aged out. But yeah, something like that. You know who he's talking about, right? I forget her name, but yeah, Quincy Jones' daughter, the one that plays in the I think she plays in one of these little shows, Blackfish or whatever. But of course, like somebody somebody. Yes, I know, but she plays like she can pass for white damn near. She really can, sort of, kind of, a little bit.
She does pass this way. What are you talking about?
Yeah. That's a good.
Yeah, Jessica Alba tried to do it, but I guess she got exposed at some point.
Yeah, Jessica Alba. You know who else? You know who else did? Who's the lady that played in Fat? Jennifer Beals is another one. Another good one.
Yeah, Jennifer Beals.
Jennifer Beals is one. Yeah, but that kind of. That's what I'm saying. So people got caught in looking at her as being just a white girl playing a black role and playing somebody like that. Well, she can't really do that because she's not going to be, you know what I mean? Instead of just carrying the movie to what it was about. To me, that's why they look. It just.
That's, by the way, that's the movie that I'm waiting for. By the way,
what's that?
What we're talking about now.
Okay, so what was your thoughts about that part?
No, I just want to say, I would just love to have a movie call the movie Colorline, you know, or whatever. I mean, or some other name, and find a time frame, be it now, be it back then, or whatever, and just bring it to full. You know what I'm saying? Like, just bring it all to a full conversation on, you know, in America, really around the world. It'll be a fascinating thing because you can explore it here, start it here. If you're very dynamic with it, and maybe a few movies on it or a TV series, you can branch it out to the Caribbean, to the Americas, to India, and you can kind of like push it outward from a, you know, as you know, I don't want to say exposing. I guess you could say exposing it now because everything now is covered up again for some reason.
I know people look at Halle Berry as a biracial person, but Halle Berry is just black because she couldn't pass. I would say
a really wonderful example is Theo Von. You know who that is?
I do know who that is. I do know who that is. Actually, yeah. There's very few people that can really pull it off because black people, we tend to know something is off. Like I said, I remember, like I said a long time ago, my mom, when she first saw Mariah Carey, she said, that girl, you know, the way she's saying, they're like, she can sing for a white girl. Like, oh, we don't know if she, you know. I remember just that Vision of Love when she sung that song and the way her hair was. People was like looking at her like,
And from a racial perspective, from the non-white race perspective, that's where more of the confusion, I think, probably lies, because you're trying to identify. But from the white space, which they have their own racial color dynamics within their own space, she is not a white woman. Standard.
Yeah. It's clear. It's just locked in. It is so. It's funny.
Right. Well, what makes that very dynamic, or maybe even diabolical for that matter?
Their line is hard clad, not white.
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't. It's racial. I believe that it's racial dynamics in the so-called white space. But again, I don't necessarily.
But you know what I mean. Like a Tracy Ellis Ross can't pass.
No, I don't mean that. What I mean. No, I don't mean. I mean, like we always talk about before, when we look at the racial dynamics in the white space. Which is, you can fall into this white category or you can fall into this white category. We'll just say it's at least two. It's obviously more than that, but you know, there's a set look of what you consider, and then everything else will fall from that. But you take Theo Von for an example, and you would, if you follow him, you would find mixed white people who are identified as a white person or European. Maybe not what I would personally call fully white, but I'll leave that alone for now. But that they will identify him and say, it's like you've been tanning all the time. So they will set it that way. Mm-hmm. Very commonly amongst many different people who he interacts with in the comedy world, who are considered or classified as white, and they will ask him all the time. Actually, it's kind of common actually that, you know, why do you look tanned all the time?
Yeah. You know who else?
Now, that's subtle. Like that? It's subtle. It's interesting. He gets the pass because of the phenotype. And when they tan, they look like him, but he's already tanned. So there's a question mark. And I've dealt with some people, because I deal with a lot of people, you know, as you know, that are international. And I always tease some of them because they're mixed, quote unquote. So like maybe their mother is a pale skin, we'll say minimum 70% European Spanish, but mixed native Spanish, African or whatever. But phenotypically they look Italian, but they're really obviously, you know, they're from Nicaragua or whatever, right? But then their father is actually Anglo-Saxon or tied to, like, you know, the UK, Wales, whatever. They're from that area.
Yeah.
Directly from that area, by the way, who immigrated to America, but they end up going down there for business. And just stuff like that, to where they produce a child, and then the child looks phenotypically European or white, and that's obviously all that's loose stuff. But phenotype is one way. Now his height and say his skin is a little bit shorter and has just a slight tan, but it's enough, obviously, to ask a question, but still get the pass at the same exact time.
What's that comedian name? That white dude? I think he's either from New York or what's that? He's white, but he looks off, man. He looks almost. He's from New York or Boston. Y'all know who I'm talking about. He dated Kardashian for a while.
Isn't his name like Pete something?
Pete Davidson. Pete Davidson. Pete Davidson looks off, bro. Pete,
is he Jewish though?
Yeah, but no, he doesn't look like Rosenberg though. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I got you.
You know, he got like curly. I mean, Rosenberg
is Rosenberg half Ashkenazi. He can't be European pure Jew. He got to be European Jew.
But that's what I'm saying.
Middle Eastern Jew, right?
Even from Rosenberg, he looks off from that. So like, if you was to have him around some other, like if you was to have him like around, like say like the classics, like a Mitt Romney type, Pat Buchanan coming up around them, you know, in the School Without Walls, and they going, you know, they're like, nah, you something. This kid ain't right. Like something ain't right with him, dude.
But do you think does he? You know? Because he does claim he's white, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
He said that on live many times, right?
He's a white person,
right? Because he's so not white that black people assume that he's not black, that he's not white, because he doesn't have a Jewish phenotype, the stereotypical Ashkenazi, you know, Eastern European Jew look.
He looks like a lighter
he would technically be Middle. He would technically be Middle Eastern, because a lot of people obviously from the Middle East and that Southern European, North African area can pass as black because a lot of us look similar enough.
Right.
He falls more into that category, really. Obviously, yeah. Then again, I'm not around him. I think he is pretty pale, but I'm not around him like that. I don't. Up and close to him to see him.
He's pale compared to us, of course.
He's pretty pale.
I'm saying that he has a,
but not to Nicole Kidman, obviously.
I'm saying he's not like Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman types, Alec Baldwin. He's more of a Antonio Banderas skin tone, kind of like that olive inside, that fleshed out tone.
Southern European.
I seen him on a TV show, and I just looked at him. I'm like, man, this dude don't something ain't right. I mean, this is my opinion. I mean, of course, whatever. You white, whatever.
I would love to see his parents though. I've never seen his parents before. I'd love to see them.
Man, I think somebody's women lied. I think somebody's women lied about who these fathers are, man. Because some of these fathers that I'll be seeing sometimes with some of these people, I'll be like, I don't know about that one. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you got that at play too, because he doesn't have any of the Jewish.
It's somebody lying, bro.
Phenotype at all. It's as far as like the stereotypical type, anyway. I would say
there was
because some of them look more European, some of them look less like an offshoot of Europeans, because we know they're mixed. They're obviously mixed people, but he looked so random from that look. I'm like, I think your family might be from. Maybe North Africa, maybe, or something. I don't really know how he ended up looking that way.
Just real quick, and I'm gonna move on. Do you remember?
They're very inbred. At least the ones obviously around our way. So it's like, how did you end up turning out that way? It's interesting.
Do you remember that documentary about that girl that grew up? She thought she was white all the way up into college, and her mom lied to her whole life. And the thing was so crazy about it is that people was questioning her, and she was still saying that she was white because she believed her father was her father. The man that raised, of course, us her father, but I'm just saying, not her biological father. And she did not even look. She didn't look biracial. She looks like
Halle Berry,
Tracy Edmonds, or one of these, that kind of look. You know what I mean? Very light skin, but look, she looks black. No, she didn't look like Halle Berry. No, Halle Berry just can't. Halle Berry can't even say it. You know what I mean? The people gonna look at Halle Berry and be like, you have two black parents. They're surprised that she has a white parent. Basically, when you see her, it's more like Tracy Edmonds.
But like you said, a lot of things, I would argue is that it's the time that we're living in too. By the way.
Claudia Jordan. That's what she looked like a Claudia Jordan type. You can see, she's black, but she's light skinned. She could possibly have a.
No, what I mean is that if you went back in time and look at our ancestors in this country, they would not look like us. Even Halle Berry wouldn't, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna. Yeah. I mean, there's logic there. There's a little logic there. I mean, you know, a little bit. I'm just saying that she's not light skinned. She's not a light skinned person. Is what I'm saying. Like to me.
No. What I mean is that when you go back to some of the people that we've seen that we've traced back and what they look like, I mean, a lot of us would.
Are you talking about somebody that's pure?
You would know that something else is in us based off of those groups of people and what they look like. That's all I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying, though. You got to remember the advent of the slave trade. There was a lot of mixing already going on, so people were already looking different. Anyway, I mean, we don't have to get into that. I agree. You're right. It's not as common.
Just look at our ancestors and look at even us with darker skin.
I just said
and we know that they're okay. Let's not do that. No, come on now. Don't do that.
But it ain't like you didn't have Lena Horne and Dorothy Dandridge that grew up with our people too, man. Like you see these old pictures, man, of these women that are black that look like they white. Back in the 50s and the 40s, especially, bro. But I get you. You're right. If you're talking about early, you know, plantation times, yeah, you're gonna be like, yeah, something's up with her. You know, she's been, you know, that's so-and-so's daughter, you know, slave master.
I know you spend time around certain people though, and I know people have who listen to the call, but spend some time around some Haitian families, they look at yourself. No matter how dark you might be, by the way.
You gotta remember, you know, you may not want to clown me about my ancestry, being that you less than me, you know what I'm saying? So don't try to do that. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, so you know, don't try.
I trace my European heritage. I trace my Anglo-Saxon heritage.
Yeah, Remick. Vampire. Oh, boo. That's why I played it. Pico Robin Clean. Yeah, that's you. Pico Robin Clean. Yo, 30, 35, 25%ers. Y'all 25%ers walking around here want to try to put claims on blackness. Get out of here.
Hey, you know, I can go there though. So don't do that. You know, I go there. It's what I'm gonna say is offensive though. I'm just giving you that because I know it's offensive because we haven't been allowed to really dig into that. Like I would have loved to, by the way. There's a whole lot of Black Americans that's traced to the kings of Europe.
Man. How about all of us? You know, so gotcha. So I think that
nobody wants that conversation yet. They're not ready for that yet.
Nah. I think that with that we have, so we deal with their relationship. So we went into her whole identity and what that caused. So we're gonna move on from there. So now we're moving on to one of my favorite characters in the movie. They back in the car. My man, while they going to go see Cornbread, you know, Delroy Lindo, he has a story about one of his friends and on the men on the chain gang. He said, well, do you know any of these guys? He said, I know all of them, which is kind of crazy, by the way. But then again, maybe not so much because small town, everybody that's locked up pretty much know each other. It wasn't like it was a true prison industrial complex at that particular time. Most of the people that got locked up probably all knew each other for truancy or hanging out late at night or drinking for whatever reason, and just got caught up late at night somewhere, and they used them for free slave labor. So
black codes.
Very interesting. Yeah, black codes. Yeah, basically. Yeah. You got something on that Paradise? Because I want to go kind of speed up here.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead and speed up.
So now we're gonna get to my favorite character in the movie, good old Cornbread. I love Cornbread, bro. He's the star of the movie to me, anyway, in more ways than one. But I thought it was very interesting that he went to pick up his one of his friends. I would imagine that he grew up with them too. He knows the twins, and
he's a really good actor, underrated heavily.
He really is. We're supposed to be enjoying each other.
He was really good in the football joint.
Ballers, yeah.
Really stood out with acting skill. Really stood out.
Miracle at St. Anna as well. He was good in that.
Oh, you're right.
Spike
He
Lee
was
flick.
in that movie. Damn. He was in 8 Mile too. Oh snap! He was in some movies. That's crazy, dog. oh my, acting for real, man. I just can't get over some of the parts that he did in the movie. It was crazy, by the way. One of the parts that I wanted to talk about was when when he as soon as Omar saw him, he's familiar with him, he's cool with him, right? But he don't want to hear none of the foolishness, because I guess back to what you were saying, he knows how, the twins get down, and probably grew up with them and hung out with them enough to know, oh, these boys full of trouble, man. I ain't gonna be hanging around you dudes like that. So when he stopped him and he offered him, how much money, the disrespect part, that's what I want to get to. What you think is up with the wife, man? What's up with her, man? You think she's down for any kind of transaction, man, on that kind of tip, man? Like, well, boy, you better go get that money. Like how she kind of like looked at him like, how much money you talking? Because when he said like, fuck your wife too, I'm like, hold on now. Like, what's up with that, man? Like, yo.
Well,
we got a box.
No, that's a good observation, because she's looking at this as those are the twins. That's them folks from, who've been going back and forth between Chicago and back here. Yeah, and so they're hustlers, and so they talk a lot of jive, right? And so if you're escalating the conversation to that point, that means this is something serious to be paying attention to. Whereas Cornbread is like, hold on, you disrespected my wife. And the wife is like, no, there's a message in this. There's something else that's going on here.
Okay. True. What you got on that Paradox? What you think about that whole scene when they meet?
Ain't nothing thinking about. I mean, the nigga's taking cotton. So, I mean, what are we talking about right now? It's really irrelevant.
He got a quota to make there, Paradox.
You can either be doing this or you could be doing that. Like, yo, you ain't doing nothing for real. It's just the fact that he made it seem like he had a choice, or like he like, man, you go come on over here and do this, man. Don't stop playing with me, bro.
But I keep telling you, but they are playing with each other because they know each other, of course, on some level. Right. Ego, but ego is still at play. Just think about that, DC, about the ego.
I know.
Well, there's also a power dynamic. There's also a power dynamic paradox where he has to do this, right? Cornbread has to do this in order to make his quota. Whereas, is it Stack?
This is Stack still. Yeah, this is Stack. Yeah.
Stack is
Sammy's there with him.
Yeah, Stack is loaded, right? They just bought that barn, that slaughterhouse. They got all that liquor. They got a car. He's pulling up on some modern day stuff, and Cornbread is in the field sweating his balls off
with the wife working.
So wife working with him. Are you ready to push it to the ghettos of the 70s and 80s and slinging dope and fancy cars and not want to work hard?
Paid in full.
See? I was thinking of whether you guys would recognize how similar that is to how they would show a dude just rolling up the block in his Benz or whatever
belly
F it is, and then just look how I'm living. You know what I'm saying? When y'all want to make some money, you want to still be out here doing what y'all doing, playing craps on the ground, or playing little quarter games off the wall here. Like, y'all want the real money, come holler at me.
If you're gonna work for the white man, you might as well slang dope than slang cheeseburgers, bro.
Exactly. Right. What I'm saying though, man, like his wife look like she going though, dog. That's what I'm catching, man. Like, yo, come on, man. Like, what's her wifey like? Oh, are you for real? Like, you want to jump in? You want to jump in the car or something? That's what you want to do? I would have been.
No, she's tired of being out there because she's pregnant, right?
That was another thing.
Right? She's tired of being out there. There's got to be an alternative to what we're doing here.
Jeez, I'm out here day and night, pregnant.
It's got to be 75 degrees.
And then what did he say? What did he say? He was just like, man, you make so much money, man. She may let you. I'm just like, yo, this nigga foul. It's just Joe. Oh man. How tender these dudes are over these women, boy. Now that's something that does translate through time. That would never fail, boy. That would never fail. Dudes trying to impress their woman, man. They'll do anything. Shit. They'll do anything to do that. For sure. That's something that has crossed the time threshold. It doesn't matter.
Why would I mean humans like every other animal. Peacocking is a thing. I mean, you talking about empires that went to war.
I know. Sam's in the line.
It ain't no small thing. The world has went to wars, moved kingdoms over over time, over time, people into marriage and lineage and all that shit. So I mean, it goes back millions of years, really.
David killed the whole army and some of his own men to get some of that that nook and nanny, man. Yeah. It's facts. Not.
It ain't even heavy though. It ain't nothing to point out. Heavy. To be honest with you,
that's what I'm saying. No, it's not heavy.
It's normal. The scary part is that people who point it out. That's where the question mark goes for me.
No, well, I think Paradox, because you have so many people who identify as Black in this country who may be from the Caribbean, may be from the continent, that may not understand that sort of that governance formation that's happening in real time, right? And so if you're not informed about American history to this extent, you're looking at this for entertainment. But I think what DC is pointing out is that there is a cultural dynamic that still plays out to this day that could be, like you mentioned. And so I think pointing out those nuances does matter.
Yeah, taking penitentiary chances, what we call it. Yeah, you taking penitentiary chances. Yeah, must be a woman involved somewhere down the line. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, pride coming before the fall, man. Most likely it has something to do with trying to impress a woman somewhere around the line. Showing out, playing the dozens, whatever it may be. Absolutely. Anyway, not that heavy. We can move on.
Either you fucking men, so I like the other choice.
You just have to the booty warrior. I'm a warrior now. I'm a warrior too. Lord have mercy. Anyway, so they're all bossed up, man. We got all the particulars ready. So now we need to go back to Smoke, because Smoke is going back to one of the other parts that is kind of like very, very crucial. Back to his love interest is Annie, right? Annie is the spiritual guide in the movie, I would say. The spiritualist, the one that's connected to the spiritual realm. And she practiced voodoo, huh?
The Bayou.
Yeah. The Bayou connected through Louisiana, Mississippi. That trek, and her and Smoke, of course, are former lovers or whatever, and they had a child that passed on, and she is, clearly damaged by it as he is also, and just for him to kind of like. I guess what he was kind of trying to admit to her was that it hurts too bad to be with you, that kind of shit. Like I can't see you all the time because it keeps reminding me that our child is gone, and that I had to kind of like move on with my life and kind of do other things to kind of like not have that keep me here with you because you're okay with just being here and dealing with everything else that is part of whatever the culture is, as far as our culture. That's enough for you. You know how you see some people, like I was saying with Delta Slim, they're very comfortable with themselves. They don't have to have this pretentious of trying to be something that they're not. She's somebody that sees beyond the veil. So she sees people for who they really are. She don't see their so-called class or whatever they're trying to portray or try to kind of like mask themselves as. She could see within the real person or get a feeling about them, and she's clearly okay with that. Just like he has a problem with her still using what the plantation dollars. I think that was what the plantation coins or plantation dollars. Plantation. Yeah. That's only good, within that town, but like she was saying to him, what difference does it make if we're basically still, I'm giving up the good and they're giving me something that I could still use in exchange for the town or for the area that we still stay in. And he's trying to tell her, you need to embrace change. Things are going to change here pretty soon too. Pretty soon here, you can't use this no more. That's not going to be something that you're going to be able to use. It's not going to have any value. So outside of this little small town, or even just this this particular landmass that we're on, this probably don't even have any kind of reverence anywhere outside of here, you know. So it's very interesting on how his experiences that have changed him as far as broadening his scope of the world, and how she can still see all through that and still just see him, you know, for who he is. And I thought that was pretty deep, man, their whole relationship and everything. So did you guys have anything y'all wanted to say about their whole ordeal with the child and how their relationship, you know, was, or how it came to fruition or whatever?
No, I think you nailed that one. So
what about you, Paradise? What you got on it?
You talking about what scene you talking about exactly?
The scene with Annie and Smoke, when he basically goes there to ask her to, you know, cook and stuff like that, and to bless the venue and keep it safe.
You mean the chick who I guess she wouldn't be considered she's not a witch.
Yeah,
she's more of like
a practitioner. She's a practitioner of the spirits. Wudon. Yeah.
Yeah. And she's
like
I don't know how heavy she was.
Like you said, they wouldn't give her. Of course, she wasn't from like New Orleans where they give titles. I don't think she had a title, but I guess at that particular moment she would be somebody to just practice the old way.
But she just been taught. She's been taught some things. So I don't know how she was. I don't think she's that heavy in. But she's been taught. She's aware of some things outside of European Christianity. That's,
yes.
Pounce at this point. Heavy.
It speaks a second language too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I thought it was a great scene. You know, I still didn't really know. I guess they still felt the way about the child. Obviously, they was hurt. Both were hurt by that. Apparently.
Yeah, they both were. Yeah.
And they had some connection, some heavy connection, obviously there.
That imprint.
Yeah, but he clearly loves her, loved the child, they lost the child. They have a strong connection, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So that certain type of relationship, which I think is, you know, I love that situation. That whole situation is great. So, yeah. You know, that old love, you know.
Yeah, it's not perfect. It's all
still
just
got hooked. Yeah, still hooked up, hooking up still, and messing around with each other still, and great stuff.
She sent that child out there on purpose. She hurried the child up out of there for that reason.
That part's very realistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
people don't want to. You know, modern America don't want to live in that world, but
right.
But I won't go politics. I'm gonna stop talking. Go ahead. Go to the next scene.
We about to get to the politics here pretty soon now. So now we got all the particulars. We got Annie. We got Smoke. They in the truck. They on their way. We got workers. We got people that's from the town working, but come to the juke joint. We got the so-called customers. We got the Chinese. We got the Chinese folks that's gonna come and cook some of their food, bring some of their catfish and stuff like that going up in there. Some of their games that we have. Of
have
course,
you followed any of the Asian responses to that? I haven't went into it.
I've seen some.
You got some reactions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen some.
I know the Irish shit is going crazy. They doing TikTok and all type of shit. All of America, Europe. But I wasn't sure if Asians plugged into it yet.
Yeah, they still got the people there. Like they still there. Like some of the people that grew born and raised in
I don't mean that. I mean just the general culture, TikTok people and all the social media stuff. I wasn't sure if they.
Oh no, I didn't. I
haven't looked
to the people
but it might be there.
The Asians that was the Chinese people that was from that was from.
I think I don't know if it was that Dream. I don't know if it was that DreamCon that just happened this weekend, but they was at some event where some stuff went viral with them doing some of the same dancing and stuff. And it's one of the events around here somewhere.
Oh, that was played in the movie. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the scene in the movie. So yeah.
Yeah. So we get to the we'll skip some parts. So we get into the actual setup. So they're now setting up everything for the big shindig or whatever, the big party that they're gonna have towards the end of the night. And one of the things that I think that's very interesting, right, is I think that is this happened before? Oh, I think somebody first comes in and they buy some beer. They give him Irish beer, and I think he has plantation dollars. And Smoke was, let me holler at y'all too for a second.
General store, yeah. To get
Yeah,
credit,
he's like, look,
credit.
man. Yeah, he's like, look,
credit tokens.
he's like, look, man. Tonight, look, I know y'all want to do it this way, man. We gotta look, man. We gotta make that money. Because we're trying to make the money. We're trying to make the money back on what we paid for, for this particular venue. That's the whole part of it. We want to make the money back so it can be a lucrative business, so we can keep it running. I thought that was very interesting that he kind of like automatically pulled them in there immediately. Like, look, man, before we even get further into the night, look, we need to go ahead and get some rules into play.
So I thought,
he said that don't mean nothing. I understand how y'all feel and all that kind of stuff. That's all good.
Well, I think the contention was about how do you bring people in versus how you're going to make your money back, right? So you got to take the L first to get the people in before you can get the money back later, because they're already running cash negative now.
Or do you go get the white money, assuming that they're not poor at some point, right?
Well, the white money started to come in after the fact, right? It presented itself after the fact.
I also forgot about bringing up Pearline, because Pearline is the one that comes in there a little bit earlier too. So Pearline is the one that basically became the love interest of Sammy.
Yep.
She met Sammy at the same time that Stack basically got reconnected with Mary at the train station. She was coming from somewhere also, and then they pretty much exchanged pleasantries. Sammy and Pearline. Pearline appears to be a woman that's a little bit older. I would say at least 5 years older than Sammy. Sammy is just out of high school. If he's 20, he's barely 20. So he's like 18. He's between 17 and 20, I would say. Very young. She seems to be a woman that's already been married. She may have children. Did she have children already? Do y'all remember? I don't remember that.
I don't recall that part.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But she's at least 21. Married, she's at least 21.
Yeah. She's been married. So she's somebody that's working with a little bit more experience than he is. She's clearly older than him, So that's the thing to recognize. So they kind of had a little chemistry at the train station. Skip to the juke joint. He lets her in. He do know that she's an actual singer also. Of course, Cornbread is working the door. You have Delta Slim. So who else am I missing? Everybody's pretty much in. The crowd is kind of gathering. So they're having a good night. They're doing their thing, man. So now Sammy is about to play his song that's come on and take me. He about to call to the ancestors song, and he sings this song and it calls out, oh, you know what? Damn, I'm skipping the most important part. I'm skipping the Remick part. I'm already at the juke joint. How y'all gonna let me skip that? The one where he's introduced into the movie. So we need to go back to that. A little bit after. So after Smoke and Annie get together, everybody's going to the juke joint. So we'll get back to the juke joint later, but we have to reintroduce Remick, because Remick, the introduction of Remick is very, very, very crucial to the storyline. So as they're going to the juke joint to set everything up, it cuts to the scene where Remick kind of like it's just all of a sudden he just jumps out of the cornfield. It's like some kind of like jump now, he jumps out of the cornfield and he's burning up. He's kind of like half on fire, half not on fire, walking around, look like he's been beat. He's disheveled. He's bloody. He goes up to this door that's sort of like this farmhouse that's in the middle of a I guess that's not a plantation. I would just say just in the middle of the road there. They got a lot of land. It looks like more like it looks more like a wheat field. Would you say, Paradox? What kind of?
Yeah, we look like corn to me, but I don't
corn.
know.
Yeah, it's more
They
of a.
They probably bought a little got a little pot of land they renting out from the owners of the actual land.
It didn't have plantation. It wasn't no tree. It wasn't no trees around. It was more like flatland. So it's more of a farming kind of, not farming kind of land, more like agricultural, dealing with wheat or corn or something to that nature. Anyway, house in the middle of nowhere. Remick jumps off wherever he's coming from. I guess you think they may have been transporting him? They may have had him tied up and he freed himself somehow. He jumped out of a wagon or some shit. What do y'all think?
They were definitely hunting him.
No, the indigenous people were chasing him down because of the sunlight was getting him.
I know that, but I'm saying didn't it look like he jumped off of something when he jumped into the scene, or would you just think
flying?
Oh, that's why he did fly. You're
right.
Or
taking good long jumps, light flying almost, like Incredible Hulk.
You're right.
But they're chasing him, basically. Of course, the sun's coming about at the same time, but he didn't give us his backstory.
So he's probably doing skip jumps and if the wheat is there, the wheat is there enough to shade him, so he's probably jumping in and out of it. Damn, that's a good cut. That's a good, because they're clearly like in a field, in a large field, So yeah, that makes sense. And it looks like when he comes out of it, he's burning, and then he sees the house and he's running to the house to get there before
the sun's coming up. He needs to get welcome. He needs to get welcome to a home, though.
Right, exactly. Hence is what I was going to get to. So this is
some fruit, but I'm gonna leave that alone for now.
This is where my theory is going to get. So I want you guys to really push back on my theory. So here's Remick, right? Immigrant from Ireland. Vampire in the movie, of course, but when he goes to the door and he's introduced to resistance, the resistance is like, who are you? Familiar but not familiar. Like, what's going on with you? He immediately went to there's some natives out here tracing me down. I don't know, I ain't done nothing to these folks. Could you be so kind as to let me in? What is noticeable?
Called them engines.
Right. What's so noticeable about him, in particular, is how friendly he is off the initial meet. Very respectful, kind of like
he's a vampire.
Yeah. But I'm saying,
so I don't know. So let me know when you're going to transition to what I really watched the movie for, which was the vampire stuff and not the other stuff. So be careful what you're about to say, because a lot of that due to him being a vampire more so than anything else.
I know. But he's very friendly.
Because he has the ability. Vampires have the ability to glamour, so just don't.
I was going to get to that part, but the glamoring side, I don't think this was the glamoring side. It had to be a raw, uncut. I had to see something in you to let you in. You're bleeding. You need help. I know that. But to help somebody, there has to be some form of trust or some kind of familiarity with you to even help you. Right? It has to be something else outside of just being glamored, because you're not dressed up in nice clothes. You're not dressed up in fine denim, where the glamoring part will come later. I thought, for me personally, I think this part has to do with whiteness. This is my theory. Theory.
You're right, because he also acknowledges the Klan memorabilia.
Yes.
In the back.
Yes. Yes, seeing that,
and that's the connection.
seeing that, you got to remember, he's an old vampire. This goes back to what even Ryan Coogler was saying. He's at least 500 to 700 years old, which means that he's pre-colonial, which means that he's back to the times of the so-called Vikings basically taking over and all that kind of stuff, like when the Turks and the Christian wars in Europe and Ireland and all that kind of stuff. That's where he goes back to. So he knows all of this history, by the way. So he's kind of like familiar with how the race dynamic has now came into the fray, and how more than anything, being that we're in America now, recognizing the landmass that he now on, even though I have an Irish accent, you're gonna recognize me as a white man that is hurt at your door, being chased by natives, others, by the way, enemies that need help. So based off that alone, no, I'm telling you how. I told you it's my theory. I want you to push back on it. I want you to kill it.
Pushing back, it's just different positions, but you can look at it that way.
So based off that, you're going to let me in. Number one, because I'm white. I need your help.
Well, if he was just white, it should have been a little easier, wouldn't it? What does that say?
Well, it's not just so much that he's white, DC, but you don't want to end up like me because them engines is chasing me. Y'all can be next.
Exactly. You got to remember, he showed the clan. You got to remember, they showed the clan. He recognized it. Oh, these are clan members. These people that recognize whiteness. Hold on. These people that recognize. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this before you go kill it. These people that recognize whiteness before country, they recognize me being white, so I could be from Ireland, I could be Switzerland. I know. I could be from Ireland, I could be from Switzerland, I could be from Iceland, I could be from anywhere. I could have this accent, whiteness at the end of the day, because of how you guys have reoriented race. That is over everything. You have your nationality too, but I need your help as a fellow white man.
Yeah,
that's the only reason why she let him in.
That was a little too suspicious for that statement. You don't think so?
That's the only reason why she let him in, though. There's no other reason. Because he black person. Okay.
I got you.
Look, listen. I want you guys to have you. I'm saying this is a theory of mine. I know how crazy it sounds. I
think you're right. I think my point is that he's not following. He's not following. You can do whatever you want to do with vampire lore, but he could have given him those powers. He did not, by the way. I was just making a point from a vampire perspective. He did not give him those powers. He just know that the guy, he's been around for hundreds of years. He knows how to talk. Like you said, everything you said is true. I mean, he knows it in the South. He saw the Klan outfits, and he leaned into that. So I'm not pushing back on that part of it. But the automatic part is what I was talking about, because you're pushing it hard. But I'm like, well, if that was true and they said he's a white guy, it should have been automatic. Clearly, there's some white. Well, obviously they fight each other all this. Why am I hearing myself?
Yeah. Here, that possibly. I think that's me. Is it too loud?
Okay, you're good.
Yeah. So clearly there's a back and forth, right? So clearly,
Europeans were killing each other all the time in this country.
That's
not all 100% trustworthy. You're an outsider. You just have to
exactly.
Be white. I may kill you, but I also may kill you.
Let me just say this. Let me say this, and I'm gonna finish up. Right. I'm just gonna finish some sequence. So as she lets him in, of course, I think he's getting in the glamour and all that. He's doing all that pick old Robin clean type of deal with the husband in the back, right? He's already fed. He didn't already healed himself. By the time she gets back there, he's healed already. So when the natives come,
he has good taste. The drink, full.
He full. He drunk off of him too. But when the natives come, you know what I'm saying? Because they see the vultures, right? You notice the vultures kind of like think something dead inside. Yeah, something dead inside their house. The vultures basically told him where he was at. So they go there to the house, and he looks in. He first looks in. He'd be like, "Oh, okay. Clearly he's here." He knows it, by the way. Native, right? trying to walk that thin line because he knows
Well, I think
automatic. Hold on.
I think they're more vampire hunters than anything. But go ahead.
I know, but I'm saying they're vampire hunters, but they're also Native Americans. Paradox. Don't, dude. It's the same thing, bro.
I mean, you can push however you want to push. I'm just saying is that you live in this town. You don't know these people who are popping up at your house back in those time frames.
No, I think DC is. I think
you can run a narrative if you want to run a narrative. You want to run a race narrative.
I'm not running a narrative. I said it was my theory. Ryan Coogler didn't say this. I'm saying that part. Let me just say this real quick, Mike. Mm-hmm. To finish off, the difference is that there wasn't no letting the natives in, regardless of who they were. They're vampire hunters, correct? They, clearly they're people that have a knowledge of the supernatural and understood what he was, and he warned her, ma'am, was there a man that came to your house? What is it to you? They're suspicious across what I'm saying, clearly suspicious across the board. He then went deeper and said, look, he's not what he seems. He's white on the outside, but clearly there's something else to him. It's not just you thinking that you're helping somebody strictly because they're a white person. You think that we're the enemy, that we did this to them. That's not all that he is. But hold on,
you're making.
I'm drifting. Bro. I'm drifting. I know. Hold on. Let me just finish, bro.
That's the. I got
don't
you.
Don't get disrespectful. Anyway,
race man, like Dr. Wells' granddad, you the race man.
That's me, man. Put a badge on my chest. Race man, DC. But anyway, when he went there, right? When he told her, look, he's not what he seems, which means that you've been fooled by race. Back to what you're saying. Just pay attention to my identity. We're chasing something that's dangerous, that has now got inside your house, that has put you in danger yourself. I'm trying to help you. Forget about this uniform or race. Forget about that. I'm telling you, he's not what he seems to be, ma'am. Something that's bringing you and your husband.
He's about to give them eternal life, though. Being a vampire isn't a negative thing from my perspective, just so you know.
You can go into your joint. You go into your joint. I'm talking about how crucial this scene was to me. And then when he said that to her, when he saw that, oh, you guys on that. Hence back to the Ku Klux Klan outfit, there ain't no helping you. When his partner was like, hey, son going down, we need to roll because he'll turn all of us up in here. They know what he could do. They know he can flip a town, flip a city, whatever. They know, hey, we got to roll. We'll come back through later. That's what I liked about it. Like they were on time. They were on a time constraint. Hey, look, first time I'll tell you what's up. Second time I make a second attempt. I give you a little bit more information. Once I see that you're not going to get past this racial thing, I got to roll. I can't help you past that. God bless you.
How is it a racial thing? They don't know vampires exist. There's an underworld that's happening. There's a whole world.
What I'm saying, Paradox. That's my point.
You're doing this is just.
That's my point.
Actually,
that's my point.
No.
You missing the point, dog. You missed it. You missed it, bro.
I'm missing it on purpose. No, I know what you're trying to. I'm not missing shit. Actually, I know what you're trying to say. I'm just attacking what you're trying to say.
You missed it. Yeah. Now go ahead. I'm not gonna say nothing.
I can go along to get along to all y'all to be my friends, but I don't give a fuck about that. That's the difference.
Man, you my friend anyway. I don't give a damn. It ain't nothing you can do about it. How about that? Ain't a goddamn thing.
We boys for life. We good, of course.
So go ahead and say what you got to say, man. Go ahead and do your thing. Do your thing.
I don't have.
I'll let Mike.
I don't. No. I'm not gonna do what I want to do with that. I'm gonna let you roll with it. That's the way you're saying it from a racial perspective, how you feel and your knowledge and your history. I get how you're spinning it. I don't even have the energy to introduce it a certain way, because I would introduce the entire movie very differently, right? Because I didn't watch it the way you watched it. That's why I watched it twice, and I also listened to a couple of a couple of our philosophers also have a conversation about it as well, and
Okay.
they went just as wild as you went with it.
You probably
What's
said
that
you
professor
probably said
name? Doctor
you probably said it.
uh
You said DC go run
Kaba,
wow.
Dr. Kaba.
DC go run wow with this. He go run
I
wow.
was listening. I was for 3 hours listening to Dr. Kaba. I mean, is it Doctor? He is a doctor, right? Dr.
Yeah,
Kaba.
Dr. Kaba. Yeah. I know you're talking about Dr. Kaba. I didn't know he had a review
So,
on it.
oh yeah, he got interviewed by somebody. He did about 2.5 hours on it. I thought it was interesting because I couldn't because of how I've decided to set myself up as far as perspective on some certain things. I'm not going from that perspective, and so I knew it, the way you was excited about it, which is why I watched it a couple of times. I knew where you was going to go with it. I'm looking at it from just a vampire, you know,
So what's your vampire take on it then?
crazy fan. You know, I love vampire stuff. So
purely vampire take, purely what was the whole scene from some?
But I want you to finish. No, I want you to run through the whole movie though, because like I said, from a vampire perspective, it's just not the same conversation. It's a totally different conversation. So I don't want to break from what you're. I don't want to break from what you're doing.
I don't think so, by the way. But we'll come back to
it. If you're pro black or if you're conscious, what you're saying fits. Because of course, you know I have someone here who is all over it. So I already from there.
Did you already argue with?
For 2 weeks?
You already argued. Oh my God. You just can't. That's why you be so fine. By the time you had already worked out your arguments and stuff like that.
No, like I said, I just looked at it from. I was just trying to look at it from the rules of because with vampire movies and vampire shows and even books, you can there's really technically no rules. Obviously, you can kind of do what you want to do with it. And so he followed. I just give you this one piece, and I think he's going to do a part 2, and it's going to be what I want.
I think
I personally prefer a vampire movie about vampires, not about the food or the cattle. So I don't really care about humans. You understand what I'm saying? So just from going in and watching it, I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that, right? So the scene where they're in the barn.
Yes.
Right, and it was more about the human stuff. I would prefer everybody in the barn to be vampires, and that the clan came in there and have a whole different movie, obviously, of course. So that's just so you understand where I'm coming from with it, by the way.
But he could not have gotten that movie past Paradox without the vampire context being the justification for fighting white supremacy. He couldn't have Michael B. Jordan just killing white people, just randomly like John Wick. That just wouldn't work. Right, even though that's essentially what would have happened anyways in the South. Right?
I mean, that's an assumption you're making. I guess I don't know.
No, that is
left. He's in Hollywood. I don't know. They do all types of stuff for black people, from my understanding.
No. There's no such movie of black men just running around willy shooting white people up to fight white supremacy. That just ain't the case. I mean, I don't know of any.
Well, I'm not even talking about I'm not even talking about all that stuff the words you're using right now. I'm not even talking about all of that. I was just saying that he could have did a movie from a vampire perspective. So I'm just giving you one example. It could be however he wanted to do it. They could have been vampires. I would have preferred that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. No.
So when you saw the natives there, what was your take on the natives being there? Why you think that she was so resistant to letting the natives in than she was eventually letting Remick in?
It depends on how you want me to push it. I mean, he is a vampire. The thing is, he's a vampire.
Okay.
So his job is to get into spaces for 500 years.
Number one job. Number one job.
Yeah. So him trying to run a game is what he's going to do. So that's not that complicated.
Yeah.
Because he has a force. He has a dark force with him.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, that is what it is, I guess. What was your other question though?
On why you think they?
The natives. They're vampire hunters, but I mean, it's vampire hunters. I mean, it's an energy that they're coming up with anyway. So I mean, if you're a regular old country person in the field somewhere with a little shack, and these people pull up, strapped up, wrapped up, ready to roll,
they got shells on, and they got like the little like they look
And so if you watch or read any vampire novels or you look at any vampire movies, it's always when you're dealing with humans. Especially if you're a vampire hunter or a vampire itself or a werewolf or whatever, you're always trying. It's always apprehension dealing with humans and trying to get them to understand, believe things. They don't believe until they see it. I mean, he did at least show that, even though they still had a hard time processing it. That's how it's supposed to be, by the way. And so you're rushing. At least if there was law enforcement, it may be a little bit of a different conversation, of course. But you just being some random people just showing up, especially at any time. But any of those times back then, I mean, you don't really know what's going on in the world, just generally speaking, in your own area, for that matter. And so some randos just pop up, talking about we're hunting. And like you said, if you want to apply that race on top of it, some native people hunting a white boy. You can even throw that on top of that, right? If you want to even layer that on top of everything you're talking about. Obviously, they're going to be like, what are you talking about? What are you even saying? Remember, he started talking in his language, and he started talking about, so we pray for you, and like, what are you even talking about? That was very heavy information for some two dumb country people, by the way.
Yeah.
So you're asking for a lot in a very condensed amount of time. The sun's already up. He's already in your house. They're trying to get in there, and it's a lot of moving parts there, of course. But like you said, I'm not going to push back on the layer of them being natives, them hunting down a white guy on top of all of that. He didn't really show that. He could have made that more apparent, but he didn't do that. But he could have, of course. He really didn't. He just let us, run our imagination with that part of it, of course.
He kept it to the point of, if you didn't know nothing about vampires, he used the perfect language, I think, to just say there's danger with that person.
And by the way, they didn't ever say it was a vampire. So he didn't even say that. Get into those details.
That's what I'm saying.
He didn't say it was a vampire.
Huh?
So they were still doing some he was still kind of playing on they wasn't necessarily upfront with it. They kept it sort of mystical.
But I think if he said, do you don't think that would cause even more alarm? That maybe that trigger would have got pulled?
It would sound even more ridiculous. Actually, it would sound more ridiculous. I get it. Trust me, I get it.
Okay, so him saying it the way he said it, it was perfect. Actually, the dialogue, the Native American dialogue was some of the best. It's as short as it was. It carried so much meaning to me. It was so.
But there is no way you can tell a human being that this thing exists that's in stories. And matter of fact, those people are probably illiterate, so they don't probably even know about those stories coming out of Europe in the whole vampire.
That's a fact. Absolutely, yeah. It's straight up pickle.
At least when you do, at least when they do more vampire movies, more modern time vampire movies, they can at least say, that movie. They can at least give you that, some kind of reference.
The only book that they probably read is the New Testament of the Bible, man. That's pretty much it. And most of the time when they hit a New Testament, it's probably coming from somebody reading it to them instead of them reading it themselves. So, yeah, you're right about that. Okay. You have anything else you wanted to put on to that? I put my thoughts out there.
I mean, that's just more of a vampire. How they just do vampire stuff normally.
Yeah. That's
generational stuff.
That don't really contradict what I said, by the way. But I get it.
It doesn't. It's just a different layer. It's just layers. It's different layers. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah.
And he knew he was going to provoke what he was going to provoke the way he did it anyway. So he knew what he's doing, obviously.
Did you see how he put his hands up, like when she answered the door? And then no, he did it twice because he's like, when he said, I think he said something like.
But you grew up watching westerns, though, right?
Of course.
Kind of keep this the more related.
Yeah, the rifle.
So you think about Western movies, 1800s, early 1900s, and Western movies. How
everybody's suspicious. Everybody's suspicious of everybody.
It ain't necessarily a race thing. The race will play a dynamic.
That's my point.
Obviously, but only to a point. Ultimately, it is about, you're on my land. Who are you? I don't know you. I got to deal with you.
Okay. You're kind of making my point for me, but I'm not going to push it. I'll push it later because later is very integral to what we're talking about now. That's the reason why I wanted to make sure that we talked about this part about his talents, because I think his talent is to always get into spaces that he's not generally invited to. He's generally not part of these people. He's not part of that so-called group. He's learned how to find whatever clue that he can see. The music, right? He plays the music. We can relate on this. Look, hey, friend, ain't no need for that. Like he's just he's the most dangerous person there. Hold on, he's the most dangerous person there, though.
He is trying to turn you into a vampire at the end of the day.
But that's
okay.
And
I don't want to lose sight of the movie itself.
And the reason for that is when we get to it
is the reason why I think that he has that talent, by the way. So we can move on. So now that we got that done, we know who Remick is. We know from the previews and stuff like that, this is the vampire. This is how he basically come to fruition. Mike, before I move on to the juke joint, did you have anything else you wanted to kind of say about that scene at all?
No, I think we covered it.
All right, so now we're going to juke joint. So we're gonna go to the part where basically call it ancestors and basically him basically calling out to also where they say there's a description because before that Delta Slim Del Rolendo's character is explaining to him how the music basically has transformed every culture. The human being has been able to relay messages both from the past, present, and future, speaking the same language with the people that grow up in these particular tribes or regions of the world that can actually put out this music that was so universal that it can cross over into time, space, continuum and break the veil, what they call the veil of the spiritual realm, and how we got this internally. We brought this from home. This don't got anything to do with this Christian folklore or foolishness stuff like that. This comes from us, from the soul. We brought this with us. So from you can imagine.
Celtics.
You can imagine, right? Because no, they have it too. But you can imagine crossing over from the water, entertaining yourself or singing, whatever your particular songs are from your tribe or from your people that you have back home. They brought you comfort to kind of have you deal with the passage of people dying, which were basically white
and getting dominated by Christianity and Catholicism, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because when Catholicism and Christianity took over Europe, of course, the goal was obviously to destroy all of their ancient beliefs, their clans,
all
their tribes, pretty much to destroy everything.
Right.
Was the plan?
Exactly right.
And killed millions of them, or to get it done.
Right. Exactly right. And if you think about, just as an aside, Catholicism, when they send mercenaries in, they normally send missionaries also to kind of soften up the people and to have them worship the so-called God, to kind of have that kind of curry favor, because it's hard to antagonize someone that is basically trying to share their so-called religion with you. Also, it defangs a person. It makes your culture, whatever you believe in, your belief system, if it doesn't hold up as being something that can kind of put out into fruition and make things real in your reality. That's the reason why Christianity just dominated the world. Catholicism and like I said, the Turkish, and you had the Turkish and the Christian wars during that particular time period also, where Remick was coming about. And if you notice, just to skip forward a little bit, when he knew the devotions prayer, but he knew the prayer that they were speaking about, Lord, my shepherd, Lord, shepherd, shall I want, green pastures, where he basically said that gave me comfort, right? And these men that took over my homeland, they sung these same songs as they ravaged us and raped us and did that stuff like that, but it still gave me comfort, just like how Christian songs gave comfort to the slave, and the slave was being basically raped and ravaged by the people that sung these so-called songs. I mean, Ku Klux Klan, those are Christians, right? These are people that's burning crosses in the middle of your yard. These are devout Christians, people that go to church every Sunday. So there's that. So I mean, it's a lot of similarities between how the world was viewed. I think that was not that doesn't go without saying when I looked at it. So that was something that was very, very deep when it came down to it. But anyway, so cornbread, which part do I want to go with first? Do y'all want to talk about the whole part where they're doing the dancing and the music, basically showing all the different time periods and stuff like that? Do y'all think that's worth even speaking about? That's sort of self-explanatory.
Well, I think if somebody didn't see it, they probably wouldn't know. But for context,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
He's tapping back into the ancestors and bringing it back forward, even into the future. That's where that Jimi Hendrix comes in all of the rock and roll and stuff like that. That's the whole entire ways of knowing piece from an Africana lens, right? And so he's tapping back in. He's embellishing it now, and then it's pushing itself forward into the future. So that's the Afrofuturist piece that is being told in that segment.
What do you think about that part where they basically going back and forth in the future?
It was okay. I get what he was trying to do. I'm not sure if, I don't know. I don't think it fit, but you know, it's a good shot at some things. It gives people some information, but I don't think it fit the movie, honestly.
Well, I think
I get what they were trying to do, but I don't know.
No, I think it fits the movie because of during slavery how people used to hum. You know, if you go back to like Haiti, when the Haitians were organizing, they would hum these tunes and they would actually get into dance rhythms and things like that. And so I think in that small segment, what Ryan Coogler is really trying to articulate is that the tapping into your ancestors and tapping into where you came from came all out of Sammy as he was playing, as he got deeper into the music.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess. I don't know.
Well, you remember at the beginning, right, where they show like old pictures of when every culture did it. There was always there was the ancestral spirits, and then there was also the evil spirits that came around too. That was drawn to that energy because of the song kind of made them get them closer to life or the life force of these people celebrating within these neighborhoods. You know, with the joyous celebration of those kind of celebrations at parties, weddings, those gatherings where people are at the height or the happiest that they be in lifetime when they do these celebrations over the time in Imperium. It kind of showed how also when you are at your highest moments, there can also be darker elements that are around that can cause mischief or things of that nature. That's something that was written into it, because you can see where, I don't know if you guys picked this up at the very beginning. I don't know if this was supposed to be Remick or somebody that turned Remick. It showed like it was like it didn't look like a vampire. It looked more like a demon, but I would imagine that it looked like Remick towards the end of the movie when he basically turned like his full form, basically.
Yeah, because he's in human form, but if he's an older vampire or vampires, they're not humans, obviously.
Right. That's just a shell. Clearly, it's just a clear shell. Right. That's not really what that form is. Yeah, naturally. Yeah, true. So I think that was the reason why it was part of it, because the singers and that brought it out of them, because they're the in between. They're the undead.
I'm not mad that he put a lot of that in there. It's just that it's just so much shit with music in this country. It's just, I'm more bothered by what how music has been bastardized off our music, what has been done to it. So my mind runs to that and not more of the positive side. But no, I get what he was doing though.
Okay, so yeah, I think that, and then I also recognize where he did, like when the song like the roof is on fire. You don't give a damn, let that motherfucker burn. And the thing is that how it looked like they were just outside. It was nothing else out there. So that's how it was back in, I guess prehistoric times, where everything was outside. You could see somebody celebrate, and you could see there's this energy that's generating from that area, and it become very obvious that that's happening. So that's what I'm saying. Like the building or whatever is covering the building, the music pierced it so much to the point where he could just, what Remick was seeing was just clear it was not even a building there to him. It was just these people celebrating, you know, how they had to set up this and that other. And then once they went back and showed the second shot, it showed that basically the barn was still there and these are people still inside the barn doing the, you know, in the juke joint doing the thing. It was interesting that they showed it, how they showed there was no kind of barrier there, and then they showed the barrier back up once.
And I read that would have preferred him to just stay into Black American in our situation and not attached to certain things. But again, I'm not gonna be offensive and touch on that stuff. It is what it is. Bro.
I think that was the draw, man. From I want to get into that right now, actually. So, of course, we have the part where there's the inner dynamics of what's going on inside the actual juke joint. So, of course, Sammy does his thing. He sings his song. The veil gets lifted. Remick is recognizing what's going on there, so he's on his way there. Him and his crew, the racist Ku Klux Klan couple, they're in Tulsa. There's three of them going into the area, going to visit them and try to see what's what. So Sammy and Pearline, they're having their little thing, so they're going back and forth. At the same time, Stack and Mary. Stack and Mary. So Stack and Mary are going through their little thing too. So do you think you guys want to talk about their whole deal, or y'all want to skip through that? That's like kind of like the romance part or whatever. They do their thing. Basically Pearline and Sammy, they go back and he does his tongue twister thing with her, get her hooked up. And was that Stack? Stack was there to see that. So Stack was like, yeah, check out my cousin, all that kind of stuff. he got a kick out of that because he would tell, like you said earlier, Mike, he told him, this is what you do, you know what I'm saying? You just get that center, then when you get on that center, you just keep going until they just explode, and then you got it. You go have you one. So
yeah, and she had never had that before. This is a married woman. She had never had that before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Are we talking about the one that's married that went to the club, right?
Yeah, Pearline is the one that's married. I think that's her name. Yeah. Pearline. Yeah.
Now, do you consider Pearline a part of the? You don't think there's something going on with her as far as her connected to something else?
I do, but I don't know.
I wasn't sure if she was tied to spirit. She's into some spiritual. I don't know what she's into. I'm not sure if that was a. I wasn't sure that was a kind of a cut and dry thing.
She was a singer, sort of like on the same level as Sammy, but she stayed in the church. But it was in her though. That's what I'm saying. Like she could have went blues.
Right.
He brought that out of her. He brought that out of her.
And it's like they recognize each other as being kindred spirits. They're relatable. They're soul.
She didn't have any background, and like it's like she wasn't a part of no cults or no spiritual anything, or
no, she was part of the church. They knew of her that she was.
I know she went to church. I knew that part, but she was very sexual when she got there, so I wasn't sure if she
was man
tied to something else
too. Very beautiful woman, naturally beautiful. But
that's typical of a venue like that. That's typical that the dude that she spotted earlier that day, she ran into him again. That means that there's something there, and so that he brought that out of her when he was burning it down. So.
So what else did you think that was there, DC, as far as just?
Hold on, let me see something real quick because I'm trying to see. Was Pearline a church? Was she a blues singer? I don't think she was a blues singer. I don't think that's the case. I think he said she sung at the church, right? At the neighborhood church. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that he know that she could sing too. That she's a good singer.
Clearly it's not her first time going to no juke joint either.
No, absolutely not.
Right, and she's clearly experienced as well.
Right. Maybe so. Maybe she is a blues singer too. I thought she sung at the church, so I stand corrected on that. Yeah. I thought she was at like a neighborhood church or something like that, if she was known to sing, but
Well,
she
she's
could be
not.
a blues
She's
singer.
clearly not naive. She's on him. I look at it from the opposite way. She's pulling him. He's not pulling her. But that's just how I see it.
No. That is what happened. No, clearly
Yeah.
she chose him, not him choosing. Not
He's a kid. He don't
didn't
know
have enough
shit.
confidence. Yeah, he didn't have enough confidence to try to go with her like that. Yeah, no doubt about it. But
Because
anyway,
he hadn't figured out, what he didn't want to be a part of the church. He wanted to do his own thing, but he had not figured out what that thing was going to be. He's still trying to find himself. She had already been established.
Yeah.
Right. And Unc, as uncles always do, is getting them ready. I love all that stuff.
Right.
Because that's the real reality of how things work.
Yeah, that was
Pseudo
very...
bullshit on the internet in 2025 with these goofy motherfuckers trying to give advice to niggas is crazy.
It's the underworld.
That's funny. So all right, so they doing a thing, and of course there's the back and forth between Mary and Stack, and of course she'd be like, well, you put your tongue down, down there, you did me so hard that I lost my mind, blah blah blah, so she went through that whole ordeal with him, and Cornbread see these three white people come up. So this is where Remick is walking up here now to kind of introduce himself. Now, like I said, he has a talent for introduction. Isn't it his introduction game for being in spaces to where he's not?
He's a vampire. Don't forget that part.
I am not forgetting that part. I'm still just saying that he has a very, very
So would you relate him to a guy who's not a vampire but has a way of moving into black spaces who are not white? I mean, who is a white person, basically, is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. Where he's not part of the group, but he's comfortable here. He doesn't seem to be out of his spectrum.
Eminem, all those guys. We can just list.
Yeah, he's invited to the cook.
All over the place.
What I'm thinking is he's invited to the cookout. Yeah, like
the white guy that dates the black chick.
Those
guys.
The black women. Yeah, exactly.
You're putting it in that frame. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, there you go. But black women want to invite him in.
Look, you got niggas saying, why is he? How is he even here?
White women. I mean, not white women. Black women want to let him in off the gate. He cool.
Yeah.
He cool. Let him on in. He can sing too. He can break dance. He gonna be break dancing and stuff. He can rap and rapping.
But they normally come through black men though. But I got you.
But that's Cornbread, right? So Cornbread it is way. Hold on now.
White boys are around black men who are letting them into spaces, really. By far.
True.
Not even close.
Cornbread is the one watching the door. He's big, tall, but everybody knows Cornbread anyway. But I thought it was funny because he sees them, and it's almost
matter of fact, there's too many successful black men that have very close relationships with white guys. Yeah. Too many to keep count.
It's just, and where are they at when everything falls apart? Where are they at when all those things fall apart? Where are they reach? Where is their?
I would give you 50. I'll give you 50-50 on that, but I got you.
Right.
I'll go 50-50 on that.
All right.
That ain't no automatic.
All right. So anyway,
just depends. Just depends what we're talking about. We talking about Hollywood. If we talking about Hollywood, you're on your own.
Remy walks up.
You talking about white Jews? You're probably on your own.
Let's get up to it. Remy walks up, he doesn't initially ask to come in. He said, "Hey, there's a party." He's kind of like he stated the obvious, right?
Yeah, they were trying to come to play in the segregated South, right. And everybody knows better.
Right.
You go on your side, and we go on our side.
Yeah, you got a whole other track. Now this is back to the biracial girl being in there now, because they don't get hurt then. But Cornbread is having this conversation with him. He'd be like, well, I don't, we're not gonna be able to let you on in here now. So, you gotta, turn around. It's not that don't even worry about it. So I guess there's some commotion going on back. I guess a guy is scheming. Another dude, he got funny dice or something like that, or it was a dice game. Were they playing a dice? They were playing a dice game.
Yeah, dice game.
And the dice is funny, and he's scheming off the top, and is that Smoke or Stack? I think that was Stack that handled that situation. Smoke is upstairs. So they go and get Smoke and Stack to come to the door to see what's up with Remick and them two. Hey, just put this back in the microwave for me, okay? Yeah, the microwave. Just put it in the microwave for me. So they go talk to them too. So hold on. First, there's something else that happened before then. I'm trying to think. Is this before? Because I know in between the scene, Remy and them walk up. He introduced themselves to Cornbread. Cornbread and him and going back and forth. Wasn't there something that happened between that scene between Stack, not Stack, because Stack was the one that got first, right? They got there first before Smoke. Because Smoke was upstairs. Because one of them were not there at the beginning when Remick was talking. Or were they both there?
One was upstairs. That's true. I can't remember though. What scene are you? Where are you at right now? I'm gonna look it up.
I'm talking about when they first introduced themselves. Before she went back outside the second time, because you remember he denied them entry. He's like, nah.
No, they walked up trying to. They want to play there.
Right.
You talking about
But
that?
it wasn't Blues.
And it was only one brother that was talking.
There was only one. Yeah, there's only one brother that was talking to him, not the other brother. Was that
other
Smoke?
brother upstairs?
Yeah, so that was Stack there, basically talking to them and told them, hey, you can go across town or something like that.
Hey, get out of here.
Yeah, don't, you can't come through here. And I think he pulled the gun. He was like, you know how to do that, my friend. You remember he was just like, that's not, it's not like that. We cool, but we're not that cool. No, just leave it in the microwave. You don't have to, you don't have to do that, my friend. I remember that part when he was just kind of like, yeah, be cool. Don't worry about it.
Well, like you said, I think, and also you're dealing with, and you can push back on how you want to push back on, is that you're dealing with a time frame where black males are becoming men on some level in the modern world.
Right.
And being what you call a man is to protect and die.
Right. And
we're transitioning. I wouldn't say we're transitioning. We've been there the whole time, but we're just gonna live in that little time frame. Is that you knew what it was? South, no matter where you were, as far as who you are, you know what the situation is, and you have to be in that position, right? Ready all the time. And you know what's so funny about it is that it's unfortunate that the docile end up winning. By the way, I won't go into that right now, but definitely unfortunate. By the way, the get along group is what ends up being the winners and all this shit. But we won't talk about that, right? I don't want to be offensive. But like you said, you had people coming from the north, coming back to the south. The people already in the south, men specifically, who understood what it was and wanted to stay in that space. I just hate that we ended up going the other way. Unfortunately, I get it though, but it's unfortunate because a lot of us had the right energy. You don't trust. You protect. You stay strapped, and this is what it is, regardless of who you are. But especially you guys. Especially.
So they deny them entry. They leave. They go back into the juke joint, and then Pearline goes up there do her thing. And as she's doing her thing, I'm sorry, Mike. Did you have anything you wanted to say on that? Or are you good? I don't know if you're still there, but anyway. So they go back into the juke joint. The Mary is in there. She goes in there and she chops it up with Stack and tells Stack, oh, because he did show him the money. I think he showed him the money, right? He showed him the money. They saw the money, I think.
Right.
Or did yeah. Anyway, so she was just
Yeah,
like,
he put up some old gold, ancient
yeah,
gold,
some old,
probably from
yeah, pure gold.
England
Yeah.
or something, yeah,
Right.
or from some pirate ship. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, it looked very old. But he he was like, I give you this, and of course you
But
could.
those are your tales about him being a more of an older creature,
Right.
basically.
Right. Been around for a long time. Yeah, been around for a long time. And when she was just like, okay, I could go outside, see what's what with them, and see if everything's legit, and we could play it by ear. So of course she goes back outside, and they're out there, they're playing a little Irish dilly, whatever, and the song is cool, but they're kind of like drawing her in, and he sees the kind of in between a longing that she has, where she's sort of like stuck in a space of being stuck in between two worlds, not being so-called black enough, or in one world, and then not basically feeling white enough on the inside. She may look white, but she doesn't feel white. So
State of double consciousness.
yeah, and he could see the duality pulling her, kind of being a strain on her soul, and he kind of plays to that a little bit, and that's what I'm saying about his talent.
Is that what you saw?
Yeah. Oh yeah. As he talked to her,
Mhm.
you didn't see that? Oh, you just saw it as
I don't
just
know.
him.
I don't know. Was she? What was she doing though? What they did talk about that a little bit, right?
Because they were singing a song, right? They were singing a song about.
No, I mean is that didn't they discuss was she being white sometime and then going to the black space, or was she only doing black? I don't remember. Didn't they discuss it or joke about that or something when it was at the train station? I can't remember.
No, she had a white husband, if I'm not mistaken. She was married to a white person.
Okay, she was married.
Yeah,
Okay.
she was married. Wasn't she married to a white man?
Yeah,
I think
she
so.
she did not like being with that dude.
She didn't like being with him. Yeah, that's
No,
what
what
I'm
I
saying.
mean is that you had people who, because of as times were changing, you had people who at this point at the lower levels where you could pass, and there was no necessarily there was no investigations, obviously, because the world had opened up more. So I was just wondering, was she staying black, or was she moving back and forth? That's what I was saying. I wasn't sure about that part.
No, clearly she was raised around them, so she was around black people her whole life.
Right, but was she using her skin? Was she using her skin to get access to give black folks information, or was she using her white skin for herself and fronting as a white person when she's in those spaces? I just wasn't sure. But they go into detail about how she was operating. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, she operated in daytime as a white woman, basically
Oh, she
putting
did.
on that mask.
Okay.
So
I wasn't sure about that part.
she's from a black community, but she operated outside of that community because she's married to a white man, of course, as a white woman. So she's putting on that
she was
facade
married.
all the time.
She married him as a white person. I got you.
Yes, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know. It's not the 1800s yet. So
No, it's not. But no, she clearly was passing as a white person.
Okay, so she was trying to pass as a white person.
Because that's why he was just like, woman, don't talk to me. You remember he was saying that to her, like, don't.
Yeah.
You talking to me? These people gonna get suspicious. Like we know each other. Like that was secret. Yeah. Remember? Yeah. So that's at the train. So mostly, like I said, her relationships were clearly with more so in debt with black people. She put her mask on,
but she was moving back and forth. That's what I was at. That's what I was
the
at.
way she looked, that's
moving
what I'm
back
saying.
and forth. Yeah.
Because remember he's saying your soul is being torn apart. Remember he's just saying you want community. I know you do, and I can make you one. I can integrate you into this vampirism where that doesn't matter no more. Where it's almost like saying I don't see color, right? You know, with the white people, I don't see color. We're all one people. with all this, with all that. That's what his kind of vampire. That was his kind of charm, his kind of glamour. Because I think he did glamour her. Don't get me wrong. He did do this vampire thing. It was all incorporated into that. But it was clearly leaning on.
Yeah, but
that
he didn't
part
get
where
they
she
didn't
was-
they well Cougar didn't give him a lot of powers as a vampire. I mean, he gave him some stuff, but
What? I think he was very powerful, actually.
no, what I
Different-
mean, no. What I mean is that in most vampire scenarios, almost across the board, for the most part, glamour is a major part.
Oh, you're talking about
But
just where it's like Jedi mind.
just
You're going
just straight glamour. There ain't no depth to this. I control your mind now.
I got you.
And so
I
he
got
didn't.
you.
He,
Yeah,
he didn't really. He didn't give him that. He gave him that power through speaking. But
Yeah.
I don't think he didn't actually give him that power. I don't think in the movie. You could,
No, not to that
if you
level.
want to push it, you could say that's what he's doing, but not. He didn't really do that. He's
Nah,
using
nah.
race in the South as his positioning for everything, and her being biracial and all that type of stuff. So
Yeah, because it's all part of it, right? It's all part
Yeah.
of the narrative of what he was trying to put into the movie.
yeah,
Like sinners and all that, that kind of thin line, that veil. Those who not sin cast the first stone. We are basically all sinners, all human
Yeah.
beings. Anyway, there's a lot of deeper connotation to it. Anyway, what I'm saying about Remick, when he recognized that in her, he said, your soul is screaming out. And she said, I think he said something like, well, we don't need none of your baby. Like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. He just kind of like, he knew he was going to be able, because she was outside. He knew he was going to turn her, but he was kind of like wanting her to get, I guess, more on board with it. So
yeah.
by the time,
Like you said, depending on some, obviously, like from a vampire perspective, obviously a lot of vampires want to convince you.
yes, convincing is a big part of it. Yes.
Generally speaking, when they're convincing you, though, they've already glamored you, so you're not really making
Right.
a choice. But again, that's a different. He's not
Right.
really doing on that. He could have, but he chose not to. Obviously.
Right. I think he's glamoring her, but that is the power. The power is not the same as you see in most movies where they
No,
pretty much can just control the mind of a
Yeah.
regular human being. Yeah.
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 You're mine now. You do whatever I say do. I could have you sleepwalking across the highway if I want to.
Anything. Yeah.
That
Anything.
kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't too much indulge in a lot of the vampire stuff. Too much, really.
I think he did. I think it was more in the social side of it, because, like I said, when we get to the part where you get to the part where he adapted all of the powers of the people that he
But how big
basically
of a vampire
murdered.
head are you? I don't know. How big of a vampire head are you?
I'm deep, bro. I'm deep
Okay.
in it. But I'm
Okay.
saying everybody he turned, he made into his community. That's what I'm saying about I don't see race. It's
Well, when you turn,
integration.
when you turn, it's automatic, of course. And he did tap
But that's-
into.
But that's the vampire lord.
I feel
too.
what you feel
are-
as a turn. Yeah, of
Right.
course. Yeah,
So
yeah,
you're
yeah.
now part of my family. We are now
Yeah,
one
yeah,
of the same blood, because now you have my blood. Because it's not just turning you. You got to basically suck some of my blood too for you to become the vampire that I'm going to make you, right? So it's almost like my blood that's in you now is the same in turn. So now my blood basically predominates you, which turns you.
Well, whoever
into what I am.
whoever turns you, he did stick to that part. Whoever turns you, you feel everything that they feel, basically. Yeah.
Right. And not only that, you carry their memories.
Everything. Yeah.
So
Everything.
you carry their thoughts, so they know. So
Yeah.
now it's almost like it's a group consciousness thing. We have
Your
created
hive mind. Yeah.
we have created a group. I'm at the center. I'm at the top of it, of course, because I'm the one that turned you guys, but we're still all a community. That's getting back to the point where he's saying you want to belong, you want to be somewhere where you're part of the same thing, and I can help you with that.
Yeah, even like you said, even the hustle that he was running is very vampire-ish, but he did it through the context of race and in that time frame. But it is still the same. It's still the same push. It's just I want to turn you into a vampire. I don't care about other shit really.
It's still
I just want to drink blood at the end of the day.
It's still to the turn. I have to survive out here. Yeah. And I need a community to survive. I do. Being out here by myself is hard. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. Because you can't bring me people. You can't. I mean, I'm out of community. Because think about it. If he doesn't have, I'm pretty sure he probably dealt with multiple groups. They build a vampire den, he survives one. He builds another vampire den, he survives one. Because I think he can stay in Sunlight a lot longer than all the rest of the people that he turned. because he's older, you know, so he
Yeah,
can
and
stay in
he's not
sunlight a little bit longer than they can.
and he's
When
not
they touch,
attaching it.
when the new people touch sunlight, because they're so new, they haven't been turned that long. They're dead primarily walking around. They're gonna turn to dust immediately, damn near like within 5 seconds. They're gone. They're burning. They about to burn. You know.
It's a lot harder to kill older vampires. Yeah, and
Right,
he's not
right.
giving. And he's really not giving us any. He gave us a little bit of stuff. I won't say that.
Yeah, he
You know,
did. He gave some
he on
lore.
a he on a very tight budget. It's a 1 day, 1 night type show, really. So yeah, I know there's some limitations there.
Yeah, yeah. You can only get so much information in the time period that they gave it. But yeah,
But the next one he's going to do, he made so much money off of this one. They got to give him another one to stretch out that. Yeah. But anyway, I don't want to jump to the end, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So I saw that part right there where you're stuck in between, but I'm giving you the out between the in between, and I'm giving you where we're going to create our own community. We're going to be our own family, and we're going to be able to live this way forever. You don't have to worry about none of this stuff anymore. You know, this stuff that you're dealing with, which is the same thing that he sold to the larger group, but in a much different way.
Well, it's a vampire narrative, just generally speaking.
Right.
Yeah.
From a vampire and racial narrative, how it kind of.
But he can twist them together because of how he's doing the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. So that happened. So she goes back in. She's turned clearly. So Cornbread sees her at the door, and he's like, "Man, where you going?" She's like, "You gonna let me in, Cornbread?" And of course, he lets her in, which means that sometimes you don't know what happened. You don't have all the information. He lets her in unbeknownst to him. He doesn't know who she is. This and that other. So it was a clean infiltration. Nothing really wrong there. He lets her in. She was in before. When she gets in, she takes a beeline to Stack, and then she convinces Stack to kind of go to the back room, tell them that she
already smacked. She had a relationship with the other brother, though, right?
Nah, Mary was just dealing with Stack.
Okay. I got lost on that part.
Smoke was always upstairs. Smoke was always looking at the venue from up top.
I don't know why I thought she went at the other brother, but I got you. She went with the one she already messing with.
Nope.
I got you.
The closest that happened where they crossed females was when I think Stack is the one that tried to turn Mary. Not Mary, but Annie, when they once the barn got infiltrated later on. But of course, she gets in there. She starts to talk with Stack. She convinces Stack that we ought to let these people in. They seem to be good people. Blah blah blah. They can play music. But before they do all that, they get into it and they start getting they do going. And I guess this is when the situation happened between the guys fighting. So this is the part.
Well, this is more the vampire. This is more the vampire
right.
stuff.
So this is where the vampire stuff starts to happen. So of course the fight goes on with the dude getting the funny money.
It took damn near an hour.
Dice. Right, hour and a half.
Over
really.
an hour.
Yeah, hour and a half. Then that's when Stack tells Sammy. That's Smoke tells Sammy, "Hey, get my brother," and he's like, "Hey, he busy. I ain't gonna get him." He's like, "Man, you better go get my brother." So that's when Smoke goes to the door to see them doing the do like Sammy did, but the only time what happens here, he sees Mary biting it, just salivate. I mean, she feeding good too, boy. She eat. Do you think she would have stopped? But she was about to dry. She was about to suck this dude dry.
Drink him dry. She is a young vampire. I mean, again, they're not following the rules, but as a young vampire, depending on what storyline you look at, they say vampire lore,
and they say having sex kind of heightens the thirst or whatever. So she probably would have went ham because they were right in the middle of doing it, and when she bit him, she right in the middle of a thrust, and so she's like, "Yo, I'm about to kill this."
But depending on how you write it, you can drink too much and kill, and you can't turn. But again, he's not getting into all those little details.
Right. But that's what I'm saying though. Like it looked like she was gonna stop, until Smoke busted up in there. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So Smoke busters up in there. He sees her, and first you could tell he's just shocked about what he's saying. Like, is this real? I like how he paused because it wasn't like an immediate. Oh, I'm forced into action. I know what this is. He literally pauses like a regular human being was. Like, damn. Okay, what am I looking at here? Is this woman? Is that? What is she doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was
Right.
just like, he was
Right.
like, what is going on here? And then when it clicked, he's like, yo,
now you're in the underworld. And
now
so
you're in the supernatural world.
Everything
Clearly,
switches
yeah.
over. Right.
Yeah, everything switches from what you thought you know, you don't know. So yeah, now there's new knowledge that's going to be put to the forefront.
Right. Which he
So
really didn't explore. So I'm thinking in the second one he explored. I wish they all were vampires, to be totally honest with you. But that's a different concept for a different day.
You mean from the very beginning, all vampires?
It could have been at any point. Honestly, it'd have been much more entertaining for me personally speaking. Because I prefer vampire movies than human movies, but it's all good though.
No, I got you.
He could have turned them halfway through. I don't really care when, honestly. It could have beginning, middle, whatever. Yeah, and turn into a whole another thing about, I like the whole idea of eternal life, but you never see the sun again, and just that whole process of dealing with being a vampire, the loneliness of it, the thirst. That's way more interesting to me than like just the human being stuff. I don't really care about that too much, honestly.
I would imagine that they're gonna follow.
But I think if he does it right, exactly. So I think if he does it the way I hope he does it, because the brother who survived turned, that he's going to give us he could give us a movie just on their life to get
how they survived.
Sammy, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, in Black America too. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be crazy. 70, 60 years of history right there, whatever it is.
Yeah.
60 years of history.
Yeah,
80,
it was to the 90s. So 1932 to 1992. Yeah. 1993, 1992, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So being a vampire, traveling the world, or just being in America and figuring out how you're going to write that storyline would be interesting, honestly.
So I'm pretty sure they have turned plenty of people and survived.
Right.
And had covens and maybe destroyed people in the middle of that, like some real Interview with the Vampire type shit with them two. So they probably got stories for days. But of course, like I said, she turns, he lights her up, he shoots her, of course. She springs up like nothing hit her, and she's like, "We're gonna kill all of you guys," and all the eyes are kind of like glimmering with that kind of funny light, and then she runs up out of there and runs outside. I don't know why they run outside when they're already inside though. Isn't that kind of weird though? But I guess she had to run outside because she's scared. Like there's too many people in there. She wouldn't survive being in there by herself.
Right.
Yeah, but other than
that, like you said, they're not getting into them learning their powers, learning their strengths.
Yeah, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. She has no idea.
Not even doing. He's just going raw with this movie. It's good. It's a good way of doing it. I'm not like I said, I'm not mad at the way he did it.
But it does show the newness. She knows that she got shot. She's still living. She's got the shared mind a little bit.
But she don't really yet. But she hasn't yet figured out that there's something else, and they're gonna.
Yeah, she doesn't know, but she doesn't know at this point.
They ran away. Yeah. She ran away.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
So clearly, there's still a disconnect with understanding what it means to be a vampire and how to function. Right. And how to operate. You need an older vampire, obviously, to teach you that type of stuff. Obviously.
Yeah, to give you even more so than just even if you get flooded with all this emotion and knowledge, you still gotta have some kind of.
And you can do a movie and don't have no white folks in it at all, and you can just do black vampires and black regular people and what that dynamic looks like in America. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do as obviously the producer and a writer. You can approach it however you want to approach it, of course.
What you got on it, Mike? You've been kind of quiet. What you got on this? Those couple of scenes.
No, I think that I think you guys covered it pretty well. Yeah, cornbread. Goes out, takes the crap. That's typical nigga shit, man. So
that was the next scene, because then once she runs out, of course, cornbread is already out there by that time.
He's supposed to take a piss, but he's
in the mid. Yeah, he's at the same time because he asked where he's at. So yeah, you're right.
And I wish they would have. And I wish they would have gave. What's the sister name that he ended up smashing at the house with the baby situation that died? I wish he would have gave her more power. So that part, he should have. She's inexperienced and she just knows about stuff. But I wish it would have had her. I wish she would have wrote her in a way to where once she saw it happen, then she, you know what I'm saying, she snaps into like, I
Yeah,
was
her
taught
powers can kind of manifest a little bit.
he did a little bit of it, but not.
Yeah.
He could have made her a lot more powerful because again, technically, when you're fighting vampires, especially young vampires or even old vampires, their level of power, there really is no fight, to be honest with you.
True.
That goes back to what I told you before about the human thing. When you do the human version of the movies, the versions of those, you have to make the humans kind of be equal in some level to the vampire, where they can actually somehow get physical with them. But really, that's not a real thing. You know, like you literally have you shouldn't even be in the mix. You're not in the mix. You're food, basically. But I'm not mad at it though. But it is funny watching that more of an old school style movie when it comes to that. You know, like you really gonna fight a vampire? That's ridiculous. It's insane, really. You know, but it's it's fantasy. It's all good.
Right. So at this point, Cornbread been missing for a minute.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and start off the Cornbread scene. That's my favorite scene, by the way.
I don't know why it's your
best
favorite
scene.
scene.
I think it's one of the best scenes of the movie, though. Really.
I love that scene, man.
I always love vampire movies for those scenes, by the way. Which is, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you have you seen From yet? It's a series on some network.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
very similar, right? Where you're trying to convince them to let them in.
Yeah,
in different ways. That's a totally twisted film. I love that crazy film, that crazy series. It's always interesting because that is a dilemma in life all the time, letting people in or not letting them in to your life, relationships, whatever you want, however you want to move that, family, friends, people that you meet or whatever, and letting them in or not letting them in. It's very funny.
And they're dressed up always as the most friendliest people, like school teachers.
Yeah. Salesmen are the biggest vampires.
Salesmen, yep, exactly.
Trying to sell you a fucking vacuum cleaner or sell you some fucking insurance. Coming to your fucking house back in the day. Remember that shit? They don't do that no more though, but back in the day.
With a permanent smile on their face and shit. Yeah, exactly.
Selling the insurance remember the door-to-door salesman, all that? I'm glad that shit's over with.
Kirby salesman, man. I couldn't stand it.
Kirby salesman.
I used to hate that they used to make people do that, man. Make them bring on these fake smiles and listen to Get Rich and anyway, but yeah, Cornbread comes back from taking a leak. Hey, here's your cornbread. I like how they turned him though, because he was just like, Remick whisper. He's like, hey, I love you. Hey, cornbread. Hey, look at you. Get some cornbread. I was just like, what's going on here, man? Like, what? He looking at the stars. He's like, man, what's going on out there tonight, yo?
You can come in whenever you want to come in. Ain't nobody saw you from coming in.
They threw a cornbread up, boy. They were feeding good on
cornbread. That's probably the most vampire scene in the movie, honestly. Really.
Right, but it also pisses off the twins as to why, or at least not the twins. Which twin was it? I
think it was Stack, right? Wasn't it Stack?
Yeah, I think it was Stack. And so it pissed him off that he had left his post. Which
that's right, he did leave, right?
Yeah, because he went to go take a leak. But it left the old man there.
Yeah.
With the harmonica to watch the door. Right. They're drunk.
Yeah. He was mad. They were mad about that. He was like, you left him at the door.
Right, which allowed Mary to come back in.
Yeah, man, that was crazy work. It's so many things with that because number one, he left his post. He didn't leave nobody there that's trustworthy enough in their eyes to keep it.
You think we can play without getting clipped?
Oh,
let's play this. It's 90 seconds. Let's see can we get away with it.
Okay,
let's
3
hours in.
All right, let's see, man.
We can get away with it. It's such a funny scene. Such a good vampire scene.
Pause real quick, just for me. So that part right there is what I'm saying. Like how she looked at him, she knew it's not the cornbread we knew. You're not our cornbread anymore.
It's the eyes. She feel it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So she could see through him. So she's a seer. She could see it. she know that ain't our cornbread. That ain't him no more. It's him, but it ain't him. You know what I mean? Like he's a different version of who he is now. You know what I mean? So go ahead, you can play it. This is the good part though. I said he got it right that back. That right there, when he just kind of like he's sitting up there explaining to them like, you know me, man. I'm your boy. You know what I'm saying? I'm cornbread, man. You gonna treat me like this? Just let me win now. Don't what's all this trying to gauge me from here, bruh? Being kind to one another, man. They got this scene, man, where they all babies, bruh. If you ain't seen that, dog, that shit is hilarious, bruh. They're like, it's like literally a scene with all the characters from this scene, but they're all babies.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, bruh. It is too funny, man. It's the exact same scene. They just got everybody as babies, even Delroy Lindo with the grown old man face, bruh. That is hilarious, man. And when I think about Delroy Lindo, he always looked the same. He's been looking the same, so he couldn't have been that old like in '92, like Danny Glover. These dudes were like in their 30s, like they were like in their 60s.
And now when they're at that age, they look like you said.
They look their age now.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy, bro. Him, and
he is
Danny Glover.
He is a phenomenal actor, like Oscar
terrific,
level,
bro.
Like
all the everything
terrific,
he plays in, bro. He is
bro.
fantastic, bro. There's no doubt about it. He is fantastic. Yeah, that's probably the most vampire part of the movie, man. But that part right there, he did his thing, and he basically stole the movie, bro. Like everybody remember Cornbread. Everybody know what Cornbread is in the movie, dog. If you gonna remember one, you gonna remember Cornbread, dog.
Every manosphere has a cornbread.
Off the door, letting anybody on in here. Yeah, that's
claim to be conservative.
Oh my God, man. Yeah, that's the biggest claim, man. Fake conservatives, man. Me and Paradox were talking about that the other day.
Clearly the vampires are the Democrats, right? We good on that too, right?
Yeah, actually, that's actually kind of a good comparison.
Yeah, in this sense, I guess you would be right. But the thing is that
the white liberal.
The problem with it is that the racial side, that Klansman side, doesn't allow the real to come in because they're so fixated on race.
Klansmen aren't Democrats? Uh-oh.
Of course they are. Of course they are. But I'm saying that it continues to strengthen the vampires because they can hide behind that. Think about it. Remick hid behind that. Think about it. He used that to his advantage, right or wrong? Right or wrong?
In what way?
Yeah, you're right. I got you.
When he went to the door to get let in, when he was getting chased by the natives, when he saw time they were on, okay. That started the
I
whole
thought you were talking about in the juke joint. Okay, yeah, with the white people, he played on that.
But he always played on that though. You got to remember, he was the one that was doing the hiding to get access. Once he got access, he's the strongest person there. Just like I would say, the white liberal is the one doing the devastating. They're the one dominating the white conservative. That's a fact. Hence the reason why the culture has leaned that way. But if you put it into the four-way, it would seem like the person that's doing the most bitching is the one that's the strongest. But that is false. That's not true. The one that's doing the most is the one that's asking for stuff. So that in turn are basically turning into the bitches that they complain about. So they complain about basically black women getting benefits, black people getting certain kind of benefits. Basically, it's better to be a black man than it is a white man. When you start to do that and capitulate to that, then you got to ask, well, who are the people that's in charge that's taking your rights away? Well, that would be those liberals over there on the other side of the street, right? Well, once you get to the doing part, well, you lost to those blues in the Civil War. They kicked your ass. Right or wrong? They beat you down, right?
Yeah.
See, when you put it into that kind of, because you got to get to the doing part at the end of the day. You still, me and Paradox, we agree right there. You got to get to the doing part. That's the reason why we knew. Hence, you know, a lot of people kind of jumped on us jumped on me because of the whole Donald Trump, you know, this not going to win thing. But when we said that he was not going to, that he wasn't going to end the so-called conflict with Russia, everybody was like, "Nah, that's going to happen." Now where we at with it, right? Because you got to get to the doing part. What's the name? Ain't your friend? Putin was never Trump's friend, not the way he thought it was. Not what he's mad about. Now he's mad about so-called relationship that he thought was real. No, he is an operative. That's what he does. He's a person that manipulates to get what he wants. Yes. That's what I'm trying to tell these dudes. Like, you misunderstand. You got to have a strong stance or don't stand at all. Everything else is manipulation. You think he's friends with you? You think y'all cool? You talk like y'all friends or something. Oh, you know, yeah, me and Putin, you know, I could talk to Putin tomorrow and we'll end it.
24 hours. Day one.
Anyway, but we're off that. I'm not gonna get into that, man. But you know, that's so yeah, I would capitulate it too, but you gotta admit that the weaker side of it is the one that's bitching about it all the time. So the weaker side of the white so-called manosphere that bitches all the time about what women are doing, those are the ones that lost. Those are the ones that are not willing to sacrifice and fight for what they want. They want to use everybody else as proxy. Black men, black women, everybody else. So they want to even use us, just like the white liberal want to use us. But they want to use us without getting no benefits. You ain't in power, son. Even when you in power, you're not in power. How crazy is that? How crazy? That's what I'm saying. That exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. There's levels to it, but I'm just saying, like, the stuff that you was looking for them to end, like you're trying to take all this stuff away, and we're still moving forward towards the so-called liberal stuff that y'all talked about we was trying to end in the first place.
The higher level conservatives agree with the liberal movement, but that's a different conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. There was no disagreements.
It's levels, yeah.
Right, and the folks who chose a side chose their side, and the folks who didn't choose a side ended up with those white liberals.
I keep messing with DC. I said Trump's definitely a feminist, but anyway, we don't got to go down there.
You ain't messing with me. You said that for them. These guys believe that he was so-called a staunch conservative.
He was liberal.
Yeah, exactly right.
I was talking to my pops. Like he's like, oh, he's gonna like
feminist.
Yeah, he's from New York. People he rubs shoulders with. He don't know no true conservatives.
Why would you say that?
I'm saying the people. I'm saying he knows them, but I'm saying the people that he rubbed shoulders with coming up originally were all Democrat liberal people up in New York, who he funded and who he donated to. That's what I'm saying.
But who's in the circle right now?
Oh yeah, now it's conservatives. Yes, of course, because he switched it. Once he realized that he would get more leeway running Republican, that's why he switched it. But when he came up, he wasn't really all that conservative growing up. Like I'm in Western Pennsylvania, where I see conservatives, Trump don't really match them. I always peep that and everything. Like his aesthetic is more liberal, but he leaned into that conservative side, into the ones, like you said, the people that are bitching and complaining, and they're wants in need. And that's what he did. He basically pulled a Riddick. If you want to be for real.
I think that was our point.
I'm glad you said that.
No, I'm disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. I agree.
That's my point. The power dynamic, because you think that is one way, it's really the other way. You think it's really one way, but it's really the other way. It's almost like when Bane told the dude, "You're like, when
you think you have power over me?"
I'm sorry. Can you hear?
So you have money. You think that gives you power over me?
Right. Exactly. When I could just take your life at any time, like you're nothing to me. You're just used for access as proxy. Now that you know further use to me, I'm gonna treat you as the powerless person that you are. You're powerless to me. Period. You were the fool that allowed me to get access. You're the one that got manipulated, not me. That's the short of it. See, it's like people got to understand where you at with this, but it's just it's so deep. To me, this movie has a lot to do with relationships and how power dynamics work, and race is part of that. And I think that Remick, the way he is, and what he was propositioning was community.
Yeah.
But community that had a cost to it. We could do this, but there's an extreme cost. You're going to be not the same, so you're not going to never be a part of what you were before.
You're coming
So,
basically into what I am.
right. So even thinking about even somebody that, you know how like Black Americans struggle, well, I'm not African, you know, and what you're saying to that particular deal is that we're so far removed and we have so many different bloodlines going in and out of us now that we're not tied to one particular thing outside what this nation is and what this nation has told us that we are. That's what we can attach to, and that's why blackness means so much to us now, even though it was used to keep us in this so-called box of mistreatment. It's so many different things that I took from this movie. That's just me, but that's just my theory. Like I could go down a rabbit hole in a heartbeat and be just totally wrong, but
So
that's how I see it.
So going back to the scene, he takes out Cornbread. Cornbread gets taken out. Asian girl's husband, Chinese girl's husband, decides he's going to go out there too.
Yep.
Not just yet. Not just yet. She told after Mary was shot, they didn't see Mary get shot, and they said what's going on because they were back in the kitchen, and that's when Grace, the Asian woman, told her husband Bo, go start the car running, get the car running, because she said we already made our money and did what we need to do. Same thing crazy, we need to go, because she, if you notice, remember, her husband Bo was actually friends with Smoke and Stack. She was iffy on them, and you see that she ran the Caucasian store while he ran the store for the black people. So she was only in fellowship with them for the money and everything also. So she was there just for the benefits and what she needed to do, and that's why she was so quick to leave as well. Am I coming through?
Sure.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought my internet was messed up.
No, you're good.
But I remember because she told him, because Bo was going to stay the whole night with them, but she got because she told him no, get that car before they had an understanding of what really was happening. So in that instance, like, yeah, that's when it happened. And I also wanted to say, I did, like, on some minor things, I did notice, like, the way Stack and Mary's relationship, he did use her to his advantage, and that was also his sin, because they mentioned, like, when they were talking about the money with the wooden coins, I remember he was talking about paying for money, like, would you let a John pay with what nickels or plantation money? So hell no. But it also goes into that he was a pimp while in the system when he was working with the Italian mob. From the way he speaks, he was a better spoken one and could actually get deals and change people's minds in a lot of ways. Where Smoke was more of the business mind and more reserved and for more action, physical action. That's one thing I also did like. You could tell by who they associated with their outfits, because Smoke had the Peaky Blinders Irish Mafia with the Irish beard, and I was going to say Stack had the Italian 3-piece suit with the sunglasses, and he brought the Italian wine and everything. So that's one of the details I always liked, and they were responsible for the St. Valentine's Massacre in Chicago, where they put the Irish mob and the Italian mob against each other. So I thought those little details were also really good too in the movie. Just my little 2 cents right there.
No, indeed. So at this segment, Cornbread is done. Or at least in that segment, he's no longer a viable character. they have to go back inside and take the garlic now. Am I correct?
Not just but there was a few more things that would happen. I think after because after that cornbread scene where they shot him, that's when they got confirmation from Rivik that they were vampires and they were after Sammy for his gift,
right?
And everything, and I think that real good dancing, the Rocky Road Dublin scene, that was really good. That was actually another example of him synchronizing the two cultures because they were river dancing. But did you notice the black people around them? They were moving the counterclockwise circle. They were doing a ring shout. So he was incorporating both cultures, and they also did with the song because at the end they put 808 drums. At the end, they were saying how he was trying to synchronize both cultures to make it what he likes and everything. So they were Irish. They were doing the Irish jig and everything, but he also found ways to incorporate the ring shout when he was dancing in the center, basically. So, and I think after that, that's when they really had a conversation. And I think Annie was the one. I remember Paradox said she didn't really have powers. She wasn't really the most powerful person there was Sammy, but he just didn't know his ability. She was a root worker, so she had the most knowledge. That's why she thought they were Hanks and everything at first. And then she realized they were vampires. I think after that, that's when they ate the garlic. There was something that happened between that, but I don't remember. But that's when they really did eat the garlic, and that's when they started getting prepared, and she started doing her divinations and everything.
He pistol whipped Sammy.
Sammy, yeah, because Pearline wouldn't eat that damn garlic, which she was tripping.
Yeah, she should be tripping after what Sammy did to her. So,
eating some cooch that walked 1,000 miles, I'm good on that. But hey, young.
Hey, man, you got to get it how you live, man.
Back in those days, goddamn.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, man. I mean, she acknowledged it, but
yeah. I wasn't mad at her. Yeah. But I really, honestly, I ain't gonna lie, I really appreciate the first half of this movie. I like the vampire stuff. I just like the storytelling that he did to set this all up. That was really good. But yeah, after that garlic scene, that I think that's when I feel like we're missing something else that might happen. I can't remember. If y'all want to continue where y'all at.
No, I think we're at the right position right now in the movie. The next character to die off is the Chinese man.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything else is sort of like just strictly vampire lore. Then towards, I mean, we could talk about the subplots, but we could just kind of like just hang around right here and just kind of talk about these parts and then other parts of the movie. We can go back and forth. We don't have to stay stuck on this part, but we're to the part where we need to be at. So y'all can go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, with some of the spiritual stuff, my family actually practiced hoodoo. They didn't call it that at the time, but I can clear up some of the like spiritual stuff why she thought she wasn't sure because she thought they were Hanks, which is from like the Gullah Geechee culture and everything. And all like that's why she always wear blue and stuff like that. But I think it was interesting that she did have the knowledge. I do agree with Paradox. I wish they did clarify her knowledge and more of her background, but I don't think Ryan really didn't want to go into that for some reason for a lot of times. I mean, a lot of the movie.
I think Ryan's roots are like Geechee, right? Geechee culture.
No, he's from Mississippi. He's from Mississippi.
By way of Oakland, though, right?
Yeah, but the second Middle Pastures a lot, and during when the expansion when they bought the Louisiana Purchase, a lot of the Geechee did move forcefully from South Carolina, Georgia area to that area. So that's how a lot of it spread over from that area. So like the actual mistake when they said she was from Louisiana, Annie should have just been from maybe the East Coast or just Mississippi in general, because that's where like hoodoo conjure work and all that originated, and all like that. Because, like I said, honestly, if Sammy knew his full ability with conjure, he could have actually took care of the vampires. Because I don't know if you ever seen the piano player, the new the Denzel Washington movie where he had his son in. In that scene, she did something similar to Sammy to warn out the evil spirits by calling her ancestors by playing the piano that was from her ancestors. Remember, that guitar that Sammy had was from from Smoking Stack's father.
Yeah, the uncle,
And,
which party was a blues player, most likely.
But yeah, and he could conjure up, but I don't think he realized he had demons because he would conjure up, but he didn't understand it. Right. In my opinion. Also, like I think everybody in the cast had spiritual powers because they spoke a lot of the stuff into existence. I don't know if y'all remember at the train station. I want to say Stack told Mary to go to hell, and she said, "You too." He said, "Don't worry." So you'll be in the room right next to me, and they spoke into existence a lot of times. A lot of the stuff they did, a lot of the stuff they did, they conjured their the words in existence. Like my grandmother would say, "Don't say certain things because you can speak them into existence," and a lot of stuff. So like a lot of that culture stuff, even with the blue houses and why they were wearing blue was to warn off like evil spirits, because blue represents running water, and evil spirits and vampires aren't supposed to be able to go over running water. They hate blue and everything. So it's in that esoteric way. That's why I really appreciate it, because it reminded me of growing up a lot of ways. Because my family's from like Savannah, Georgia, rural Georgia area, and we brought up a lot of that stuff. Like my grandmother did herbs and all like that, but she was Christian though too. So it was an interesting thing growing up and all like that. So it was really like, it was really interesting to see like how the connections were with the family and how that they had these abilities. Because even the pastor, Sammy's father, had abilities, but he just went to God and to Christianity with it.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't want to lean into secretism or ATR or anything like that, which would have made this movie way more interesting, by the way. Way more interesting.
So at this point, they show up deep outside, cornbread and all.
Yeah.
They start dancing, but then the Asian dude is the one that convinces her, because he's not in his mind, so they messing with her mind.
Mm-hmm.
And she the one that starts the fight off, basically, right? She let them all in. Come on in.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got extra emotional because they threatened her child.
Right.
She didn't want them to get access to her, so she figured that she'll take a chance on trying to kill them instead of just having them just terrorize the town, which in essence would basically have her child turned into those things too. So yeah.
But my thing, I don't think Rivik was so obsessed with Sammy, they were never going to leave that juke joint. Like he was so blindly obsessed with him that those were threats, but they never really they wouldn't even had enough time to actually get there and destroy all the town.
Yeah, it's too far away.
Yeah, it was too far away. They wouldn't have been able to get there, no doubt.
Yeah,
she didn't know that though. She wasn't thinking in her right mind.
And also, she realized that she sent her husband out there to die, so she was so guilt with that. That's why she said, "I need to kill him myself."
Yeah.
But it also, I think some people said it also represented how other people can come in your house and take that are guests and try to take authority and dictate what they should do. Like somebody that's an outsider, that's just a guest, where they somehow have the ability to speak on what should happen in the culture and everything. That was like,
I think that's a little extra sauce, and I put extra sauce on it earlier, but that's I heard that too, but I never felt that way about what she did. I think it was just clearly just trying to, like I said, she had her own thoughts about what she wanted to do. Clearly, I mean, she wanted to try to save her daughter primarily, and that's what she thought that was the best way of doing it.
And that was, like you said, that was a little bit more of your vampire. I don't want to say glamoring, but that's where he's in her head at that point, though, through the husband.
Yeah, that white devil spoke Chinese.
He's sort of making her insane, obviously.
Yeah,
on
she
some
lost
level.
it. Because think about it, she's at a time period where none of these white people or black people knew Chinese. They had their own Morse code out that motherfucker. Like,
Mm-hmm.
nobody could decipher what they were talking about or write about. Think about it. If they writing in Mandarin, could you imagine how that looked to people that speak English and do regular mathematics?
Or people who can't read. People who can't read.
People that can't read, they're like, what are you drawing here? They're like, what is this? So they had a whole different, they had a third, deeper level of communicating with each other that we just couldn't understand, for sure.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. That's why I said like she was. That's why I said they played both sides. They were like a lot of the Asians at the time played middleman for the black community and the white community. So
I would say Jews by far way more, but I got you though.
oh no, yeah, only in this movie in the Mississippi Delta.
But yeah,
in
just in this
Mississippi
movie.
Delta, yeah.
I just want to throw that in there. That's all.
Oh no, that's all through history. They play both sides throughout history. They the middleman of black people and white people through history, and good and bad. Shit, when black people running shit, they did us favors, and white people running shit, they doing them favors. That's just how they move.
So Chinese girl, Chinese woman character has now been eliminated. Who's next to be eliminated?
Well, it's a free for all now. I think.
Well, we got to talk about
the
how I was going to say the conversation that Smoke and Annie had. I want to say that was actually interesting that he promised he would kill her so she wouldn't turn, they could see their daughter. I thought that was actually a really good conversation, because also she didn't want Rivik to get her knowledge of what she knew also.
True.
So that's why that's one thing. Like she said, kill me because I want to see my daughter, and he can't know what I know, because once she turned, he knows all the herbal medicine and the spiritual work that she does.
He knows how to tap into the knowledge way quicker than somebody that's new that's doing it. So he know how to tap in real quick and get that knowledge. So
yeah, so that's why, and the whole goal, because I think it was who bit her? Wasn't it Stack that bit her?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, how they crossed over. So yeah, Stack was, and Smoke saw it too.
Yeah,
he was mad because he was on top of her, like in a sexual position. You know, when you bite somebody like that, it look like you.
Yeah. Also, because the whole goal, that's true too. But the whole goal also was to turn her, because if he turned her, they were going to get Smoke automatically, because the whole goal is to get all four of them to live together.
Yeah, he wanted his brother to be with him, no doubt. True.
Yeah. Then I think Delta Slim died after that, and he sacrificed.
He sacrificed himself. He dragged them all in with him. He took a last bit of that gold swagger.
You want that old Delta Slim? Go to Delta Slim. I'm going. It's funny how that Caribbean and that Mississippi accent kind of intertwine a little bit perfectly. You're like, yo, you want to take Dr. Slim? You going to get that? Oh, that's Delta Slim. I love that. He can act though. He's
Delroy Lindo,
fantastic actor, man. He really is, no doubt about it.
He getting more notice lately. I noticed like a lot more better roles, because he was always like a second. He was always a character actor, but like now he's getting more roles where it shows his acting chops.
So at this point, he set the trap. Delta Slim set the trap. Sammy goes upstairs. He jumps out the back of the window, right?
He was about to. Then Rivik showed up. Sammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's when the twin brothers, because I think it was Stack versus Rivik. Then his brother came and they fought each other.
Yeah.
Then that's when Sammy fell out the back and started running in the water. Yeah.
Right.
Then after that scene, because they showed the fight and they showed the purpose of the Mojo bag. because Stack couldn't bite Smoke because the bag that Mary created protected him, was protecting him. So it was just like you don't know, you ain't supposed to know what's in the bag, so it just repelled anything that was the evil spirit, and that's why I think Stack was stronger than Smoke, but he just couldn't overpower him. That's when he switched, and that's when the scene ended and went right back to Sammy when they were in the water, which was a powerful scene. So like,
Yeah, it's like the I like that scene because at that point, that's when they're singing the Lord's Prayer, and everybody starts to sing it, and it has different meaning for
everybody.
But as he remember it, it's the song of his oppressors, just like it's the
Mhm.
song of our oppressors, and it's just like the way they kind of combined, and it's just like, he said that song gives me comfort. You know, that's crazy, by the way.
Yeah.
The song gives me comfort. It just it's almost like, you know, using it's the same thing as Andor when we was talking about what's the guy's name that's on Andor, the leader of the crew. Well, anyway, the rebellion architect, I would call him. Basically, kind of one of the architects of the rebellion for the rebellion. He was saying, I'm forced to use my master's tools to destroy them, you know. So I become something else. I become them to do this bidding, you know, and I'm a lesser one of myself. You know, what do I give? I give everything. And this is kind of reminding me of that, like, like we've been kind of in this song and dance for the longest, man. Like, you know, when would it become total outright? Look, this is where we at. This is where you at. We got to get to the doing part again. Like, we got to get this settled, and we got to get to a resolution that way. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting, though.
Yeah, I know so many Christians that hated that scene. Like, oh man,
yeah, but
because it puts them in so much conflict. It puts them in so much conflict. And my only thing is, well, no, that's true. They always bring up Ethiopia for Christian. I'm like, that's totally different. That's even a different kind of Christianity, if you want to be for real, than the one that we practice here. So I like that. Don't really. It counts, but I'm like, that's a whole nother side of Africa, which if you want to get into that. But like, I look at it is because I was that kid in church. I always questioned everything. So like the pastor and deacons used to be mad at me all the time. So for me, it never bothered me none because my grandfather didn't go to church and everything. So and I used to stay home with him sometimes. So like, he would teach me to question a lot of stuff like that. So I always look at it like, why are we doing this when this was forced upon us? And it was just like the question, well, you just don't question God. I'm like, well, I'm not really questioning God. I'm questioning the religion. And that's when they said, all right, you need to go home. So I didn't go to church after that. For real. But I thought that scene was very powerful. And it just is, like you say, it gives us comfort because yes, there is hymnal songs in certain aspects of church that I do enjoy and remember, but I also remember how we got here and how some of the church, like how the church uses some of the tactics that the slave master do to keep Black people in line a lot of times. I always just find that just such an interesting contradiction, or if that's even the right term, interesting predicament.
I think the most important part is not what something is; it's the vessels that it's used through. So,
yeah,
whether you call it Allah, whether you call it Jesus, Jehovah, God, Yahweh, the spiritual underpinning that is of the vessel that's expressing that deeper spiritual connection to the other side, if you want to call it that, is basically what is tapping into, not necessarily the person that's using it for manipulation. People can manipulate all of it. It doesn't matter whether it's part of our group or your group. They can still extenuate it and use it for power concerns because they know how powerful we are as far as people that can tap in and make other people do things. That's why I'm so hard on people that can influence other folks that they know they're telling the wrong thing to do, or nobody challenged them in real time. So when you challenge that ass and you punish them, then everybody can see, look, they're not no superhuman person. They're just telling you whatever it is, because you don't have the foresight, or not the foresight. You don't want to challenge your view plus theirs, because that's where you get it from. It's really their view instead of yours. They have imparted their particular thoughts onto you, which is something that, you know, we don't never want to do that for anybody. We don't never want to take your thinking away. Like, you can disagree all you want. That's fine. That's
you mean like blackness, right?
Yeah, that too. Absolutely. Same thing. Yeah, it's all used as an apparatus, for sure. Yeah, it's weaponized.
Yeah. No, I definitely think there's some remix in the space. You know, maybe not pale, but definitely melanated remix. So yeah, so at this point, Sammy is fighting with the guitar against Remix, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. He was baptizing. He was baptizing Sammy. That's another funny thing. Well, during the Lord's Prayer, and this in the one thing, the guitar, basically, you can want to say his ancestor saved him, because the silver. I don't even know what that part of the guitar will be called, but the little inner part, he hit over his head, and it hit him at the right angle where it basically inserted this. Yeah, tore into him right at the angle with that silver part of the guitar.
There's a quick silver in it.
Yeah, and that gave Smoke the right time to find a wooden stick and impel him right through the heart at the right time as the sun was coming up.
Yeah, that was a double whammy. Remy couldn't get past this one. Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
So as he gets the, you know, he get his release. He get the sweet release of death now. He gets to release everybody else that he entrapped into his, you know, his false delusion of a so-called family.
Yeah.
And
that's it. Was sad.
Just like the sad part of integration falling apart, not seeing that it actually worked here in this country. So it all burns down at the end of the day.
Yeah, and none of them crossed over. They just ceased to exist.
Yep. You no longer exist, because what you were before, you no more. So what can you go back to? You go back to nothing, you know. You extinguish with him. So
did we skip past old girl Pearline getting taken out?
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, she sacrificed herself after Delta Slim. Yeah.
He named Pearline after the club too, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, he named the club after Pearline.
Pearline, yeah. That's right. Yeah. And I think that with the after scene, the scene that I like the most is the last one. People had different reasons why he sung this little light of mine. I think what he decided was, I'm going to keep this guitar, I'm going to play blues, but this little light of mine that I have that's on this side of the coin, I'm going to let this shine. And I'm going to let everybody see, you know, my talents for what they are. Because he has seen both sides. He has like a duality, a balance. He knows the spiritual side, church, whatever that is. And then he also knows the dark side, the full dark side of what it could be with the spirits and stuff like that. He's fully aware. So he's saying, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. So that's what I took from it towards the end when he sung the song. Him making the decision to go ahead and play the blues instead of going through church. He kept the guitar from there.
That was definitely interesting. What about the scene when they killed the vampires? I'm surprised. I'm trying to think of any vampires I've looked at where if you kill the main guy, all the other vampires die. I'm trying to think. Have I seen that before? Have you seen that around?
No, that's normally what happened. But that's not what happened there. See, because if they escaped, if people was out of the sun, they wouldn't have died. They would have felt the pain of him dying. But they technically wouldn't have died.
You would just feel the pain of your creator dying, but you don't die.
Because they were all outside, but Stack and Mary was actually, because Stack and Mary was inside.
Yeah,
They were
ran
inside the
away.
juke joint. They were inside the juke joint. That's where they
Oh
were
no,
the
no,
whole time.
no, they ran away. The credits showed them running away at the end. When they
Oh yeah,
first,
yeah,
when they
that's right.
first
Yeah,
started
that is
running,
right. Yeah.
they ran. They escaped. They wasn't inside at all. They were out of there.
All right. And
Yeah,
like you
they
said,
got bait.
since they are newly turned vampire, they're naive on some level too. So they're
Yeah,
not thinking
so they went
self-preservation.
somewhere. They went somewhere
They're
and
just right
hid.
there with the critter. Yeah.
But you notice though, Smoke and Mary did have more individuality though. He churned them, but they were more on their own because they really wanted it. They really wanted to change where
They were
everybody
strong
was
willed.
forced.
Yeah, they were
So
strong willed too.
yeah. So like it was for them, they could resist Rivik. So basically like as because they all followed him wherever they went, but Smoke and Mary, because they basically were strong willed and they basically were with it until it wasn't in their favor no more. So yeah, basically they're the new people. They basically in charge of their own vampire horde. That's what I kind of got, that they changed people with, I ain't gonna say with consent, but they probably eventually made their own little horde or society, and it's probably not as invasive as Rivik, even though they're vampires. That's hard to do. That's what I kind of took from it.
Now, what's your racialized thoughts on the black folks burning up with the white man, and also after that when he decides to go and kill the Klansmen as well, right after that scene? DC, I'm sure you got some spin on that, right?
Yeah, I think Smitty has some feedback.
Sorry.
Yes, Sean the H says that y'all skipped the part where the movie circled back to the church scene with his dad at the church and Sammy scarred holding the guitar. No, we didn't. I don't think we missed that part, Shonda. We were trying to figure out how Sammy killed Remick. I think that was a final part that we had left off on.
Yeah, I think the next scene is them getting ready to shoot up, and then they doing some cutbacks to what was going on before, and then at the same time showing them go to the church as well, all at the same time.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it was a cutback showing Smoke. He couldn't even remember his brother would light his own cigarettes and make his own cigarettes.
He couldn't even roll a cigarette.
Yeah, and that's when he took off the mojo bag, his protection that was protecting him through World War I, the mob, being a mobster in that whole night. He was basically ready to go after that. So if you know, he took off his mojo chain, his mojo charm, and was ready to die. But he also wanted to get his revenge on the clan because, like I said, they were dead no matter what, for the most part.
Right, because the clan was preparing to come there anyway that morning,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah, because that was a killing house. They basically would rent it out and kill. Even though I thought, from my understanding, I thought they kind of expected them to come back. That's why they said that's why they asked. They had those guns in the trunk. That's what
I think they already knew. I think everybody's already heard about what they've been doing.
Yeah, so
he was ready for it.
That's what made me think. I'm like, but like, even if they're there, they kind of like they said, don't bring your clan folks. And then he said the clan doing this. They didn't believe them. They knew what they were going to do. So that's why I thought, like, was it really a surprise once they said, oh, they were going to come back and kill you in the morning? That's why I said, like, I wasn't really shocked. I'm like, the dude was obviously the Grand Wizard, and they didn't believe him at the time. So I'm like, that's why they had all that heavy machinery with them. But you know, I guess for some people it was shocking, but for me, I'm like, nah, they ain't gonna just let you have that land, especially in Mississippi. Like at that time,
Yeah, Ryan, he didn't give you a lot of that, but like you said, you had to have a little bit more catching on to some things. I think a lot of people just didn't catch it.
Yeah. Go ahead. Whoever's speaking.
No, I think this is the part where Sammy gets in the truck and drives off. All right.
Yeah, because they're cutting. Because at the end of the movie, they're cutting back and forth. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
cutting. Yeah, it's all happening at the same time, basically the way he did the edits.
Right.
So he's back. He's walking into the church at the same time they're cutting back to old boy, shooting the clammers at the same exact time, and cutting back in the past as well.
Yeah, and especially the whole white. It was kind of a spiritual moment because after he took out all the clan members and everything, she didn't call him. She called him Elijah, so she didn't call him Smoke no more. She said, "Put out that cigarette. I don't want none of that smoking on baby." Basically, telling them to leave all that stuff you did in the past and come over and transfer over to who you really are instead of being Smoke. Be Elijah, because that's what your daughter basically need when you're passing over. And I can say she was wearing all white because in Bakongo tradition, white means death and spirituality and everything. So that means she passed over with the child and everything. And that's where his story ends right there. Then it goes to the credits and it goes to Sammy in the club.
And even before that, is also cutting to the kid where he's making a decision too. Does he go to church or does he go? And then he's getting ready to start doing the blues because he's making it. He's processing everything as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you think before that he left his brother alive? Did you expect that? I kind of thought he did, but I didn't think he was gonna come back.
I wasn't even paying attention, really. Yeah. You mean as far as him and the girl?
Yeah.
Running off. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it.
I thought that was a good, and getting Billy Guy too, or Buddy Guy. I'm sorry, Buddy Guy. That was a good touch on the movie.
Yeah, it was a good way to close it. It was a good way to close it. But that was my point at the beginning of the stream, was that the only way Ryan Coogler could have got away with, blasting away at Klans folks like that was through the idea of a vampire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought that he slipped that in there perfectly. Because when I went to go see it, there was a lot of white folks there, but they was cheering for that. And I was surprised at that. I was looking around like, where am I at? But it was definitely some white folks that were cheering for Michael B. Jordan's character to eliminate them folks.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of surprised at that, but I guess there's a social justice lens to that they, for this time period that we're in with this type of administration, that's what folks are rooting for. They want to hit back at what's considered to be the racialization, white supremacy, whatever they perceive it to be. The other, they perceive it to be that way. They see that as legitimate for the movie. So I definitely, yeah, to your point, yeah, Smitty, that was a good way to close it.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, hey, Paradox, would you took the option of being bitten by a vampire and living forever?
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
I thought so. It's tempting. I don't know. Maybe not that vampire. Maybe like a blade vampire. I will take that instead.
Yeah, maybe not that one.
Yeah, I'll take that one. But
depends on which vampire line, which storyline is being told. But yeah, definitely prefer the that underworld than the other stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is the first time. I ain't gonna lie. I look like being a vampire is not so bad, but when they put it in this context, these are the worst vampires I think I don't want to be.
Yeah, like, he didn't. You could tell that he's under restraints with budgets and stuff. He couldn't really stretch it. But the interesting part of the vampire or any particular creature being able to live in the history of our you know of the world and to kind of travel through 1,000 years of history would just be amazing. That's all. So that's more my fascination with it.
Yeah.
And some of the vampire movies have done a good job of kind of flowing through history. You know, it makes it very interesting to see how the world changes.
I was actually speaking to somebody else in Africa. She was telling me about how African vampires. They said no, there's vampires in Africa. The whole mythology, they're a little bit different, but they said there's actually like very close to similar ideas of how vampires work in Africa. I forgot what country she was in. But she was telling me like, yeah, no, they talk about them. They're it's a little bit different. They said some of them can walk during the daylight too. So I always find it interesting on the cultural similarities of like creatures and everything. Because like I would say, what I want to see more Africanized spiritual creatures because they're a lot more scary and deadly a lot of times than the European version. So I want to see more of that in future movies. Like talk about these African spirits, I think there was like they said there's these insect people that can turn human, but they can enter your house without permission and everything, and if they absorb you, they can end up looking like you. Same thing with the Haints. Like nobody ever did stories on those, and those are from African culture. They're basically witches that can peel off their skin, and if your house isn't blue, that's why Mary's House of Blue. They can come in your house and ride you and suck your life force and stuff like that. So it's like those aspects. I think they could do a lot more, and I hope like this movie because this movie like really. I'm writing stuff. I was writing stuff before, but this movie really inspired me to start. I'm not doing anything with like vampires, but just with the history and stuff like that through the spirituality and hoodoo and how basically Black spirituality did really form and contribute to Christianity itself. Because like those snake those people that be worshiping snakes and all like that, I believe a lot of that comes from the African influences because Europeans didn't really mess with snakes. Well, they did, but the way that it seemed like how they speaking in tongues. Cause I seen and watched a documentary on those. They're all in the South and they're all in rural South area. They are speaking in tongues and holding snakes. I'm like, that's African spirituality right there, but they don't know it. So
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, even with us speaking in tongues and being the spirit taking hold of us, that's not Christianity. That's African spirituality. So, like I said, with church, I think the Black church is just like it's something that it gives you comfort because it does remind you of the African aspects that we still retain that in us, but it's also you see the bad in it too, as well in certain aspects. Like I said, it's all a tool and what you can use it for, like DC said. But I really did appreciate this movie for showing off the cultural aspects and how ingrained it is into American culture. That's why I always say like because I have a lot of Brazilian friends and I'll tell them, believe it or not, America and Brazil are so similar. It's just that the way that the African and European cultures is synchronized more and they merge it together a lot more than in Brazil, where they actually kept it kind of separated and let them celebrate it. Man, from the smallpox vaccine to farming to a lot of philosophies in the United States have a lot of African influence because people think that like a lot of these places that these Africans came from, like Futajolan, was more advanced in the United States at the time. Like these African societies were more advanced, and they could at the time where the United States was at its infancy. And if they ever would, if you ever would got in any conflict, the United States would have lost a lot of these conflicts. So it also talked about the ingenuity. It just I ain't gonna say it talk about, but it just remind me about the ingenuity and the things that Black people contribute to the country, and everything. Like even down to the culture, because the culture of the United States is just straight Black people. Really, the way people speak, like people think, oh, having my axe. The term axe isn't even a white term. It was a term that blues musicians came up with. They called it guitar axe because down in Mississippi, there was a tradition called splitting storms, and whenever the storm will come around, you will have an axe, and it's basically reminding me of some of the Yoruba tradition. I think people found a connection to, because my grandmother, they didn't do it the same way, but it'll be different. But whenever a storm, you'll throw the axe on the ground and say a prayer, and the storm would split and go around the house and everything. So you'll see a lot of the culture. You'll see white people doing that. You'll see a whole bunch of people doing that. Even that movie, The Crossroads, that white little boy going to try to speak to Papa Lake. I watched that movie, but it always bothered me. It was a white boy trying to do it. I'm like, who the hell are you trying to speak to these African deities? Like, why are you going to mess with you? For the most part, so I really appreciate on all aspects of the film, and I know the movie's not for everybody, and I also think he probably did have to cut. This is probably because I know in Black Panther he had to compromise a lot, like with the CIA agents. He did not want them in the movie, but Disney forced those and everything. So a lot of that, like Mike said, that KKK scene is showing that I am going to kill white people, because he couldn't do it in any of the Black Panther movies. He couldn't kill no white people in the Black Panther movie. This is the movie where he actually had full range of some freedom, because he made billions of dollars to really show what kind of movie what his mindset's on to a certain extent, and what some of his values and what he believed in. So in that aspect, I think he succeeded in that. And from a storytelling point of view, I really did enjoy it, because he also introduced African and Asian storytelling details in aspects of telling stories.
Yeah, and I think he's probably going to accept to do it. I'm assuming he's going to do another one. They made so much money off of this one.
He said he was. I remember that rumor came up. No, yeah, he came back out and officially said he's not doing another one of this. I would rather him do a prequel or do something with the Native Americans.
Give it a couple of years. Let's see.
Yeah,
he has a lot to play with it. That's all.
He does. He does.
It's just so much. It's just so much. It's like what was that low budget movie that got popular with the werewolves and the vampire?
Underworld.
Underworld is a good example of that. Yeah. And that movie was definitely underground and low budget. I loved it though.
I love Underworld.
Yeah, they got probably they're making 3 more or 2 more, whatever.
They made 4 altogether.
4, yeah.
They were like the original 3. Then they made Underworld: Rise of the Lycans, which was a prequel where they basically, that's when they put the black people and they made them werewolves and everything.
And so I think with this, if he chooses to, I mean, money talks, but I don't know, his creativity may not feel it or whatever, but definitely a lot left that he could do with it for sure. I mean, it's just so much. I just saw this from a vampire perspective. It's just so much there that he left that he could tap into, man. Easily make 2 more movies. Easily, not even thinking about it really.
I would rather see a series or something. Maybe not in the Rhoda. Maybe in the Rhoda Centers. Maybe in the Rhoda Centers, something like that. Yeah.
If he does it, kind of like what they do with the zombie joint, Walking Dead.
Yeah.
They made 15 different things with that.
Because like I said, he didn't go in the hoodoo, because like Sammy was the most powerful person in that movie, because he could conjure spirits.
Mm-hmm.
If he understood, him and Annie were the 2 powerful people, but he could actually conjure spirits, and if he actually knew what he was doing, he could take out those vampires.
Yeah, but he never explored it, like you said.
Yeah,
he never explored any of it. He didn't really tap in. It's very light. A lot of it was from a vampire perspective, was surface. There's just so much depth that he could have went into.
I feel that.
Budget restraints, right? All the processes of putting a movie together. I know it's not that easy. Easier said than done.
Because I remember, I think he wrote the script and they bid on it. I think he got like 100. He had like 100,000 for the budget. I think 100 million. I meant to say.
Yeah, 100 million.
Yeah, which that's for a.
That cost 100 million. He did not spend that much on that movie. Maybe though.
He did. What he did was on a lot of the effects, a lot of the camera work and everything. That's where he put most of his money in the eye, like the eyes.
They put it in IMAX.
Yeah, the film, because it's funny these. IMAX film is expensive because I remember y'all talk about DC. I was at the Batman movie.
It's the reason why they're doing it. They're not shooting nothing in America no more, though. It's the reason why, and that's the reason.
That was shot in New Orleans, though.
No, that's my whole point, though.
Okay.
The reason why a lot of Hollywood movies are not, many movies are not shot here anymore over the last 15, 20 years is because of the price.
Yeah, that is true. I know, or they'll go to like the cheaper states. Cause I know PA.
States, yeah.
Cause I like I said, I'm out in Pittsburgh area. They shoot a whole bunch of movies here because it's dirt poor to shoot here. Like I'm Rust. There's like 3 medical shows shot here, and like they shoot like 5 crime thrillers because you pay next to nothing in movie. And
a lot of states have big tax incentives too, but California, for whatever reason, I mean, they're trying to change it now, but they just make it. It's impossible. They say really try to make movies in Hollywood. You have to go to Canada, Australia, New Zealand, or wherever. Like you said, some other states in America.
I know a lot of people like the Batman. They shot a lot of theirs in Scotland and Glasgow. Then for the scenes where they had to blend it in, they just get these big giant like screens that basically can or what are they made out of? It's like an IMAX screen, but it's way more crisper, and they shoot it in the background for the movie. And they said the technology's to the point where they can just have any background. They can build it all in the studio. Cause I know Tyler Perry's doing stuff like that, where he shots everything in his little studio that he has. Then he'll go in his little indoor studios, and they'll have that big screen for the background for the great landscapes. And you can edit off of that. I know like the Batman was the first one they talked about it when they seen Gotham City when he was standing in the background. That wasn't actual. It was pieces of other cities and CGI put together from the background. So that's what a lot of movie studios are doing. A lot of stuff is going back on set. Like, all right, we can do this without actually being there because I
figure with AI and all the other technology, I figure it would have been cheaper. It's like it's more expensive. Like, how is that more expensive? But okay. I didn't be trying to trace down costs. I'm like, well, you're no longer going on scene. You don't need any human beings. And it's all done in the computer, and it still costs crazy money. It's just
because it's still new. It's still new.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Like that whole, actually, you know where that money went into? That whole twin, the twin aspect of the movie. Yeah. That was brand new technology because they said that's the first time ever been used where they would use
perfect.
a twin thing.
I don't think I saw a flaw.
I didn't either.
It was pretty good. Michael B. Jordan did his thing in that movie.
He did.
He deserved some kind of award. He basically made you forget that he was the same person. The mannerisms, the way they played off each other. That was a terrific job by him, by the way. Very good job.
Because in my head, I picture like Smoke, like the bigger brother, but I'm saying physically bigger. He was like a more muscle bound dude. Like basically his shoulders, his shoulders and neck met each other. He was more wider. And when I think of Stack, I think of a skinnier dude. He's muscular, but he's more of a talker. Like he was a pimp. So that's what
laid back too, a little bit more laid back, more relaxed. Yeah.
Like his physical attributes, because even with the suit, the Peaky Blinder suit, those things aren't really slim fitted. They're very like bulky suits. They have the hat on, very very business, straight to the point, not as flashy. Then you see like Smoke, that nice Italian suit with the hat and the sunglasses, like very slim. It just showed you. Yeah,
he leaned back a lot. Stack always leaned forward, like what you say. You know what I'm saying? He always like ready for the back. So his head was always kind of forward, like in an attack posture almost. Like his posture was always like ready for action. Just the way his body language. Yeah.
And his younger brother was.
Shonda had wrote, white folks got up and walked out of some of the theaters in the Deep South when Sinners first came out. Yeah, I got you, Sean. I wasn't gonna mess with Mike on that one. I ain't want to tease the. I ain't want to mess with you liberals, Democrats.
He's up in Boston, though.
I let that ride, but.
What's up with the slick shots, man? What's up with the slick shots, bro? Like, what's up?
I told you, I got beef with the progressives and the liberals, bro. There's nothing I can do about it, man.
You ain't the only one.
You Negroes are
That
over
dude is
there,
alive.
man, riding with Bernie Sanders and the rest of them, and I say,
Nah, hold. See, real quick aside. Whatever Bernie Sanders and all them got going on, that's something else, bro. They need to
okay,
form their own party. Trust me on that. They need to go ahead and do it because whatever they got going on, that clearly is not what everybody else is on. Truly, 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 and that's been said by the way. Bernie Sanders is on a whole nother deal. Him and AOC, if she's rocking with him.
Isn't Bernie an independent now?
He's independent, but yeah,
Mm.
he's in
You
technically,
know,
yeah.
the left is running so much game, man. I just hate that black folks are caught up in it. So, that's the most I can say about that.
also, you know who I wish was in this movie as well?
Cool.
I was gonna say Morgan Freeman because he's from Mississippi and he's a blues connoisseur. And like I
I'm
watched
glad.
it, huh?
I'm cool on Morgan Freeman, man. I'm glad he kind of wasn't in the movie. I think he would have kind of like, I don't know, like, yeah, he could have played Delta Slim. Actually, he could have played that role.
That's what I was thinking. If it wasn't Delroy Lindo, it could have been Morgan Freeman because he
Yeah.
he actually because the blues come from. I seen a documentary where he went back to Mali where the blues come from. He looked just like those people, like just like those people, for real, for real. Because they were talking about how they were doing the history and they found like, oh, it comes straight from the Sahel region, basically Burkina Faso, Senegal, Mali, all the Mali's, and that's the same music they were playing. This is the same music they're playing in the Mali Empire. People don't really realize that like this is the same exact music, just a little bit different. But the tones are basically African Islamic tones that they sing, even the yelling and the hollering and everything. So like it goes straight back to like what Paradox has as a screensaver. It goes straight back to those people, the veiled people of the Sahel area. That's where cowboy culture comes from too. Nobody wants to speak about that because like there's so many stallions and horses and everything that a lot of the original slaves that came over were skilled horseback riders and skilled cattlemen. And that goes from Mexico too, because that's where you would get those slaves that were skilled in those. Oh, I ain't gonna say enslaved people that were skilled in those areas. So that when they say like the whole cowboy culture ain't nothing but black culture extended over here mixed with European culture, because Africans were better at animal husbandry than Europeans were, for real, for real. So you look back, it all goes back to us. That's why I say like the culture is us. Even with the blue jeans, it was called Negro cloth. And even they couldn't even make the color blue out of blue jeans without the indigo plant that the black people brought over from that area. So like that's why I say we still carry a lot of the same culture from Africa over here. For real, for real. Even with my screensaver logo. That sword I have is a Takoba sword from the Sahel area all the way down to Central Africa that they've been making for thousands of years. Basically, that like people don't even think about the straight swords or the aspects of Africa. Like these people weren't dumb. They were more. Matter of fact, your average African probably spoke more languages than your average European and knew how to agriculture and new sciences, different kind of sciences. Because you don't bring dumb people over here to build the infrastructure of this company. I mean, company, country, or whatever. So all that does is just open up saying, hey, y'all, like I growing up, I never was impressed with white people. I ain't gonna lie. Especially going to Europe. You go to Europe and see, huh?
Technically, it's still like that now. I think it's the only place where there's multiple countries where they have most of its population that can speak more than three different languages, three
Yep.
distinct languages, whether it's French, Spanish, or the native language that's there. So, in a variety of those different dialects that are there too, they are very. When it comes down to language, yeah, Africans probably know the most languages out of any group. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just point of order because of all the people that came in and out of the country, the continent too. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they have to be a dual speaker, multiple languages. I think Lupita Nyong'o, she know what 7 languages. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she grew up with that. She grew up in Spain, Mexico, so she know
Yep.
Spanish, Cuba,
Spanish, English,
Swahili,
Swahili,
know a lot of different
right? Arabic
French.
too. Yeah, French.
Yeah, she knows a lot of different languages.
Because you
So yeah,
knew you had to
that's
learn
true.
different trade languages. Trade languages. The people in Mali, Songhai area, they spoke Arabic in their Mandinka and Fulani because you had to trade with these people. Then they don't even speak about the written text that they did also because I had to have trade agreements through those books and everything. So it just shows you because they even talk about the y'all from DC, y'all know that Muslim dude that was a bricklayer and basically got his own freedom because he knew he was a brick mason and he got his own freedom and was educating black people. I forgot his name, but he stayed Muslim
Yeah, I know you're
the whole
talking about.
time. Yeah.
Yeah,
So like even through the black Christianity, there's Muslim aspects of it that people don't even realize it. So
But I wish it wasn't just recognized as black as outsiders, just being an acknowledgement that these are black Americans that did this, but it's still a very American thing. Hence the reason why I think that when white people start to feel excluded, they start to feel like they're being discriminated against. Human beings get that kind of feeling. It's just when you start to kind of separate, well, we did everything the way a white person would hear that is, oh, black people think they did everything. We didn't do anything, but they get to defending themselves. And they're right paradox. They get to defending themselves and trying to say, well, now you really didn't do anything because we dominated the hemisphere. We set the laws in place, and if you was that bad, why you didn't kick our butt? Why you didn't kick our butt up out of here? That's what it's going to come down to.
It always gets down to the doing. Everything else is just fancy, pretty talk.
And when they say that, there's no retort. That's why I kind of stay away from we the first to do this.
You can look at pretty much every conquering group is taking over places that had value, education, science, technology, etc. But you get conquered, so it is what it is. And they get the right history at that point.
Oh, I tell white people like y'all didn't invent everything, but I said what y'all did. Y'all had better time management skills. Y'all were basically your skills that you had. You took full advantage because you came from a barren area of the world.
People are just confused by that because of ego. At the end of the day, the people who are starving the most, who have the time to kill and learn to kill. When you start educating yourself and becoming more of a what do they call those societies? I can't think what you call those, but as those societies rise up, unfortunately, you get soft.
Yeah,
you're intelligent. You're building bridges, roads. You're doing astrology, astronomy. You're learning the arts. You're practicing surgery. You're doing all type of amazing things. But unfortunately, you live on Earth, and there are savages amongst you. It's just a matter of time before they break through that wall.
Rome.
It's going to happen to them. It's going to happen to them. It's going to happen to America. It happened in Europe already, literally.
Yeah, I've been to Europe. You go there. No offense to European men, but you look at it like, oh yeah, like you see why. Yeah, you see why like everybody come over there like coming over there like they right for the picnic.
Took them so easily is really what you see.
Yeah,
especially France.
Bruh, the most manly men are France are African and North African men. Like those are the most the manly men. They're not even actually Parisian or French men. For real. You'll find some of them, but like for real, it's not even they're all like that. The most badass people in the French military are the French Foreign Legion.
The only people who are tough is you have to go to Eastern Europe. You got to go to the Czechs.
Yeah, but they're not white.
Other groups of people like that, and however you want to define them, but yeah.
I'm
not
gotta remember white is a coverage. It's a demographic. It's not.
I ain't gonna push on that.
They
Not that
they
it's
don't.
scientific, but I don't know. Yeah, we can. Go ahead,
Most people
Samir.
in Europe don't claim, like, talking to, actually, they said they don't really like to claim white
All of
people.
that. Eastern
So
Europe
it's like,
don't, they don't view themselves as white. They don't view themselves as part of the West primarily.
yeah, yeah.
Right? But I agree. But I'm saying like the language that's used to
They don't. They
describe
don't.
them
They don't.
would be
But they
white.
don't have. They don't. It, like me and DC, we always say, you don't gotta call yourself white. You don't even gotta believe you're
No,
white. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter
I do agree
no,
with that.
from that
no,
perspective.
you don't.
But I don't
It's just
disagree
like
with you.
people from Papua New
I don't
Guinea.
consider
Like
Eastern
people from
European.
Papua New Guinea. Do they think they're a black person? Do they think they're somebody that's from the Pacific? They're gonna call them a Pacific Islander,
Yeah,
whatever that means. That's what
there
they
is
are.
such a divide between Eastern and Western Europe, and the warfare and the murdering and the
I
killing, even
agree.
to this day, at
They're
this last
fighting
moment in
for it.
time.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree.
You
I
know,
agree. I
it's
agree.
very much
They don't like it. Yeah, they don't like it. They don't like to be swept into this foolishness. I mean,
I don't even think he was concerned about it, to be honest with you.
and that's
They did.
that's another power dynamic that Putin plays on. By the way, if you really want to get to the deception part, he plays on that whole. You know, you think you got a comrade in arms because I'm so-called white to you. You know, you're my enemy, my open enemy.
But as
They're
I always
never
say,
going to forgive you.
it's deep, but it's always deeper than race. Race is a bit of a distraction, in
They're
my opinion.
never going to forgive you guys for what y'all did, or where y'all turned cold us and had been in World War I and in World War II. We're never going to forgive you guys for
But
that.
not only that, it's just that them pushing all the liberal shit from the Western European perspective. Everybody in the world don't really agree with that shit. To be honest,
That's what I'm saying. You're never going to
they're forcing it on people.
Yeah, that's
Democracies,
right.
etc.
And they're calling it democracy. That's what I'm saying. And they're calling it democracy when it feels like very oppressive because that's not the way they live. That's not who we are as a people.
No, it's not.
But you're
It's
telling me
funny.
this is the way we should live because this is what freedom is to you, but it feels like oppression to us, basically.
It's funny because I was listening to. I remember Paradox was talking about Africa. It was like a couple years ago. He said like, yeah, democracies actually don't even work in Africa. Like those people don't even run like that. Then I listened to other Africans saying like, this is not our since Burkina Faso went down. Like this is not our system. We're trying to run democracy when it will never work for us. I'm like, damn. Like I remember Paradox did say that like a couple years ago. Like they need to find a system that's better for them. And I think when a lot of people hear that, oh, they're not trying to run a democracy, I'm like, you do realize democracy is the reason why they're in that situation. Like us forcing something that is foreign to them. It doesn't work that way. Our systems only work. Shit barely works here sometimes. But the systems work for the people in their environment that they're in. Maybe in Europe or the United States that will work better, but for Africa, they work better under a ruler or a leader like that. That's why you see Ibrahim Traore run as good because they need a strong leader that way. That's how they're socially ran that way through chiefdoms that come up. They're in charge of their people, charging people. It goes up to the ladder to that person. That's how they run better that way.
If you really think about it, out of all the powers in the world, America is the only one that turned against its primary empire and won and
That's true.
became more powerful than its own particular empire. Now think about that for a second.
That's true.
Our country is built out of rebellion. So the Constitution itself is going to be contradictory in its own speech. It's going to be conflict within the parts of the government. A lot of governments don't want to work like that. We want to work in full harmony. We're not built that way. We work in the form of attrition, a consensus, and the consensus is not always a friendly one. That's why they say we have a friendly transfer of power. What is on? My number? Don't worry about it. You got it. So you okay? So the attrition that we built ourselves on, that's not something that everybody's just used to. Do you know how many conflicts we had, Smitty, before 1776? You're talking about the Spanish and everything. Like we had conflict after conflict. And what don't get talked about is when the White House got blown up. Nobody wants to talk about the War of 1812, man.
The Continental
The
War.
British almost
when they came
the British
in
almost took this motherfucker back.
Yeah. And we started it because we invaded Canada.
Yes.
Oh, trust me, I know.
But that's what I'm saying. If we We didn't get friendly with the Mohicans and good tribes, and then we talk about
You breaking up? Hello?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you good now. You good
Am I
now.
still breaking
You
up,
good now.
or am I good?
You good. You Gucci. You Gucci.
I'm saying, yeah, okay. I'm saying we because we were cold-blooded in our way of basically building empires. We forged it in blood. It was forged in blood and fighting. It wasn't just talking. The talking part came after. The
Oh yeah.
negotiations came after. We were forged in blood, bro. Blood game. You know, the
Mm-hmm.
stuff that Russia is used to. That's what we're used to. We're used to doing this, fighting all the time. You know, the diplomatic stuff is something that's fairly new to America, you know, after World War II. So that's why when Paradox talk about becoming soft, because countries get taken once they get to a harmonious state. So even those countries that have like one ruler, we can take it because they're not in opposition of their ruler. They're used to that. And if they have a benevolent ruler and he treats them nice or treats them well, and everybody basically is operating under that system, then there won't be no issue, you know.
That's true.
But we have a different way. We have a very different way of operating here in this country. It's a very unique. America's a very unique place when it comes down to the global viewpoint of other countries. Very unique in the way we gather our powers.
That's
Very
what
unique.
that's why I tell foreigners, I'm like, bruh, like I said, violence is America. Like I like the way we expanded so quickly and so rapidly, manifest destiny. Where I told somebody we were trying to basically connect from Canada all the way down to South America, and they were going to do it through slavery at that time. It didn't work out where it was too big, but basically we conquered Mexico and we chose the parts of Mexico that we wanted and gave them a rest. Like everything, the only reason why we don't have Canada because we lost the initial battle when we wanted that. We were out for to control all of this, but we just settled for where we at right now. But yeah, all the influence. They don't even talk about the Spanish American War, the Filipino Wars, and how they had to take Buffalo Soldiers over there to help subjugate or make the Philippines a territory. But they also don't talk about how many black soldiers also went AWOL and just basically stayed in the Philippines as well. But no, we don't talk about our empire. I guess our empire stretch when we're trying to stretch the empire. We reference to it, but we don't go into detail on how basically we were for the smoke. Basically, like America, war is such a quintessential part of American culture. Now it's kind of slowing down. Like you said, now we're at that point where we kind of hit our cap.
Yeah, yeah, and you know the thing is that they fought for it. They fought for a lot of this. So uh, I mean, me and Paradox need to go over World War II and what it was really about. The way that the countries got divided up, and the way that basically the power structure was aligned, the hierarchy kind of formed from there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we tell countries if you can actually think about it. We tell you whether you can have a nuclear weapon or not. Not whether you
Yeah.
can mean. We tell you whether you can or not. How many ammunitions you have? How many access to guns? Where you can police? Where you can draw lines at? Think about that. Just
Yep.
think about that for a second before somebody wants to kind of like talk crazy because yeah, you know, I think that what 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 America has been good at doing is keeping the general population from really seeing who we truly are. Who we truly
Mm-hmm.
are. Come down to the
Yeah.
global aspect. Because feeling that pressure from the outside, then feeling it from the inside out is a different type of thing.
If
You know,
if you
we
would tell,
critique it from the inside, but from the outside, people are feeling that pressure of being a certain kind of way. Especially when you're dealing with a government that can fund you, feed you, and also train your soldiers in the way that they want to be trained to protect yourself. So we're giving
exactly.
people that kind of access. But the next thing is, hey, you need to create a democracy. So we can basically, you know, have control over those democracies, and we can basically table it to where you can join the United Nations. We can talk with you. We can influence your vote. We can actually build trade with you from the opposite side of it. We can outsource your best talents, have them come to school in our particular area. It's a give and take. So it's a very nuanced position to be in, you know. But that's a
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
different.
yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think people know basically where they test the atomic bomb. Like, with the stuff that we did, like Bikini Island, how we basically we move the people to an island right next to it, but we study those people for nuclear radiation. Like, oh no, y'all be fine, y'all be okay, and everything. And we'll drop the bomb on the island next to it, see the effects, then see the backdrift of the nuclear winds blowing over the next the island over, and studying those people and see their cancer radiation before we drop it in Japan. Like the things that we did for empire and expansion, we ain't going to talk about that. Like I told my aunt that, and she was shocked. She didn't realize it. She was shocked about it, but when she thought about it, like knowing what America is, like you can't really be all that shocked sometimes. Like, so it puts it in perspective and everything. Like, and people always try to tell. It's funny when you meet people that aren't from here and they try to tell you about your country. I'm like, I'm black. I know what this country is. Like, you don't have to tell me anything. Like, our position here, like our position here ain't sweet. Like, y'all think that we had it sweet and easy here. No, motherfucker, we sorry, I don't mean to cuss. Sorry. We worked for all this and everything. We know what this country did, and we participated in it willingly and unwillingly sometimes, or it was the only chance we could get to secure certain things in this society.
You better than me. I don't like talking to labor. Better
Damn.
than I am.
I interact with people. I don't take shit from. I'm sorry. I don't take stuff from people, but I'll have the conversation. Most people think Americans are stupid, though. That's one thing
That's a fact.
about it. When you realize y'all are just as smart as any average human, because there's a lot of stupid Asian people I met, European people I met, and African people. So it comes to the point, it's like y'all don't really know nothing about the Western Hemisphere or this part of the world at all.
They don't even know about. Most people don't even know about. 95% of people don't know about their own. Wherever they are, 95% of them don't even know about that.
That's true.
They're really only dealing with that 5% or 4% or whatever. Really.
That's true. Luckily, I attract smart
people. But you are right, though. It is hilarious to me talking to foreigners. It's the funniest thing because they do assume you don't know anything. It's so funny.
Shit, I had to tell my girl I was visiting over there. She's basically Southeast Asian and everything like that. Her parents, they're from Indonesia. They were forced to come. Her grandparents on both sides were forced to come there because they fought for the Dutch. I had to basically explain to her everything, like all like that. Her father was shocked, like, oh yeah, she's like, I like him, because her father with the Black Panthers and everything, like, yeah, like she was saying, I tried to tell you about this, but it didn't even register to her because she became fully European to that point. So it's pretty much the same. It's literally their situation was, besides the slavery, their situation was the same as us to a certain extent. But she doesn't see it that way. I'm like, So brainwashing is.
I'm gonna tell you, if you ask any foreigner about the history of where they are, they lost. They most of them gonna be lost.
Mm-hmm.
Who set your borders up? Who named your place? I mean, just basic stuff, by the way. They don't even think about it.
I tell them that all the time.
Pretty funny.
I tell them that all the time. Like, bruh, like you think y'all name the only country I know in nothing against Africans, West Africa, that really named themselves was Ghana. They renamed their country Ghana. Everybody else, like Nigeria, was named by Lady Lugard from Britain. All these countries Senegal, they were all named and their borders were basically created by Europeans, splitting tribes up and everything. Like that's the thing. It's like why you call yourself Nigerian? Who called you Nigerian? Those British people. Y'all proud of it. I ain't upset that y'all.
You don't even got to go there far. Just go to the Caribbean in Mexico. You'd be surprised.
They don't even realize it. I'm like, y'all do realize that y'all could just got off the boat a little bit before us. No, we from. I'm like, okay, all right.
It's crazy, bro.
People can have their like. I remember this Jamaican girl told me like, "Oh man, the education in Jamaica is so much better." I'm like, "You sure about that?" Like, I ain't saying y'all stupid, but I'm like, it's very elitist, and you got to pay to go to school there. Like you're
getting taught the same thing everybody's getting taught to be labor. You're not being enlightened.
It's you got to find out on your own. A lot of times.
What'd you say?
Like,
I thought he said something.
But no, I like I said with the movie, I think what this movie does is open up more, honestly, Southern Gothic action pack or sci-fi. Like this is something I think these should come back, like to the talking about the aspects of the Black people that did resist or did fight back or weren't scared of stuff like that. I think those are the movies I really want to see. Shoot, that's what
gotta do more. Gotta do more of them. Gotta crank them out.
Like I want to talk about the Maroons in the United States. Nobody talk about the Dismal Swamp Maroons or the Florida Seminole Maroons. Like you can talk about all this stuff out here and make it spiritual.
A lot of content. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm.
A lot of content. We have a lot of money. Blacks or the world has a lot of money to spend. Really, you can get money from all over the world at this point. We got directors, we got producers. I mean, just interested it's not being just, as getting cranked out every year. But
yeah, as a Black going all around the world, you hear nothing but Black people. So they watch us no matter what. That's why I said I knew I wasn't shocked Center's going to be good because
and they have a lot of money to spend. You don't have to get investments even from this country. People all over the world are willing to invest. I mean, the money's there. Yeah, the acting talent is there. People just got to be in that mindset to want to really crank those kind of movies out every year.
You don't even need to go to the movie theater. You can go stream your stuff.
No, you don't need none of the traditional stuff. That's been dead.
Yeah.
I mean, people make excuses for it. I'm not in the movie world, but it's like y'all make excuses. You don't need none of that stuff. Is over with.
For $1,500, you can buy a drone. I remember I fly drones. You can buy a Hollywood capable drone for $1,500 in Best Buy or any store. You can just buy it. DJI. You can shoot. You can buy all the camera equipment. You don't even need the big camera equipment because a lot of the smaller cameras are just as good now. A lot of the stuff. Then with it's just the willingness if you want to do it, or do you want to have that backing?
I know we're just in it. Like I always say, we're so integrated. I'm talking fantasy, but really we're just so integrated into America that some of that thinking I think is kind of long gone. You get it here and there, but you won't get a situation where they're just cranking out. I mean, you're getting some of it a little bit more than you used to, but I would love for someone to say, you know what, I'm just gonna crank out 1,000 movies a year. Just on all the dynamics of who we are from all over just not America, but the Caribbean, South America, everywhere, Mexico.
Oh man,
there's so much content to make. Fantasy, it could be any kind of movie. We don't got to be historical. Fantasy, anything,
I actually was watching a Maroon movie called Columbo. Those I was watching Afro-Brazilian movies. They're out there. I watch a lot of those. And the thing is, they if you want to shoot a movie, go down there. They eat up Black American culture so much. When we talk about people that appreciate Black American culture, they appreciate it the most out of anybody I've seen that. And they watch everything. Like you'll see Black celebrities that are like B-list, C-list, or A-list down there because the basically imagine if we never had civil rights. That's what the situation they're in down there. They didn't get the opportunity of civil rights. They're kind of going through it right now, but Black America in the Caribbean, you have people that will that like with technology is easier. If you make your own streaming service or anything like that, which isn't as hard as it would be, as it has
we
been.
can, from a media perspective, it's wide open. You just need someone that wanna invest and do it and take the risk.
Yeah.
But there is 0% of things, in my opinion, is holding it back. It's just that you need the people who want to make them and do them and write them.
Like you need a more talented Tyler Perry.
You need someone that has, I wouldn't say talent, someone who has more what do you call it? Just a much deeper mindset on a much bigger scale. He's doing what he's doing. He's in his lane doing what he's doing, but you need someone who has a much broader, maybe, just thought process and understanding and risk taking on a whole other scale, because he has everything he needs to do everything we're talking about. Everything is right there.
Well, I will say there has been a trend of Black people starting to buy their own movie studios. So if you could actually link that to
what comes out, they're gonna start bringing stuff out. That's what we got to get to, though. You can do a little bit of something here or you can find a lane, but what I think we're both talking about is scale. Is doing something to where you're turning the movies out. I know we're not America, we're just a shared space, but the way the Koreans sort of took off with the movie stuff. India's on a whole other level. They just cranking stuff out every 5 seconds.
Their movies are 4 hours long.
Yeah, but that's a whole other thing. They had a whole other world. I think Korea's more close aligned to American style for the most part. But it's the way they started cranking stuff out. I think somebody could take something from that and say, you know what, somebody just start cranking them out of all types of just everything you can think of, and connecting, different groups of us all over the Americas to do stuff. Something totally different than doing just standard cop buddy, all the stuff that we doing now,
honestly,
Tyler or whoever doing whatever they're doing, and just going in a whole different direction almost. But I think we're putting out in the world, so I think it'll happen at some point, hopefully.
That's the story I'm writing about. It's just like connecting a lot of the diaspora together and the similarity. Like just reading history and you look at it, like
the content is right there, waiting for it, just waiting.
There. Yeah. It's there. It's there. You have the audience, and that the one to see it. Yeah, white people want to come because they like what Black people do. So you already know that.
Yeah, no. I see it, and like I said, I don't know if it's dangerous. I don't know if it's going to be issues, but who cares? You still got to do what you got to do.
Take a risk.
If you could, it would answer it would make what I need to happen which is making movie. It could be sci-fi, it could be any genre, but connecting the Americans. You know what I'm saying? From the diaspora, like connecting that in different clever ways through film.
I'm on. I've been thinking about that too. I'm on it.
I see it. It just needs to happen.
Bro, I'll say I follow Colombian pages. I follow Brazilian pages. I follow Sun Thread. I'm like, it's there, bro. And they're asking for they're asking for it more than we are.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, like that's why I like going down there and speaking to those people. I'm like, man, if some smart, is just some people with money.
Think about Star Wars, but layer it with the African diaspora.
Oh, that's
take a Star Wars genre where it's done 2,000 years into the past or 5,000 years into the future, wherever you want to put it. But you use those people, those histories, you wrap it into obviously sci-fi and connect us all together, and even hire those people as well and bring their languages and everything. Man, you can do it in a way to where it's not so people's face. Put it that way. It's not a slave movie. It's not a Jim Crow movie. It's not a Klan. It's not right in their face. It's going to be done much more cleverly, to put it tough. We're not trying to get back at nobody. I'm not trying to go back to Africa. I'm not trying to solve no transatlantic. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just gonna make a movie into the future or into the past from a sci-fi perspective, as one example, and it's just gonna be us in it, from the Caribbean, from Brazil, from Colombia, from Mexico, wherever, right? Canada, wherever, England, doesn't matter where they're at, just and even Africans, of course, obviously, and just make it, and don't even worry about trying. I'm trying. You know what I'm saying? No hidden messages stuff, by the way. Just gonna make it and see what happens. Because I don't want to offend, right? We're in a no bullying time, right? I'm not trying to offend nobody. You know, I don't need nobody walking out the movie theaters, anything like that. We're just gonna make a film about us from a sci-fi perspective. You could do it from other ways, of course, but I'm just shocked that that doesn't exist, honestly. In the time frame we live in, with how easy it is to make films, and the thirst for content.
I think it's getting there because there's starting to be more black directors from from an independent point of view and everything. Like listen to what I gotta do, because I hate to say it, Tubi is almost like a good soft launch.
I was trying not to say it, by the way, on purpose.
No, what I'm saying, Tubi
is an example of what I'm talking about, but it is what it is. It's all good.
I was gonna say I'm sorry about that. My fault.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Tubi, I wasn't gonna bring it up, but Tubi is an example of what I'm talking about on some level.
That's why I look at it like, you can do it. You can definitely do it. Just upscale it. That's all you gotta do, because it shows that people will watch these movies and everything.
Well, you're tapping into over 150, 200 million people who have African descent.
Mm-hmm.
That's a significant number of people.
Yeah, that is true. That definitely is true. Like,
audience that's thirsty, and since we're so creative and the world follows us anyway, it's not like it won't just be us watching. Of course, the whole world's gonna watch
it. Yeah, because honest, there's really nothing that white people will not watch that we do, because if you honestly see how they're not as creative, they do look for other people as inspiration. I ain't saying that they're like
Hollywood's not creative at all, though. 0%.
Yeah, that's true.
In my opinion, they're pulling everything from books and other things. They're not. I don't know. I don't know if they've ever actually created anything, to be honest with you. They take to make everything, and they haven't even been doing that. In my opinion, they haven't been doing a good job of that in the last probably 15 years, really.
That's why Sinners is so popular.
They make a bunch of bullshit, really, lately.
Yeah, that's why Sinners is so popular, because of the original idea.
Yeah, they just remake. It's just all remakes for the last 15 years, probably. Remakes and part 2s, part 3s, part 4. I mean, there's really not a lot happening there.
Well, along they keep on making my Batman movies, I'm cool with that. I just need my Batman movies.
Make them. I ain't mad at it, but I just know that there's so much more out there, and since we have Tyler Perry Studios and some other folks buying studios, Cat Williams and whoever else, and I don't know what that even means at this point, to be honest. You're buying a studio, you're doing everything, but then what? Big Mama's house. I mean, what am I getting out of that? I want to get some really good. There's so much to work with. Even if you went and got all the black books that have been written and make movies on each one of those books, there's thousands of them. You can just crank those movies out. I mean, it's just so much to work with, and it's shocking that in the time we're living in right now, you cannot dive into that. This is the easiest time in history, I think, to make stuff when it comes to movies and TV series. But they're tapping in sort of the stereotypical shit, soap operas, gangster movies, love movies. It's all the kind of the standard stuff. But there's so much more out there.
I watch indie films. I find independent films. Yeah, like Netflix. That's why I said it's either foreign films. Like I watch foreign black films. I watch a lot of foreign black films because I want to get perspective of other people in the world. I watch some movies that are a little bit off kilter, a little bit different. That's why I like Sinners so much, and people thought it was boring, because I'm used to watching foreign films where the storytelling isn't your conventional Hollywood.
I always laugh at watching Bali. I mean, they're copying Americans, but I like Bali movies. I like a lot of Korean. I love Korean stuff, Japanese movies, Chinese movies.
Yeah.
And just their I'd be so messy. I wish I could make all these. It'd be so, especially some of the sci-fi. It's so good, but none of it's in English. I have to just deal with it. I'm like, man, why can't it just be English speaking? It makes it easier for me. But I tolerate it. But it's so many good sci-fis, bro.
Mm-hmm. Bro, my grandma and I used to watch the Sci-Fi Channel. No matter how crazy the movies, they're at least original ideas.
I don't care how crazy they are.
Bro, like at least these are original ideas. Like they'll be entertaining. I'm like, yeah, I get that with this. That's why I get I'm like, yeah, give me something original. That's why I like Sinners, because it it was a vampire movie. But I can understand why you say you like focus on vampire. But it had musical aspects. Like I have family members that do musical theater and everything. Like so I could jump on that. Like yes, the music part and how they're telling the story through the music. I did appreciate that because my sister was in musical theater. She's a classically trained theater actress, and my aunt would do costumes and everything, the costume design. That's why I pay attention. Like, what does their outfit look like? Is it actually accurate to where they are and everything in all the movies? Like, what are they trying to tell through their costumes and everything? Where people don't pay attention to that. Like, I'm keyed into those aspects because that's where I've been around, like raised with those people to tell you, look at this, what they're trying to tell, what they're wearing, those subtle hints of it. Like those are very important. And honestly, a lot of your costume designers, there are a lot of black women in the costume design industry that
And
like
black
they're
gay men.
yeah, that too. That are in it that like
A lot of designers are black gay men actually.
yeah.
That's my
So
tour level. Yeah.
So you see it like you have it's there's a lot of black people that work behind the scenes in Hollywood. So it's like
I thought they did a good job on Coming to America too. I mean, the film was just done completely wrong in my opinion, but
the film was horrible.
The aesthetics of it were like you're definitely hitting on something, but man, y'all could have just.
That movie never happened. That movie never happened. That movie never happened. That movie never happened.
It's a beautiful movie though, but it definitely.
Oh, it was shot. Yes, everything was bright and
bro.
everything.
Oh my god, they ruined it. They ruined it though. But I'm just saying, I could see. It's just so many little things that you can just see where you can make 1,000 of these. Even with Center should open up a whole gateway of mystical films. You know, like Lord of the Rings. You can just there's just so much to play with, but from an African perspective, of course. But there's Middle Earth stuff. But even through Black Panther is a good example of that. But it's just so many. There's just so much that you could do with it.
There really is because there's a called Afro that like sword and slashers where it's like Conan Barbarian stuff, but it's from an African perspective. I read like one of those. Those could be movies. Right there.
It's endless.
This,
you know, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money that can be made. That's what's more shocking is that it is billions of dollars just sitting there.
Because
and I know nothing is, and people will make excuses, but I'm like, there is not in this time frame we live in. I don't care if you have to go and travel and shoot them all in Thailand somewhere. Or shoot them all in China for all I care. There's just too much access to the world, just too much access for people to keep, talking about you being stopped or blocked by somebody that so happens to be white or American or whatever, and all the rest. You don't got to do anything in these countries. You have the whole world. You have access to the whole world. To be honest with you.
Yeah, because like you can do there was somebody that wrote a book on basically made an HBU Harry Potter book where it was it's called Blood and Stone and everything. But it's basically about black people that have magical powers through their African spirituality and everything. Because African magic and spirituality is not it's very different than European. It's more
it's old and it's so many more.
Yeah, it's actually closer to Asian. Like if you are in the anime, you could write. Bro, I'm watching anime. They're using the African spirituality and everything. And all like that in it, and I'm like, oh, y'all ain't gonna give. They ain't even give the credit. They have railroad spikes, voodoo dolls. I'm like, bro, like what? Like this ain't even Japanese now at this point. Even with the broom stuff, like you could write it on its own in the aspects, and even through the trickery where you don't even have to actually physically attack somebody to affect them. There's so much stuff you could do it. From that aspect,
and the bigger thing is that I don't know if people like a Tyler, whoever, people in that level who has that kind of wealth and access, I don't even know if they have a disconnect where they think they may have to make it American or modern or it needs to make sense. And again, I know sci-fi is only one genre, but sci-fi doesn't make sense to a lot of people. But it's still extremely, even anime and other things, steampunk, all type of weird things are out there, of course. But there are huge groups of people who are loyal to that stuff. So you don't necessarily got to be mainstream. It don't have to be. because everybody get caught up in, well, Black Panther, the whole world. And I don't even care if the whole world watches. That's the problem. I'm not trying to satisfy the world or satisfy Europeans. You know what I'm saying? A lot of when I hear people talk
Exactly.
sometimes, it's like y'all worry about the wrong shit. This is not whenever time frame you think that it is. That's gone, in my opinion. You can pretend that it's still around, but
That's why I said. That's why I said, oh,
can't
well,
be
white
bound
people.
by this stuff.
That's when I say, oh, well, white people like it. Like, who cares they like it or not? They're gonna watch it anyway. They're gonna watch it anyway because they know that we make the best shit. They're gonna watch anyway.
But when Hollywood and when Europe, well, I wouldn't say Europe, when America, when the world was a lot smaller, and certain, from a capitalist perspective, certain things from entertainment was coming up, it made sense who had control. That control has been gone.
It's decentralized. It's decentralized.
Talking about it, but even I know we're not moving fast enough at this point. It's running. Things are kind of moving still slow. Just from hearing actors talk sometimes, and they're so trapped. Remember Black Panther and the whole thing, like, well, a black person being, what were they saying? Black people,
and all black cast will make money.
Saying? Right? They not. Who are you? Right, and so that means that you're still measuring yourself against white Americans and white Hollywood and them giving you access to make the movie, to be a part of the Marvel universe, blah blah, on it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, because they didn't want to make the movie. They didn't want to make the movie.
Orientations ain't even right. Who cares? It's like we shouldn't even. We're living a moment in time, really way before even now, to break from that. I get the money, because when I hear a lot of artists talk about being a part of you know what I'm saying, they'd rather be signed first have been independent, they'd rather be signed to a major.
Yeah.
It's sort of that same psychology where it's like you have access to the Middle East, to Asia, to South Asia, to Africa, to Europe. I mean, to South, to the other Americas, where you have billionaires who live there. You have nations who are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. There's money everywhere. People are making films all over the world. You're not bound by these. It just doesn't exist in my opinion anymore.
Oh yeah. There's black actors in Asia, like Singapore, that are super famous because they say, you know what, I'll just go over here and be an actor and make my money, and they'll love me over here.
Yeah. We're still trapped. NBA players go overseas, make a lot of money, but I still want to be. It's like it's that mindset is still stuck. And don't get it twisted. A lot of folks in the world also they still come to America, like what's the pop group called, the K-pop and stuff. They still want to break into. They still want to break into the American market. So I do know that there is a draw to America. I'm not ignoring that, but you're still not necessarily bound by that. You may not get the American attention you want, right? You may not get the Oscar or the Grammy or whatever, but we can move on from that. You know what I'm saying? These days, in the past, I maybe understood it because you was only kind of trapped here because entertainment was sort of bottled here. It's a new phenomenon. But we're so far beyond that now, in my opinion, that I'm like, man, you can shoot your movies anywhere, go anywhere, do anything, and don't worry about it. Be smart with how you spend the money. Of course, I know it's an investment, it's a risk, but you can make a lot of money. It doesn't have to necessarily enter the American market, from a traditional sense.
Yeah. You basically force America to come to you. America had done that. Like, okay, this is big enough.
Fucking, what's that stupid ass shit called? That's why they're remaking all the shit from. I mean, even American Idol's from like England somewhere, or like what's the real popular
Britain
Korean
Got Talent. Britain Got Talent.
Yeah, all that stuff comes from there. The real popular joint from Korea, where they was wearing the outfit,
Squid Game,
all that type of stuff. Yeah, so I mean,
Ninja
America will absorb it at some point, huh?
Remember the show Ninja Warrior? I used to watch that on Japan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shoot, even that. Forget that. Even what's the other joint? I loved it too. The original Chef, Iron Chef.
Iron Chef. Yeah, that is Japanese. Yeah, you are right. Yeah. I love Iron Chef.
Me too. So like you said, America will take. You don't have to worry about that. Let that just be what it's going to be, and just focus on creating that content. And like you said, we are doing it, but some of the stuff I be seeing, I'm like, man, it's just so much. It's just so much more to play with.
Most black people don't leave their neighborhood. Like actually traveling and going and doing stuff like that.
But we're in the mix. We love Comic-Con. If you follow the DreamCon stuff that was in Houston this week, all black people there. We love all this dress. We're into it, bro.
But we're into all this stuff. So that's what we're into it, but we don't travel. But we don't travel outside our spaces like that. Like For real, for real. Like if
Well,
if
that's what I
you
was saying. That's why you would make it. If you the movies I'm talking about, you would introduce the whole African world. It wouldn't be so caught up in what America is or isn't doing. You're gonna make films where you're tapping into the Caribbeans. You're tapping into
oh
Brazil.
yeah,
You're tapping into large number, be it Nigeria or wherever. You're tapping into.
but
You sort of forgot about the American stuff, and you're making movies in a way to where it sort of brings it highlights and brings a lot of us together in some kind of clever way. Is what I'm trying to say.
but
I don't have an
but most Black
answer for all this stuff, of
Americans.
course.
Well, I'm just saying, like most, they're insulated. They don't try. Basically, when I talk to people about outside of the United States, like they're not tapped in to like how blackness is perceived outside of the United States all that much, which is sad.
Right, and black people in Brazil ain't necessarily flying to America every 5 minutes either. But
Yeah,
I think film and TV shows, just like they've used our music and our films to connect the world. So it's all the
yeah,
pipeline's already structured. And so if you decide to make a film to where you're it would be it would be almost revolutionary on some level when it comes to film. If you start to make movies to where you're integrating Black Americans and then all the way down, to Chile, right? And then you pushing it out into Africa, into Europe, and you made some kind of it would take maybe 1 or 2 big movies to do it, to where you sort of show just all of us. And I mean, Black Panther is a testament to it, to be honest with you.
yeah.
But if you sort of show Brazilian culture and the different dynamics there, and some sort of sci-fi, like I said, it could be anything, to be honest with you. It could be a spy movie, it's just so much to mess with, to where you could pull those groups in together and start to expose all the groups to each other. And not, because right now I still feel like it's kind of divided, to be honest. It's better now than it used to be, of course, because of some of the big movies. But I think if you did that more often, I would just love to see the reaction. If you had, say, like a spy movie, and you're an American, you're going to Jamaica, then you're going to Colombia, then you're going here. You know what I'm saying? You got a secret agency in. Did you ever see what's that movie called? Is it The Gentleman? It's a
The
British.
Kingsman, the Kingsman.
The
Yeah, that was badass. I
That's how they
seen
did like
both
the
of them.
second or third one, and they came to like America, to Kentucky, and that was so
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah,
I love it though,
yeah.
but it's so stupid where they came to Kentucky
The
bourbon and
statesman. They met the statesman and everything. Yeah, the
right,
counterpart.
right. My point is that stuff like that, but from you know what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying? Like that was
Honestly, I'm writing something like that right now.
okay.
I'm putting an outline in that all the research I'm doing, because I've been doing history. They were actually probably more connected through during the slavery time from South America to North America. So
Yep.
a lot of times, because even through when Haiti got its independence, that came through the Caribbean all the way through the United States. Then they will talk about a lot of the maroon colonies in South America, like in Colombia. That they knew about that from down there in the United States, because there was a chain of communication all the way through South America to North America. So it seemed like back then
what you
there
just
was
said, if you did what you just said, but don't do, and again, I'm doing it in a way to where it's not so obvious. But if you could do a futuristic movie, what you just said, but a futuristic version of it where it's not like we're trying to get, how these countries are, of course. So I'm not trying to get nothing back or start no trouble. Like from that, you can do that, of course. At some point, I would do it. You should do that, obviously. But to get things rolling, would take what you just said and move it to the future, and let people, like we just talked about, let people figure it out, basically, right? But not be just overtly with it.
Yeah, that's
what show those connections and how we are connected. But just like you said, because I think Star Trek would be not Star Trek, but Star Wars would be a great way of kind of showing it, and maybe doing it in a way that's not so, because I think they was mad, because they were mad that what were they mad about in Egypt? What was that movie that came out and it was like a Black American plan?
Cleopatra. The Cleopatra.
That's what I'm saying. So I know that there's dynamics here that you can, and people get sensitive about shit, and so I'm like, okay. So if people are gonna crank stuff out, it should be done in a way where you can throw those in there, but first try to create some stuff to where it's not necessarily going to be offensive necessarily. No controversy in a sense in that way, because you know how that becomes a whole nother situation at that point, of course.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Even in America right now with DEI, they're mad that you can't tell this kind of. It's like, okay, you start telling Black history in America and everybody's getting offended. It's like, okay. and we're fighting about it. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It starts to close doors up. So
Mhm.
I was just, it has to be a much more of a clever way of, same thing with our religions, actually, really similar, actually, where you're doing the Christian or the Catholicism, but you're kind of really doing your secretism stuff
Yes.
under it,
Yeah.
basically,
Exactly. Yeah.
because
How
everybody's so
you
fucking
hide the
sensitive
saints,
about
yeah.
everything.
Like how they will hide the African gods with the saints and
Yes,
everything and all like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
same thing. And unfortunately, you still got to do it that way because everybody's, like you said, they still running the same programming basically for everything, and they're still
Yeah.
pushing their own agenda. So I know that may be a part of why some of this stuff can't work clean straight up, maybe. Because it takes courage. It takes a lot of courage to do that, and you got to spend the money too.
Yeah, that definitely is true. So like, yeah, because it's the money's the biggest thing. Is like, all right, I gotta spend this money, but what if it just doesn't work because somebody might stop me or anything? Like
All
Birth
type
of
of
the
stuff.
Nation,
Yeah,
Birth of the Nation movie that they stopped that. They found a way to stop it. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm talking about
So
the black one, not the one that showed in the White
right.
House.
No, I know. I
So
remember.
yeah, that is true. Everybody played off. Oh, this is like all this time. This man been in Hollywood movies left and right. Now you want to
Remember,
make the
man,
next?
that Django was killing white people, and Jamie Foxx said it live. They were upset about that shit.
Yeah, they were.
So I already know that I wouldn't even mess with it because I'm not obviously making the movie, of course, but if anyone had here's the idea that we put out in the ether, you're just gonna do things to where you don't have to. You don't even got to be offensive, to be honest. You don't got to be so in the face and trying to be on revenge or get back or make anybody feel that way. You can just make the movie and just let it be what it be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
'Cause I would love to see those films, obviously raw. But I still haven't really seen a real. Well, I don't even want to talk about that right now. But there's certain things I haven't seen even now because if you really show how it really was, with the Middle Passage, of course people wouldn't be able to watch it.
The
If you really
closest is
showed
Goodbye
them.
Uncle Tom, I think.
Mhm.
And that I didn't finish that movie. That was like if you do basically that movie.
Even
If you would
what's the guy who's rebelling? Oh man, what is that movie called?
Birth of the Nation, Nat Turner movie, or which one?
Is it Birth of a Nation I'm thinking about? They really didn't show killing. They really didn't show us killing anybody.
Oh yeah, Birth of the Nation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They was really. You mentioned that earlier, but they were really careful about that. You could tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like Black Panther too. Yeah, they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
There was no white person that killed in Black Panther. So,
and like I said, I don't even think it's important. You can almost pretend they don't exist if you want to. I mean, it's a movie. So people want to bounce, because how people are with everything. They want to hold you to certain. It's like it's not even necessary. You're gonna give people jobs. You're gonna employ people. You're gonna also create that connection that should be there, and get that connection re-going by using film and music and different things like that. But I would love to see some kind of weird like Star Wars version of all of us connecting together in the Americas in some kind of way in the future, something.
Yeah, I see it's happening. I think it's happening. Like for real. I think because I follow a lot of smaller projects and everything where people are and they're gaining a lot of popularity because there is growing markets for Black media where they want their stories told and nobody care. It's going to take probably another 10 years maybe to get it where we want it, but you're going to start seeing it because like I said, and people are sick and tired of Hollywood. Independent movies are getting better and better. People are even with like with the aspect of blackness, like shows are starting to be surreal, like unreal. I forget like Twilight Zone for Black people. Like a lot of the shows are starting to go into the deeper aspects of black life and
like
not just
what was the God? What was that show called? Gods. What is it called?
Gods, New Gods, Gods, and
Cause my boy
I know you're
played
talking
that
about
one character with the big eyes.
Anansi,
American American Gods as well.
American
American
Gods.
Gods.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
I
I
was
got
shocked.
I got to jump, fellas. So I mean, are you guys gonna close out Paradox? You
Yeah,
gonna
hey,
Yeah, we can
real
stay on,
finish
real
fellas?
it
quick random question. It's football
Yeah.
related. How y'all feeling? Y'all got George Pickens from the Steelers. Y'all happy about that, or y'all just gonna see what he's gonna do?
I am over the moon, man. Man, you're gonna see the difference in the way it plays out. I think that for Dak to play with it, just for people to notice the difference. That's how you know it's all jacked up. By the way, to know that they don't even talk about Brandon Cooks in the same vein as being a real second receiver. Like they know that was detrimental to the
janky.
team. And we were playing with like a 5'8", 5'9" second receiver on the outside. That's unheard of in today's unheard of, man. So
He
you
might
know.
crash out. I'm telling you, he might crash out
No, he's gonna
out there.
crash out. He's gonna have his thing, but I think that I think they're gonna be surprised by the culture that our coach has there. I think he has learned and kind of studied the Joneses and know how to merge what he's doing with. He's merging the Jones culture to what I guess what was previously there with Jimmy Johnson. He's going back to that kind of team aspect, team first, offense, defense, special teams. We're a team. We're not one unit that people are looking at as being part of the team. We all basically have to work in as part of the whole. Basically, he's doing a good job of kind of bringing everybody together. As far as what I have seen, that's what everybody's saying. They're talking about how good of
Yeah,
a communicator he is. That's something
yeah,
that people are talking about. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it still comes down to what you do on the field. So
yeah.
he may be good at that, and then shit, come on Sundays, he doesn't do well under pressure,
You
and
gotta
that's
give
one
him the
thing.
ball. One thing about him, he mentally, if you don't, if teams get him out of the game mentally, he's done. That's one thing I've seen him over the years. You have to constantly get him involved in the game from get to stay focused because
Oh, I'm
he'll
not
mentally sit
talking
down
about.
on you.
I'm not
Huh?
even talking about George Pickens. I'm not. I'm talking about the team as a whole. I'm
Oh,
talking about the head
okay
coach,
then.
basically. Yeah, but
Oh,
but yeah,
okay.
I think George. I think George. It depends on how he takes to being in a new environment. I think that number one, he's never played with a quarterback like Dak Prescott.
That is true.
Uh, bona fide leader, knows how to kind of integrate difficult. I mean, CD is a brat too. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean,
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, can you handle both of them?
But if, but if CD is in the mentor role, he may be like, "Hey man, calm, it's cool, man, calm on down." If he sees somebody else crash out, that kind of help you out because now you're seeing it outside of you. You don't really know how you be acting sometimes until you see somebody that's sort of like you, and you're like, "Damn, I be like that sometimes." And I think that's going to help CD become a leader in the receiver room. Even when Brandon Cooks was there, you could tell Brandon Cooks was still like the leader, but he ain't the best receiver on the team, or he's not even close to being a lead receiver. So, George Pickens is sort of like another guy that he looks at as being very comparable, maybe not as good as he is, but he looks at him as being okay. This guy's sort of like me. We're like those dudes. You know what I mean? He look at him as being another one of those guys that's like him. This is the first receiver that I think he's going to basically get along with, where they can hang out after the game. You think that CD was hanging out with Brandon Cooks and these guys after?
Nah, yeah, you're
Hell
right.
no.
You're
You
right.
can tell. You can tell how different they are. Like they're already close. You know what I mean? And they're doing it. He's doing it for George Pickens too. Like George Pickens has always been the best receiver on his team. So now he gets to kind of see. Okay, damn, I'm with a guy that's like he that dude. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens, man.
Y'all
Dallas
gonna
is a
get
weird. We'll see.
y'all gonna get Parkins sign?
Who?
What's his name? Number 11. Y'all saw linebacker. I forgot. I can't think of his name.
I ain't going nowhere, dude. He's part of that. He's part of Jerry Jones' larger plan to kind of build, within their defense. So he's definitely not going. That's the thing about us.
Micah
We
Parsons. Yeah, Micah Parsons.
yeah, Michael Parsons is not. He's on the team. He may not get signed until the season starts, I mean, but he ain't going nowhere, dude.
Okay. All right, that was my only question. I was curious with GP because when he's on, he's on. When he's off, he out of it. And my thing is Mike Tomlin gave up on him after a while. I'm like, okay, that was a concerning thing.
He didn't
So
have a quarterback. He didn't have a quarterback to kind of like integrate the talent. So
that's
you got to
true.
have a
Yeah,
quarterback to calm those weaker talent receivers down, man. You know,
yeah. He had
or they'll
Kenny
waste
Pickett.
away. They'll waste away, man. You know.
Yeah, but they did him a favor though. I think it was good that he went to Dallas. I thought that was a good. They one thing about they liked George Pickens. They just couldn't even contain him. So they sent him to a team that have a good quarterbacks. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's better than sending them to Kansas City. Ooh, can you imagine that? Jeez.
Oh no, they weren't going to do that. Never. The Steelers. He wasn't going to the AFC. He was not going to AFC.
Send him to the NFC. Well, I'm glad he didn't go to Philly because Philly would have pulled something like that off, man. Can you imagine that paradox? You got AJ Brown, Devon Smith, and George Pickens. That team would be just insane. You know
Listen,
what I'm saying?
they weren't going to
It's
send
crazy.
Pittsburgh and Philly is cool, but they ain't that cool. The organizations they'll trade Kenny Pickett, but the Steelers don't want the Eagles to do that much good anyway because that hurts their fan base in Pennsylvania. So nah, they ain't gonna
He
get.
would
They
go
ain't gonna
crazy,
get them.
yeah, because AJ Brown don't get enough touches, so you know he
He
would go
doesn't.
crazy. He'll be like, "Yo, this is crazy. We're winning, but yeah."
Yeah. Hey, and ever since y'all point out Jalen Hurts isn't that good, I've been watching like he really ain't. I remember y'all saying Jalen Hurts ain't that good. I watched him that Super Bowl like he ain't do sugar the iced tea that game. I
Nah,
watched him like
you know what we did to you? We just took it back. You never look at quarterbacks the same after that.
I ain't
We
going
just took the
ever since
positive
y'all said
critical
that, I
eye.
looked up different.
You know, when you judge every quarterback's throw, man, it's hard for you to get. It's hard to enjoy quarterback when you watch every throw that they make. It's very hard to enjoy.
Yeah,
Very,
he's talented and everything, but when I looked at it, I'm like, no, it's that team around. He is. I don't want to sound messed up, but he's a above average game manager.
yeah, that's what he is. But that's all you need too.
Yeah,
The team that's
honestly,
built around a skill set. To be honest with you,
I prefer. I wish Big Ben was like that, a above management game manager instead of trying to play hero ball. That's why I want sometimes a quarterback.
if you
So
notice with great quarterbacks, like say Dak is one of those where you don't have to have as much talent, but you think you got enough talent because you don't really realize how you're talent deficient until you play another team that got all their pieces, and you're like, man, how did we think we were going to beat this team? That's the reason why, like, if you notice, like with what's the dude that's always critical of Dak and the Cowboys? That's on TV all the time. You know what I'm
Rob
talking about,
Parker,
Paradise. What's the dude? No, Rob Parker. Nah. You know, he used to play running back on Shady McCoy, Shady.
Shady McCoy, Shady,
You know, Shady always, man, they got a super team. But what he's not saying, you're not talking about name the weapons. What you're going to say, Jake Ferguson? You're going to say that the weapons are similar to what he has in Philadelphia? Come on, bro.
Who's
Like,
y'all running back?
you know that's not the truth. Um, the kid the kid that the Denver just cut from Denver, Javonte Williams is the starter.
Ah,
Then
damn.
we drafted Jordan Blue from the University of Texas, and then we got the other guys that's been there. Deuce Vaughn and I forgot the other kid's name. But yeah, we haven't. I mean, Zeke. We talked about Zeke, and Paradise basically got me off of Zeke, man, a long time ago. But man, Zeke, if you look at it, Zeke didn't do nothing since 2019.
He hasn't. Yeah,
Those,
yeah.
those three. Hey, Paradox. Who was on the team with Zeke on those 12-5 teams when we went 3 straight years going 12-5? We went 12-5 with his backup. That should let you know how good those teams. That should let you know
Tony
how good Zach
Pollard. Yeah.
is. Think about that. We went 12-5 with the backup, and he only got 1,000 yards one year. Just
Yeah, that is
let
right.
that sink in, bruh. Just let that sink in. These guys don't know what they're talking about. He had like Tony Pollard or some kind of Pro Bowl or something. No, he's not. He's a good back. He's decent, but he ain't no. People ain't going out their way to try to get Tony Pollard on their team. It's insanity. I'm not gonna argue with somebody that listen to Shady talk about Dak. I mean, Dak had all this talent when Brandon Cooks was the second receiver. Get out of here, bro.
No, I do agree because I remember watching the game, especially last year. I was so mad we lost that game against y'all. But I do remember. I'm like, dang, I was looking like Dallas don't really have nobody on their squad.
Yeah.
I was looking like, I was like, dang, like if we actually had a quarterback, we will whoop their ass. Damn, but you know,
Outside the receiver, outside of CD Lamb, and basically CD Lamb was kind of brought along by Dak, especially that bad year. That bad year was really what brought him along because CD was more of a freelancer. When Dak told him, "Hey man, just be there, dude. If you dare, then I'm gonna throw you the ball, bro. We good. You don't have to do all that freelancing and all that type of stuff. If you're gonna do that, then let me know in the huddle, bro. But you can't just be thinking I'm gonna, you're gonna be here and then you just decide to go do your own thing, bro. Like I need to know where you're gonna be at. We don't have a dominant line anymore. The line is
that is
not what it
true.
used to be. So I mean, I'm not gonna make any excuses for him, man. I'm just saying, like, just be consistent with the talking points. It's just I get tired of defending Dak because I'm not saying that Dak is top top four, top five. But hell, once we get to 6 and 7, man, we can have a discussion. We can have a discussion. Because I'm pretty sure the person you're gonna name is gonna sound real goofy to me. When you start talking about Matthew Stafford and
Nah,
Baker Mayfield on some of these people
nah,
like Paradise, they got Baker Mayfield at 6 or something. I'm like, what in the
not even close. Not even close.
fuck? Geno Smith, like the shit gets stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets
It,
retarded. I'm like, no, dude. Like, yeah, you can argue. Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you. You go Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. But who are you gonna choose for fifth?
I think the problem
that's,
is Dak is so consistent that people just are. This Dak is Dak. He's so consistent with who he is that people just like, all right, he's there. I think
because
that's
here's
what
the
it is.
problem. They try to elevate Jordan Love, but he fell off. They try to elevate CJ Stroud. He fell off his second year because they didn't have the consistent years. So now where are we at? You see what I'm saying? So now they can't carry their teams. They need help, just like everybody does. So now where are we at with it? You
Oh,
see? You see how it
in
happens?
Pittsburgh, I would take
That's
Dak
what.
right now in Pittsburgh. I would take
Oh
Dak
man,
right now in Pittsburgh in a heartbeat. We probably win a couple Super Bowls. I ain't gonna lie.
of course you would.
Just
Hold on. You put Dak on that team right now, y'all probably win 13, 12 games,
oh
man,
yeah,
next year.
no, right now shoot, we got DK Metcalf. We're going to get a second wide receiver. Shoot, we might get Pitts that tight end and make him a tweener
That's
like
what I'm
Shannon
saying.
Sharp.
Just having DK Metcalf in the way that Tomlin coaches, bruh. In fact, me and Paradox, man, we was thinking like, yo, if Dak went somewhere else, if he didn't get signed, Pittsburgh probably would have been the place. Tomlin would have did anything to get him there, man. For real, for real.
Yeah,
I see
yeah.
the best quarterbacks. He would have been there. He would have got Tomlin. He would have got Tomlin that second Super Bowl. I don't know if you're going to get it with Dallas, man. Our coach is very, very broken. But the way Brian Schottenheimer is trying to merge the two, I don't know, man. He may be on to something, bruh. If we can get a running back up in there to kind of, do their thing, kind of take some of the pressure off, and the
Y'all
defense can
linked to
kind of, the
y'all linked to
defense can
Najee
do that.
Harris for running back.
The defense can kind of bow up a little bit in the playoffs. We may be cooking with fish grease. We may be cooking. I don't know. I gotta see, man. The defense is still kind of tricky too, but yeah, we'll see.
Hey, we're just trying to win a playoff game right now. Everybody want Mike Tomlin fired, and I'm like, y'all don't even know that half the stuff that people think he makes all the decisions in that building. I'm like, this ain't his money. Like the Rooneys don't. One thing everybody know, the Rooneys don't play about their money. So like people say, oh, they should have drafted Shador Sanders. They never were going to draft Shador. They don't spend that money in free agency. That's the only thing I'm like, we're in a situation where we're going to, like I said, we're going to host a draft next year. We'll get our quarterback then. And people blame Mike Tomlin because we're with Aaron Rodgers. Like, no, that's not his call. That's the Rooney's call. They're waiting for Aaron Rodgers. All this was all the Rooney's calls that we're in. I'm like, y'all mad at him, but he don't own the team. But that's just racist as Pittsburgh, in my opinion. So,
What do they expect Aaron Rodgers to do? Aaron Rodgers don't even think about football. He's not like Tom Brady.
He's
He don't
not.
think about football in the offseason. He don't think about improving at his advanced age. He don't think about anything as far as like how to do different things, how to make himself better, how to get himself prepared on game day. Tom Brady was all about football while he was playing into his mid-40s, bruh. And he probably was even more of a maniac as far as getting prepared during the offseason than say young quarterbacks were. He was always preparing, throwing on
Yeah.
the beach, throwing on vacation. Him and Gazelle was out on vacation. He out there playing, doing certain things, looking at the playbook, trying to be better. What you think Aaron Rodgers is doing? When last time you think Aaron Rodgers looked at the
He's
playbook?
doing ashwagandha. Oh, he's doing mushrooms and shit like that. So,
That man do not care, bro. Aaron Rodgers stopped caring. Paradox. How long you think Aaron Rodgers has been stopped caring about football?
10 years, 8 years.
This guy,
It's been a minute.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can see it on him. This man do not care about football. Dude, because we were talking about Aaron Rodgers. I'm like, man, well, Aaron Rodgers, I keep hearing this. He's great and this and that other. And you remember when he went through the same thing where he lost to San Francisco? It was like 3 straight years. And I mean, those games weren't close, bro. Those games were not close. He lost to Jimmy Garoppolo and he lost to Kaepernick twice.
Yep.
And I mean, Kaepernick ran all over him.
2016, 2017.
I mean, when I watched that game,
Even Green Bay realized it. They finally realized it.
Yeah, I know. But this is where we at right now. Bro, that's ownership. That is ownership that is willing to wait for him.
He can still swing it now. He can still recognize defenses and play ball, and he's gonna make great plays here and there, man. But consistency, nah, man, he doesn't.
I will say right now,
Rodgers is not studying no team in the NFL when it comes to the football team.
Listen, right now, the season for the Steelers is just to see what the hell happens. We're just seeing what's going to stick to the wall, and we're like I said, we're going all in for the draft next year. That's our game plan. We got 12 draft picks. We're building this roster for the. That's why I said, Steelers fans, y'all stupid. Because if you look at the roster, we built our offensive line. We have our running backs. We have our receivers. We're going to trade for another one, and we have our defense.
Man,
so
just go grab Shador. He gonna get cut.
The Steelers ain't gonna get Shador Sanders. They don't like flashy quarterbacks. It's not because he's black. They don't like they're a conservative Catholic organization, basically, for real. They do not like flashy quarterback. They want their franchise quarterback. Like people think Joe Gilliam. They didn't like Joe. They wanted Terry Bradshaw over Joe Gilliam. No, they like Joe Gilliam. Joe Gilliam just had an alcohol problem. So like they'll get a black quarterback or whatever, but he's gonna have to be a certain way. Like that's how it's gonna be. That's how they value their quarterback players. Like they're almost like the Giants, but it's not as bad where they won't draft a black quarterback. They want somebody straight lace. So that's not Shador Sanders. The whole Rolly thing and everything. They just don't do that. Like
Shador Sanders is extremely straight laced. It is funny that you're saying that, to be honest with you.
I know he's straight laced, but culturally he doesn't give that off for the Steelers. I agree. He's straight laced, but culturally, all like that flashy, they don't like the quarterbacks like that. They just don't.
You giving Big Ben a pass, huh?
Big Ben wasn't flashy. He was a big. You gotta think about where we at. Western Pennsylvania. So the fan base fits Big Ben. It does fit Big Ben.
Big white board.
You can be loud and rowdy, but you just have to be white. I got you.
Big Ben wasn't loud and rowdy. He just I'm saying like basically you can,
You know white
yes,
culture. You've been around white culture. You're in Pennsylvania.
yeah. He was so Big Ben when he did
He's
his
not.
stuff. He
He's
did
not.
it in
Hold on,
secret.
hold on. He's not Brock Purdy. He's not Brock Purdy, bro.
No, I know he wasn't. I know he wasn't. He partied, but the whole gold chain, the whole gold chain, and the whole goatee.
He wasn't.
He did it.
Hold on, he wasn't Jim McMahon or Pat McAfee, but Ben Roethlisberger was a party boy. He was afraid.
Oh, I know.
He was a meathead, bro. He was what you call a meathead. A meathead
Oh, I
quarterback.
know.
Straight up, bro.
We heard stories. We heard stories about what Big Ben was doing. We seen the pictures. Pittsburgh ain't that big. We heard it, but he wasn't. And he rode the motorcycle stuff like that. First of all, people forget but the thing is, the Steelers.
He was out here raping bitches, bro. What are we talking about right now?
No, hold up. The Steelers. I want to say this: the Steelers were going to trade him. Remember, who was the black head coach of the 49ers? Who was the black head coach of the 49ers? Mike Singletary. He was going to trade him. Mike Singletary. They were going to trade him to the 49ers. The Steelers did not want Big Ben, but they couldn't trade him. So that's the only reason why they kept him.
Yeah, he's Jim McMahon. He's like another version of Jim McMahon, just not as brash.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But he's that Midwestern kid, getting into a little trouble, a little mischievous, but he's still a good dude. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Redneck flashy. Yeah, redneck flashy.
He's not gonna be out disrespectful people, disrespecting nobody. But yeah, Big Ben was out in the streets though.
But Shador won't work. Shador wouldn't. That's why I said Russell Wilson. They'll draft like Cordell Stewart was a black quarterback. They had black quarterbacks and everything. They drafted. They just culturally they won.
What's so weird about Shador is that they're giving him that Dak treatment, and he's like he's the best quarterback in their training camp. They're saying it right now. Like he's the most consistently making the most out of themselves, right? That's what I'm saying. It's obvious, right? And they still don't want to give it to him. They still want to say he's fourth string. He's this. He's that. He's working, and Dylan's still ahead of him. Like what? And that's what I'm saying. Like it's just the what you're talking about. People are trying to still put some kind of barricade around it. But football, man, the only way you could do that is not to have him on the team. Because if he's going to go out there and you got bad quarterback to play already, you don't have great quarterbacks there. So it ain't like you got a dominant one, like a franchise guy where he's taking all the snaps. So you're going to have him taking snaps because people want to see him throw the football. And then when he throws the football, it's like, well, shit, that don't even look, that ain't even close. Well, who's the kid he's throwing to? Can you throw in tight windows like that on the sideline? Can you throw that dig 15 yards out? Can you throw to the hash? I mean, the only one that could do it is Joe Flacco, but Joe
Flacco's the second best quarterback on the team.
But Joe Flacco is not releasing the ball with that kind of quickness and that recognition. He doesn't get back in his drop quick enough. Hell, the man is damn near his age. He's 40-something years old.
Yeah.
Paradox age. He's not with these. He's not close to what these kids are that he's with. I mean, he's a whole different generation.
He's been playing football since I was like in 7th grade. So it's like I remember his rookie year. I was in 7th grade when he first there. I'm 30 now.
And best believe that Flacco was chilling too. That's what I'm saying. He was chilling too, bro. It ain't like Flacco was some kind of student of the game. He's never been known for that. Yeah, he's smart, but there's a difference. See, Dak, that's what I'm saying. Dak is different. Dak is like a Tom Brady type, Peyton Manning type. That's who he is. But it's naturally him. He's going to continue to try to get better. I'm going to push himself. I'm going to get better. So the critique just helps him be the best quarterback that he could be. To be honest with you, man, if he went somewhere else, he probably wouldn't be this good, to be honest with you. He probably would be good, but he probably wouldn't be what he is now. Because I think it just has fueled him to always get better. So he just surpassed everybody that they talk about. The pressure's on these guys to be like him, to be consistent. So you put that pressure on the Justin Herberts of the world. If you're going to put Justin Herbert 5th and you're going to have Dak behind him, I just can't get with that, bro. You feel what I'm saying, though? Smitty? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Stuff like that. And they do that on a regular basis. And I'm like, there's no metric. Not one.
I forgot Justin Herbert wasn't even in the league. I forget that he's even their quarterback for the Chargers. That's how forgettable he is.
Justin Herbert top 5 stat right after the so-called elites. Justin Herbert, and then there's Baker Mayfield for some. He's vogue now, but I know why they do Baker Mayfield. They've been loving Baker Mayfield for the longest. They just wanted him to just play consistent enough. He's decent. He's good. He's a gunslinger. He does his thing. He's like a poor man Tony Romo. He's a poor man's Tony. Not as good as Tony. Poor man's Tony Romo. We have that kind of quarterback. I know what he is. But to try to sit up here and say all the rest of these guys that just come on, bro. It just gets silly after a while. I'm like, are y'all for real? So now we're going to elevate Jaden Daniels past Dak off 1 year. I get it. He may be better because he's the closest thing to Lamar Jackson. I'll give you that.
I'm about to say, I can understand. I can see the Jaden Daniels. I ain't gonna say he's better.
1 year though.
I'm not gonna say he's better. I'm not gonna say he's better, but I do that. That rookie year was good. That was a hell of a rookie year. That was a hell of a rookie year.
Do you remember Dak's rookie year?
Yeah, I remember. I remember Dak's rookie year. I remember Dak's rookie year. I don't think it was better than Jaden Daniels though.
Everybody thought Zeke was carrying a team. What if I told you that it was the other way around?
No, I remember Dak came to Pittsburgh his rookie year.
Dak was the one that broke the defense. It wasn't Zeke. Think about it. We played you guys. I was number one in defense when we played you. We played Baltimore. Baltimore was number one defense when we played them. Dak had 300 yards as a rookie against both of those teams. 300 yards.
I respect Dak. I respect Dak came in Pittsburgh twice and beat us. Dak came in Pittsburgh. No, I don't think no Dallas quarterback has done that in a while. Came in Pittsburgh twice and beat us. Like that. That's why I'm like, oh, he's for real. He's like when he came in Heinz Field twice. Romo never won in Pittsburgh. Dak came in twice and beat us. Dak came in twice and beat us both times. Like Dak has success against us. I respect Dak. That's why I say if he was our quarterback now, I'm like, oh, we contenders because we're going to run this ball down your throat and go off that play action and throw the DK in that big ass tight end we have. That's all we would have did. I'm like, yeah, we would have ran the ball, made sure Dak didn't have to do too much, and make sure it's keep him healthy, and we would have made stuff easy for him. And he would have been a balanced offense and defense. He would be a Hall of Famer in Pittsburgh.
Every time I go back and look at those games and I think about it, the person that they were trying to defend, especially by the end of the game, man, they were not running no 8-man fronts. That's why Zeke was getting loose, man. If you notice, Zeke wasn't getting touched in a lot of those games, bro. They were like, man, this kid can throw the football. Like, we can't sit here and run no 8-9-man fronts against these guys. If you're going to do that, you're going to get cooked. You're going to get cooked, bro. Period. And we had an old ass Jason Witten. It wasn't like Jason Witten was Jason Witten was way past his prime. So we had Jason
the Steelers were going to draft Dak, right?
They were? I did not know that.
The Cowboys traded. Didn't the Cowboys trade up right before it? Yeah, they traded right before. The Steelers were going to draft him. He was on their list. They were going to draft him. It's probably better he did get drafted by Dallas because he wouldn't have been a starter in Pittsburgh because they still had been. But the Steelers like Dak. He was on. They were going to draft him. He was like high on their list. So in a way, it was a blessing he didn't come to Pittsburgh because he would never started because they weren't going to get rid of Ben. Which
Ben used to get hurt all the time too. He would have started. Yeah, if he was going to be. I don't know if he would have got as good because he got all that. I think this is helping Shedeur too. I think they're helping him because if Shedeur got drafted in the first round and he went in the first 10 picks, who knows if he would be this motivated to just get better. You see what I'm saying? Like this quarterback is one of those positions where it may still be in him to be this way. I don't know, but this is helping him out. It's not hurting him. So he just got to go out there.
It gives him a Tom Brady effect. That's all.
Well, yeah, for certain guys it breaks them. Other guys it makes them better. I think he's just one of those dudes where clearly, and like I said, once he goes out there and sees his competition, he be like, man, you guys are not better than me. And he cool with him. He doesn't even trip on it. He like, yo, it's not even nothing to be angry. I'm not gonna be mad at you. It ain't your fault. It ain't you. It's just the circumstances, you know.
Listen, I want Cleveland to mess this up so bad, and I believe they will. I just don't have faith in Cleveland. If they do release him,
They're gonna mess it up.
Yeah, it's just Cleveland because, like I said, the face that they have, they should have never even drafted that one quarterback that they drafted. They should have never even drafted him. And now you're gonna, now you want to cut. If they really going to be honest, they're going to cut that 3rd round draft pick that they signed, and they're going to be pissed about that. Why did you draft him? That's what I'm saying. It made no sense. You're going to have to cut one of these quarterbacks. If you cut Shador, you cut the best quarterback. So that, they might cut Kenny Pickett. I don't know, but I don't know if you want to have 2 rookies and Joe Flacco as your quarterbacks. So I imagine you might cut one of the rookies.
No, they may cut Joe Flacco. That's why they want to see if Kenny Pickett can start, and then choose between Dylan and Shador who they want to be the backup. They keep Joe Flacco. You know,
I will cut.
But let me get up out of here, man.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me up here.
All right, man. Thanks for coming through and contributing, man. We appreciate it, bro.
Great discussion. I never got to talk about the movie with anybody on the panel, so it was a great discussion.
Cool, man. We appreciate you, bro.
Peace.
All right. Well, this is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
This is DC. Until next time. Peace.